Gamestop GME. Welcome to the Gamestop show. Welcome back to this channel. I know we're all on the edge of our seats this week, especially after the last couple of days there. Price took a little bit of a dip on Monday, but remember, we've still got 10 days left. 2 of those are weekend days, which means that there's more time for us to recharge, get some vitamin D on our face, hopefully, and come back stronger. For those of you who are feeling a bit down, having watched the price retrace yesterday, remember, GME is the Balboa of stocks. It might get knocked down, but it's got a history of getting back up again, just like you guys, and surprising everybody. And like Balboa, we're in it for the long haul, we're training hard, we're staying resilient. I know there's lots of crazy targets out there. Some people have got very high strike prices on very risky instruments. Trying to move 100% over those next 10 days in that tiny short time span is like expecting to find a unicorn in your backyard. It's rare, but we're the kind of folks who believe in unicorns, and I'm from Scotland, where the national animal is a unicorn. And why not? We've seen GameStop do the unimaginable countless times already. It's okay to feel a mix of anger or fear. It just means you're human. And this journey can be emotional as well as financial. There's a couple of important points coming up this week that I think it's worthwhile covering. Quad witching. This Friday it marks the famous quad witching day. This is when stock index futures, stock index options, stock options and single stock futures all expire on the same day. It's like Wall Street's version of a full moon, and it tends to bring out the wild market behavior. So buckle up, fuckleheads. Things might get a little bit bumpy, but those bumps, they're all part of the fun. We've also got the new CAT system, that's the Consolidated Audit Trail. It's now in place. It aims to improve transparency and monitoring in the market. You can think of it as like a supercharged security camera with 360 vision and X-ray capabilities, watches everything in the market and could bring some interesting dynamics to how trades are executed, reported, settled. So stay tuned for that. So quad witching and CAT, which are really important because we've also reached T1, post-settlement period have been shorted to 1 day, which means trades will settle faster, which adds unexpected twists, turns and glitches in market movements. It's like turning the market into a fast-paced ride at the fair. I get it, you know, seeing price go down, it's never fun, huh? It's like going to the fair and finding out that your favourite ride has been closed. But remember, it's going to open again, there'll be big queues, and it'll be one hell of a thrill. So let's move forward, but remember why we're here. Part of a community that believes in the power of individual investors. We've seen ups, we've seen downs, and we've stayed strong through all of that. It's not just the destination, it's the camaraderie, all those things, the learning, shared beliefs, and that we can make a difference. So take a deep breath, shake off those jitters, keep your eye on the prize. The charts tell us all we need to know, and in the 10 days, wherever it is this roller coaster takes us, no matter what it does, we're in it together, even if you don't hold the stock. Share your thoughts, support each other, and let's keep the energy high. Remember, it's always darkest before the dawn, and I believe our dawn is coming. To the moon, job seekers, to the moon. 22.85 below. Here's your interrupted flash at 23.32. Here's another back up at 24.93, and the gap from this morning's open. This is a 5-second time frame as we go to fill that lower flash now. Bink. There it goes. Don't you just love the Rocky Outcrop flash? You know, get yourself a copy at is patreon.com/rockyoutcrop. Hello everybody. You got Lipspin at 38 cents. Congratulations. Congratulations, it's currently there now. I shall be getting some of my own. There's a quick look at Lipson. Absolutely love this thing. I think it's going to do a bigger percentage move than GameStop. I believe it's going to be brilliant. There's a fucking hell loads of reasons to like Lipson. I can't talk about it too much in the ways that I might like to, because then I know that they'll come after me eventually when it does its move. So as I'm going to say, and I'll keep saying, don't buy it. The best place to buy it is not to buy it. Congratulations, Niels. Done well there. This is bouncing off that diagonal trend line that we drew yesterday. I can show you it better on, say, the hourly time frame. Underneath price action here, coming up to catch these lows. Downward sloping trend. 2 touches, not real yet, not real. That one more accurate. This downward sloping one, it's not yet got 3 touches, so we can't say that it's a significant artifact on the chart yet. Back to the 5-second time frame, we'll see this price action evolve. There's where we're aiming for, get you in the corner as we like you, price. And back to the chat box. Let's fucking go. Alright, Mr. Spears, how you doing? Hello, Mr. Frege, how are you? Ms. Katie, Ms. Illigy, Chip Hawkins, good to see you. Frege, alright, FD, how's it going? Alright, Mr. Kuhn, good to see you, Dink. Kitty's Chris Niels. KT, yo. Chutney, Julie, good to see you, Julie. Hustle Huff, Smug Slug, good to see you, buddy. J-Force, yourself too. Vic Vince, what a legend, or Bam. CC's Ghost, Money Miles, Ghosted Dan, L Baker, Carl Love, who have I missed? Hedgie Hunter, good to see you. I think I've got Donna, great to see you, Donna. Sean, flipping heck, there's loads of people. Let's freaking go, guys. Let's freaking go. Brilliant to see everybody here. Where's my name somewhere in there? Alrighty, I just looked at Lipspin KT. This is Gamestop, doing alright. It's filling these flashes, doing its job. Lispin on the tiny time frames. 5823, downward sloping. Lots of reasons why we would have expected it to come down. 1 minute time frame at those lows now, looking left. Break lower, you'll get the trend line. Get the close at 5746, 5736. In around these areas. So back to GameStop. I'm just going to check it in my broker in the background here if my order is being filled. Not that I know, not that I'm buying Lipson. Fucking get out of town, what you like? Of course not. I'm gonna borrow that, sorry. I'm still here with you. Luke Spears gifted 5 memberships. What a great start to the day. Congratulations. Thanks very much. Luke, you owe him one there. Julie, Proflick, Anthony Walker, Mr. Soler, and Corey Cook. Hey, there's your names up on this big screen. Thanks very much, Luke. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks. Yo, Lipson. I need to borrow that. I need to get something. I'll be back in a second. Just need to get something here. Screen, is it good? Oh my goodness, what did I just see? Welcome a fiend, Randy Jenny. Mr. Randy, good to see you. You'll fit in well here. Pal. Thanks very much for being a member. It's appreciated, Mr. Randy, sir. Say hello to Randy. Got that himself. Appreciate him. Fucking buy it then. What's the delay already? What's the delay already? Wow, what the fucking hell is the delay? Really? Usually you're only too happy to screw me with a quick order. What you like? Stop doing this, IBKR. Stop doing this. IBKR, I'm live on the internet. Stop fucking doing this. Wow, you're so annoying, it's insane. Anyone else on IBKR? Have they got a whole strange, weird ass delay going on? Trace 1, in oversized sunglasses indoors in a mullet smoking a cassette player. You betcha! That's what it's all about, Serrera. Cutting a new form. Creating a new shape. Can I please can I have my fucking can I Is this just me? Is this just happening to me? The internet works, right? Is the internet working? Stream live, 214 people here. The charts are updating. They're working. It's you, ABKR. It's not the internet. It's you. Whoa. Man, I still don't trust this shit. Oh, right. Oh, what the fuck was that then? Alright, this is it. Now we're talking. Okay, just hope that just to hope that the rest of them get filled. All right, I can see you. I can see why that is then. Fucking. That wasn't me. I didn't do that. I didn't get enough at the time to do that. Unless there was literally nothing on the books. Anywho, Libsyn. Yep. Oh shit, I've missed the move. Did I? Let's see it. Didn't in 5 seconds. Went right to that Rocky Outcrop Flash on GameStop there. Didn't. It got to the bottom of the gap. There's still more. There's still more to go. Rejection from the bottom wouldn't be wonderful, but we've got a lot more to aim for back above it there. You know, you can take this guy and say it was full retracement. Take this guy. So we've got to the 786. Hold the 50% subsequently. That'd be strong. That would also be a higher low within this trend. That is positive. And let's see if it also holds this diagonal. Doesn't necessarily have to. Right? Not at all. But you would like to see it hold that 50% line, which it did, right on the money. Spara. Okay, so in the first what is it now? 37 minutes of the day, we've seen a slight retracement on GameStop. Holy shit, having long hair is real hassle. I don't know how they do it, Rocky and that man that isn't a cat. 24.05. It's down 3% on the day. So I don't know, can you handle 3% dips? I think there's probably this audience and this ticker, these investors, the GameStop community, numb to that sort of move. It's not enough to get your juices flowing even. Chat box, there it is. Are people chatting on YouTube or Discord? It's ribbon a day, both. Adam Pierce, good to see it. Good to see is on the Discord there. It's the best place to be, really. You get really good help there, and the people on that forum are the experts over there are talking in those places because they want the information they share to be shared with those people who are most a part of the community first. Buy Signal Trigger on a 5 minutes from here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look, Signal, cheers, man. Once I level up, I'll be able to see message on Discord, right? I only got it yesterday. Yes! Get some more messages in there, you'll be flying. The performance of this stock is so bad, it's enough to make you cry. Carlos G, that's why we all wear sunglasses, because we're all crying all the time. The Discord ace, if anyone's wondering. It is freaking ace. Yo, cheers, Daniel. Appreciate. So this move, 786 so far, holding a 50% retracement right up until about now. And this diagonal sloping trend line, meeting them in and around the same area, would be very likely. We're looking to see it. VIX is at 1320, so up 3.5%. SPY itself down 0.5%. So the overall market isn't flying in every area. Bitcoin clearly back down at 67, 66.9. Risk off in lots of other markets, meaning that the journey GME is on is that little bit extra tough. The incline steeper, but not in price, just in effort and difficulty. But that might all resolve itself with one big move. Let's see how that moves. Let's see how price goes in that regard. Here we are meeting that trend line. You've had 1, 2, and this is the third touch now. It would become real if it bounced off this line, and then people would start relying on it for continuation of the trend. That can't be said yet. We also want to put on a momentum indicator. Now we're down on the 5-second time frame, so that means they're getting 3 times as much data with regards to candle opens and closes than the 15-second time frame yesterday. Coming in higher than these previous lows, keeping that trend line going. Might well be that you're looking at this trend line then as a momentum trade. Holding that while holding the center line and pushing back into the bullish control zone would be strong, positive and good to see. Got that with a rocket crop flash, so it may well be coming back. That again would be a higher low. A number of those so far. Get the circle out, you got your first one. Get your next one. In between lows you need a high, right? You can't just call out lows on their own sequence. So there's your high, there's your low. It's higher than it. Another high. And another low. Mo, you can't argue with that. There it is. So we want to be then persisting back above this 23.50 sort of level, 23.76. Hold these levels. That would be considered a higher low. You need to keep pushing to test that higher high. It doesn't have to come with a linear trend. It is an uptrend. And so the driving force is underneath price, and that's where our line is at the moment, where we're also expecting a potential continuation of the trend. If it doesn't happen, we'll see why. Boom, bouncing away from that area. I'd say that's a fill. Very close. I'd say it is higher. Go on, test that idea of a higher high now. And we'll have our sequence in place. That sequence starts off with the last low of the previous trend, which would be 1. Then you've got the first high in that move, which would be 2. Getting the second artifact as a higher high is important in an uptrend. And then you've got 3. That's a higher low. As you can see, between these two lows we have a high, so 1, 2, 3, and then you've got 4, 5, and you're looking to put in 6, and that is higher. It's touched slightly higher, so you got that as well. Awesome. Now you could come in and test 23 spot 87. You could all the way come down to 23.75, 23.50 sort of levels, and you'd still be putting in a higher low. So that was 4. There's also a high. This guy, it's 5. And here you've got your trend, and a trend is a sequence of higher lows and higher lows and higher highs in a sequence. It's not a trend. These things come following each other, and each is part of a dynamic world where it's important that they all conform to your rules. So this slightly higher, as you can see, we'll zoom in and make that clear for everybody at home. Higher here at 24.48. And this level 24.45. Now you could say to yourself that's not much higher, and I would agree with you. The further away it was, the better, especially with the nature of these moves. But 'tis what it is till it is what it isn't, as Rocky Outcrop says. Thanks. I think that was 2 new subscribers. I appreciate you guys. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Randy Cheney became a member. Even more appreciated. Luke Spears got 5 membership gifts. Even more again. With this, WFH is impossible with this on. WHS. All I need is some Aquanet and he's set. What the hell are these things? What the hell are these things? Be realistic. Alright, ADX, what do you define as realistic? What you're thinking, what's your approach, what's your attitude to price at the minute? Good to hear more from you. Jamie, can I recommend some good hair products? Of course, go for it. Let me know. What is there? Aquanet, I think you must have been talking about then. I have $1 billion ADX. You have $1 billion? Katie, you've been increasing your position significantly recently. You were less than half that recently. How much money do you have in GME? ADX, have you, perhaps are you new to this? It would be unusual in this sort of environment to ask those sort of questions. It's very much the sort of question somebody who doesn't have much money or who perhaps doesn't completely understand where you are right now would ask something like that. It wouldn't be the proper etiquette in this particular YouTube channel. You know, we've got lots of assets, and conversations about money kinda are suggestive that you're a poor person, and poors, we don't mind them, we like them. Everybody, you know, everybody coming from somewhere. It's just that, you know, we don't think about things in like a poor man's way of looking at it, you know, like carrying the heavy luggage all in one go, because, you know, we're so sad or upset about things. Like, you live a completely different universe, ADX. So, but I mean, tell me if you want to, like, if you've got something to contribute or something to add, we'd love to hear from you. But if you're a desperately sad poor, and like your question is all framed from your awful, difficult, poor lifestyle, and like the fact that you can't, like, you know, just manage to do better with shit, you know, like, you're obviously not on a level with these people. That was clear from your very first message. People in this environment, like, we do stuff like this, you know. So like the question of how big your position size is or how much money anyone has, it's just doesn't suit this place, you know. Instead, you ask things like, where will you be going for holiday? You know, how's the yacht? What sort of island are you looking at? These are the sort of questions that will get you genuine engagement, right, from this crowd of people. If you want to know how much money somebody has in something, it's clearly you've never actually spoken to anybody with money, so you might want to, you know, find somewhere else, friendo. You might want to find somewhere else, friendo. So Jamie, price action now up 4% on the day. We've got like a strong uptrend here. We've managed to define. We had a gap to aim for, a rocky outcrop flash, and I mean, it's making people money constantly, right? So you know, let's recognize the exceptional environment, the unbelievable skills we've got here, and the brilliant community, and not be all embarrassing and ask horrible questions that reveal, like, you know, that you're a bit of a poor and stuff. Let's not do that too much, right? Not too much. So try not to be like a ADX chap there. What do you say, ADX? Are you alright with all that? I hope you're okay about that. It's okay to be poor. And it's okay to not understand, right? It's okay to not understand where you are when you first arrive. It's not usual, it's not common. This is very, very exceptional sort of place. So perhaps there's something there, but just let me know. Yeah, exactly, Chris. I used to be a poor boy from a poor family, then GME's gone up. Here come the BS halts. Yeah, quite possibly getting the 5%. GME halted, there you go. Boom, at the 1414. Sorry, you see, if I keep talking about being poor, GameStop will keep going up. If I start talking about yachts and islands, GameStop will pause, right? So what would we like us to talk about, right? It's going to happen regularly and we can change the subject. What would we like to talk about? Yeah, it's the letter ADX. You can go enjoy the other poors, the streamers that like to keep you poor. Go and watch them. So you'll fit in better there, ADX. Upward halt, yes, yep. Yep. Offering done, Ryan going in. Seems like the offering could quite possibly be done. Definitely there's been enough volume for it to have closed. The colour of my Lambo, green. It's not a Lambo, right? It's got La Ferrari, mate. Being poor in yachts is terrible. Luke knows all about it. It's super embarrassing. You know, like, right, if you've seen one of these yachts, especially the ones with a deck, a wooden deck that's not made out of teak, you know, you can't join our club if you're walking around with those sort of yachts. They're stinky yachts. Offering done? Quite possibly, Rob. Quite possibly, my friend. Will you cover Lipson? Thank you very much for everything, man. Ricardo Montiero, I bet you. Yeah, I mean, it's big news nowadays, Lipson. Big news, huge deep value, massive turnaround junkie running the show now in Jim, good old Jim. Got loads of interesting things on the go with Lipson. Probably want to be looking at it on 4-hour time frame and talking about, you know, we've just seen this morning how well that Rocky Outcrop Flash works. There's one up at 2.8. Now, live person, putting it all in context. Oop, you've got a gap to the top side to aim to as well on that 4-hour. You see it up here with that flash. There's a lot of people excited about these opportunities that represents. Where did we get it in? Where was our good picture of the reason for it to be down here, filling in that little gap? Where is it? I don't know. Anyway, right, there's memes on the Discord. They'll do a much better job of explaining it to you. Many memes. Ricardo Montiero, check it out on the Discord. The memes are what it's all about. The thesis is enjoy the memes, enjoy the ride. And if you've seen the memes, then you'll know everything that's up Ricardo Montiero, so you will. So this pause, it's better seen on the 5-second time frame. There is obviously this halt, this reason that it could then come back down and test support is because during this period, the market makers can see all the market orders that come in and wait there, all the limit orders that come in and wait there with them. And they can see where they would have landed and what that would have done to the bid-ask spread, where they'd be able to provide liquidity at the most efficient levels, and where they could plug a gap with their own funds to create a new bid-ask, where it would be efficient to push price in the short term. As soon as the market opens, the halt finishes, and price starts moving to that area, you can determine to be that's where they chose it to be, because they can see the liquidity available, they can pick the bid-ask spread that suits them, i.e. that which is in the ideal area for their directional trades that the hedge funds who run the market makers control. So they've got the overall calculation, they can see the weight coming from every contributor, and they can top it up to be just enough at the place they wanted to have it. There is GameStop currently paused at 25.99. Where would they like to take it on open? Well, I imagine afterwards they'd like to come back down and test this level, fake everybody out from that trend line and go on one more, wouldn't you? I would think they might. Let's see if they manage it. I don't want the chat box overpriced, so I'll try and bring that back. That about right? Still some more, spotter. Gotta go some more. Has that got it? Alright, we're nearly there. Make the chat box even bigger. We are there! I never sell at 65 or 80. Holding diamond hands has become depression when it dropped back to 25. Stay happy. Stay happy, mate. Stay happy. Stay happy. There are ways of managing that downside risk with option contracts if you want. Oh look, market price getting pushed back down at open there. Underneath that resistance line, that would be the first place you would want it if you were short. You'd then want it to come back and close below where it opened at this morning on this little close here. Right. Totally natural price action, guys. Nothing to see here. Chief Wiggum's got everything under control. Hey, there's so many ghost cars on this highway. Have you seen them? It's like you think you're going to catch the bad guys, and then boom, they disappear into the dead of night. So the top side of the gap so far, defend the gap. Defend the gap. It has gone well. It has gone well. So we can say that this trend has continued. You've had your 6th. You've currently had your 7th here. This would have to be considered a higher low. We'll mark it off with a circle like we've been doing just to keep that education flowing for people who are wondering about it. Then you've got this guy, which, what do you think we're going to call him? Right, I'm sure you can count. Number 8. And now, having had this sequence, you can guess what's coming next. Okay, at least I think you can. Let's go for it. Let's see if you can make it to the World World Championship Finals. You had 1, which was a low, 2 a high, 3 a low, 4 a high, 5 a low, 6 a high, 7 a low, 8 a high, 9 would be a low. Is this a high or low? Well, we cannot yet define this as a high or low because we do it in retrospect. Retrospect being after we now get a higher high, we'd be able to say between these 2 points was a low, and that low was higher than the previous. So you need the 1, 2, 3 so that you can confirm 2, and then you can place it in the context of -1 or 4, which of course we don't have a -1. That would be something else. 6, 5, 4, and so on. And then top side there'll be numbers we draw in future perhaps. So as you can see, we didn't put this in as a high or low, anticipating that there could be yet another test of these areas, or even further down, in which point you would wonder about the integrity of the trend, having broken through a diagonal and come through to this horizontal, but that would still be, in context, a potential uptrend, because if you're looking at things on, say, the 15-minute time frame, then all you've really got at this stage is what would be a low here, either from the body close on this candle. Now we've gone up the time frames to make this point here. Subsequent to that, you had this high. So followed by this low. This low being on the wick lower, on the body close, not as low as that wick, but you're measuring each to the equivalent. So that stage you say lower low, and now higher high. Whether you take it from the wick or you take it from the body, sorry, you've not yet got a defined trend on this time frame. In order to get that, you hold and break from where you are now, and you go, price goes up to 26.50 or above. But back down to the 5-second time frame, putting that all back in context. Here is that trend. You might be looking at this thinking higher lows, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower lows, but actually we're waiting to test this overall trend and those important lows, seeing that on the top side of the higher time frames there's not yet this clear definition as there is here on the 5-second time frame, though this 5 seconds is much less reliable data than that on the 15-minute, because there's more traders bringing price to a close on the 15-minute, and that speaks to a greater degree of consensus than we find here on the 5-second closes. Less people are responsible for contributing to the closing price on a 5-second than the 15-minute or so on, because those 15 minutes include all of those 5 seconds and 15 seconds participants' actions. So we're looking for number 9, and that to be higher than number 7. And a lot of people would tell you that in actual truth, and in order to establish the sequence of events here correctly, you might be looking at a chart formation, which would mean that really 5, 6, and 7 are not part of that higher low sequence, nor is 8. It would be that 5 is a higher low, and 6 then would actually be up here. This would be the higher high. This is also equally valid. Okay, delete that guy. 7 clearly then would be the higher low you're looking for, which could obviously be anywhere above 5, and still be in this context an uptrend. So that's what you're looking at the minute. This is all possible. Why would it go such a big distance? Well, it's lost a diagonal trend line, so there would be a degree of fear and anxiety in market participants who are looking to take it long, who would be aware that while this does suggest a potential entry, and of course is for a lot of participants, testing these levels is what would define the horizontal with regards to support, as opposed to the diagonal. And if you watch me regularly, you'll know that I don't put much stock in a 15 or 5-second diagonal trend line, right? For those reasons above, for those reasons explained above. So 24.95, price on GameStop moving 4-5% in a tiny period of time. And of course, there's only certain people in the market who like that. Us. So this is a 7 is the question we've been asking. Or do we want to have a 7 up here on that trend line? Well, you will define this most recent low after we break this most recent high. So let's wait and see. Wait and see. It's a waiting game, and so much of trading really is that waiting game. AMC, quick check here. Strong moves in the same place and at the same time, coming from lower and pushing up, similar strength. So it's doing well. Lisbon, yeah. Lipshin. Is that you, Lipshin? Yes. Lipshin, is that you, son? Yes. Yep. Interesting. Lipshin. Say it's a stronger candidate for percentage return than AMC, but I'd say that about nearly any stock in the world. It's a stronger return than. Wow, that thing's crap. The cassette tape rules. The cassette tape rules. They'll never break the chain. SPY a little bit down, but pulling higher, and VIX having that percentage change from open. Tis the GME way. I've been looking at the cost basis all wrong, Katie. I was supposed to be raising it. Done well to get it down, CC. Very good job. It does appear so, Steve. The one at 69, of course. You're talking about live person again. I know, it's hard not to. I'll go back to it regularly between now and the end of the day, and then by the time it reaches that price target. Some speculation that the 79 million share offering is complete. Yes, Tony Tran, Mr. T, good to see you. Little bit of speculation. I've been in this for almost 4 years and buying more, cost averaging up for me. Low key, trustworthy. Adding. It's the culture of GameStop, really. A lot of that. Bought one more to raise my cost basis, but also to get rid of some money out of pouring all in my pocket. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, sometimes, because it doesn't necessarily add up to the share price. And so if you're thinking like, shit, I've only got 19 bucks, I can't afford any more GameStop. Well, you could then buy, like, 38 Lipson or thereabouts, 30 of them, and then when it goes up to 69, it'll be worth 3 times the price of GameStop is now. If that were to happen, obviously I don't know the future because that's not possible. GameStop, right? So here is this test now. We've really been waiting for it to break the diagonal. We've done it. And does this retracement take it all the way back down? I can keep moving this across if you like. We could wait and look for an interruption, if you like. It'll all move across in time to fit in there. It could possibly do so. And now we turn off the magic, so those arriving rate just think trade spotting's like, how does he do it? Is it magic? Nope. My little brother, the genius that he is, Rocky Outcrop, invented that indicator and then upgraded it, updated it, and changed it again so that it does. Important job that even people who copy it don't know. They certainly don't understand or how to use it. So get your information straight from the horse's mouth. Rocky Outcrop on Twitter, it's Rocky_Outcrop, and on YouTube it's just Rocky Outcrop. The man, the machine, Okay, that is interesting. You know, you could call that 7 because it's the gap filled from this morning and it's touched the open and moved up. So I like that. There's also, though, the nature of this broadening formation here. Right angled broadening wedge. Lots of different ways they can go. Let's assume it's down like that. Take you into 2354 or so on, coming back and testing these previous levels, which is maybe what happens in and around these areas. We shall see. We shall see, friendo. Okay, things looking good here. Things good, looking good for you in the chat box. See if any more of those things happened I was looking for. Wow, it's super different using your phone with sunglasses on when you don't need sunglasses. I guess kind of if it's going to be possible. Oh, you might want to see what happens if that was to break up. I should have. No need for the anxiety without this potential optimism. And look at that, that takes you to another important area. We call that confluence. 26.61. As if the face recognition worked. How did that work? How did that facial recognition just work? Hey, what? No way. I don't trust you, phone. Severe lack of trust going on right now in my environment. Like, I don't have, this is like, so all you really need to do is to wear this wig and these glasses and you can get into people's phones. That's essentially what's going on there, because I definitely, like, you can't see my eyes, nothing. Half my nose is covered and I had my mouth closed. Plus it's not the ideal angle. What's going on? Apple Intelligence, right? Apple Intelligence, can you trust it? TikTok, 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 what? Is that a new sound effect or have I just never noticed that before? That's a bit... Shouldn't be doing that to people. What is this, man? A seaside fucking arcade? That shouldn't be happening. I don't know TikTok sound effects. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. That does remind me of a very good meme though. I don't care if Larry Ching himself walks through that door with a list of recommended stocks including live version, which he did. Holy shit, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Get out of town, spotter. I don't believe you did. Well, it happened. You should believe it because it's real. What you got for breakfast? Kevin, huh? Number of cups of coffee. Toast and marmalade. An apple a day steals your identity away. Frisbane, you're much better looking than Roaring Kitty. La Ferrari soon. Well, wouldn't that be nice, eh? If he says it, it must be true. I am excited. I'm excited. Roaring Kitty, we do share some very similar aesthetics. Somebody send this man some ramen that he can slurp into the microphone. Everybody loves mouth noises. Yeah, apparently that's a big thing. Big thing on the interwebs. The ramming it into you. Ramming it into me live. Live person, ramming. Live person, ramming. Pardon me. Sounded like I had a G in there. It didn't. It's ramming. This is a safe show. Safe show, YouTube. Do you need all these lines, butter? I hope they're helpful. If they get confusing, I'll delete some or move them around so they're not in your way. Just let me know. Of course, my horse. My horse. My kingdom for a horse. I'm having a special K for breakfast. Diana Stevens. Diana Stevens, what kind of special K? Is this the grown in the bread basket of America special K, or is this the imported from a Chinese lab kind of special K? Because one of those is good for breakfast, the other a little bit less so. Have you ever tried finding something with sunglasses on? It's really difficult to the point that it's nearly impossible, I've noticed. It's nearly impossible to find something with sunglasses on. Even if it's right in front of you, which it probably is. Oh my god, what was that? Oh my god, what was that? Yo, SSS, thanks for the subscription, it's appreciated. Good news everyone, I found it, but I lost my wig, I'll be back. It's not a wig, it's my real hair. Shut up. Pardon me. Oh shit. So that's what it's like here in Scotland, right? It's not even raining. It's just that there's so much moisture in the air that your hair goes mental just stepping outside. That's why the hairdressers went out of business, big deal in the 70s. People just needed to open their front door and they got a perm. And that's what happened to me. So be careful, you don't go outside today. Be careful. If you're in Scotland, stay away from the outdoors. What did price do? Nothing. It did nothing. There you go. Congratulations. Right? They don't need to halt it anymore. It doesn't move. It's the least volatile stock in the last few moments. AMC still up above 4% today. Less of that downside volatility risk on AMC, of course, because they've got such a fantastic record with regard to CEO and how well they pull through on that front. So congratulations, good to see. Super good moves there. As I say positive things about AMC, the price in GameStop goes up. Have you noticed? There must be a bot out there who's listening to me say about how great Adam Aaron is, how wonderful that man is, and the price of GameStop rises. Right? You can, take that in any way you choose, viewer. You can take it any way you choose. Viewer, right? So what is this? What's going on here, Sputter? Came back in, tested that get back in your box. Came back in, tested this previous formation, taking that trend line across the top side. Suppose you cut out that guy, then you're cutting out this guy. Cut that guy and you're cutting out all the guys. Are you? No, you got 1, 2, 3. Oh, it works. Good. Okay, that's okay then. Make it even more accurate. It really does work. So, if you are looking at an extension there, that's not completely out of realms of possibility. Also, recycling this line like that means we don't need that measured move anymore. So I can see why that would work. And I imagine if you were to also recycle a line from here, you wouldn't need that other measured move. Awesome. It's now less confusing, right? Because we're going to zoom in again. And you don't need to see all of the whys and wheres. You saw it as I was making them. You're aware. I'm going to move this along too, because it would be in around there. It probably happened. And we can drop that guy in it too. There you go. Oh, lovely, neat old little chart. What's the chat box saying? Are you positioned? Are you in your GME positions? That's what I'd like to know. Or are you waiting to enter based on specific results? I'm going to ask that too, Are you... Why is it not working? Are you in a GME position? Would be shares, options, shares and options. Not yet, but planning to be. Give them capitals just because it's like he's sticking with this format. Oh, I've not got a no or a zero option. Right, okay. Well, I don't then. Not yet, but planning to be shares and options, shares. How 4 options? This doesn't speak very highly of Americans. Like they think like choice paralysis kicks in after 4. I can't get a no option if I want to have not but planning to be. Let's just say that not no. Let's no, right? Like no. Includes people who hate GameStop, right? And that's fine. It doesn't give us room for a 0 option. So, I mean, if you don't have an answer and you want to see the answer, some people might end up clicking that too. Anywho, there it is. Start the poll. Oh, don't get in my face. Go away. Yeah. Oh, thank God. Lipson! Alright, we got another Lipson fan in the chat box. Gosh, Dan, love Lipson. Listen! This was when that you were talking there earlier about it. Was it KT and somebody was saying it's 0.58? Well, could easily come down and fill that gap, so if it does, it shall meet me. Again, I shall meet Price in that way I love to, where the rubber meets the road. It's Trade Spot and he's on the show. Right, so this is also a Titan information. There's going to be a break. It either comes back down, fails through all of this and tests the lower level, or it breaks through that resistance and you're looking at go up and test these important higher highs. There are obviously loads of intermittent levels. You can draw them out with fibs, or we could measure the percentages of different moves and find a place, a little nestling area for price action. Likely it's in around that off the top of my head, which if you were to extend this trend line, fair enough, makes sense. You're meeting it now, 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. So it was real after that third one, and this is where they test the strength of it. If you get a proper bounce now, that would speak to, well, the need to go up and test being at the top side. Test, so far so good. It's a very steep trend line. Time, relentless, it moves on. It is relative, but it's relentless. Yay! Well, I could stay watching it, but I can also get the chat box up side by side now because of this split. So, when the bullet hits the bone, yeah. Okay, in 9 minutes I must be on my way. That is very efficient use of your time, Kate. We're working that out well. Matt Johnson, where did Richard Simmons show up? When did Richard Simmons? When did he? I think it was when I went outside. It's La Nina and El Nino, right? You walk outside the front door and your hair goes mental. Why Discord is so important? Because YouTube ghost the brothers. YouTube ghosts. It's true, they disappear in the dead of night and I can't find them anymore. The old YouTube, they ghost me. Ghost me. I'm ghosted. I'm hidden. You don't get notifications often. A lot of people watch the show, really want to watch the show, and don't actually care about YouTube. They have the YouTube app just so they can watch Trade Spotting and or Roaring Kitty should he come back, and Rockin' Outcrop, Mr. Rocky Outcrop himself. And YouTube itself doesn't particularly adhere to its own notification guidelines. You can sign up for notifications, you can turn them on your YouTube app, you can have the bell ticked on the channel. This is what you should do, right? You go down beside subscribe and there's a little bell and you click on that and you'll see YouTubers constantly tell you to click it. I would advise you that it's good if you enjoy this content, click it, because you're much more likely you'll get the notification. And then you go into your app, your YouTube app, which also has notification settings on it, right? And you can limit the amount you're getting. If you're on a certain device, you can turn them off completely, or you can turn them on. And by a lot of people, by default, it's off. So you would have to turn that on. And then you've also got the notification section on your phone in settings, which you can go to down your phone, into settings, into the individual apps, and then turn on notifications for those apps. And then turn on notifications in general for your phone. So and finally, at the end of all of that, you might get a notification. You might when I go live. You might not, because you're also limited. YouTube doesn't like to send more than 3 notifications over any specific period of time. It's like halts. They've got halts on their notifications because they don't want to piss you off. And so typically when 2:30 my time, and when Americans are still getting out of bed, it's not necessarily when YouTube gets the best reaction to its notifications. And so I'm not in the perfect sweet spot, nor are any of yous when it comes to gosh darn notifications. I mostly use YouTube to watch 89 Cats Dolls Countdown. It's good. That's pretty much it. I don't like Rachel. Why not? What's up with Rachel? She's got very strong opinions, but she's good at maths. That's me. The only YouTube channels I have are Rocky Outcrop, Tracebot. Done. Yo, KT, legend that he is. Hey Chandler, why do you know that using the freaking seconds is so accurate? Who do you know that uses a freaking 5 seconds and is so accurate other than Tracebot? Yeah, yeah. Who else? Jamie, you gotta do TA like Norman Ross does painting. Okay, so you know what you're really looking at here, let's be honest, when you talk about these sort of charts, is you've got this area up here. Now if you think about all of this as the top side area where you're trying to manage risk, this is where you're on the way to the moon. And if you're going through the moon, like up here, of course that's going to be through the sky. Nice blue sky at the top side of price section. And down here you've got like the mountains, the mountainous rocky area above price now. You know, that's in around here, and you know, different people look at this differently, but it's like snowy tops, up here. Nice snowy tops, bristling in the wind. It's also true that these are snowy tops here, snowy peaks. Underneath them, of course, you've got your mountainous range here. So there it is. This is those rocky outcrops that we all admire, stand and admire. Those that free our soul. There's massive rocky outcrops, and obviously those rocky mountains are brown. Do we have a brown? Well, you know, the kind of this sort of color here. And then underneath we've got these trees, these beautiful trees. You know what they're like. These beautiful, huge Scott pines. These huge Scots pines in the foreground here. I love them, so we do. Some of them are in the background here too. Little trees in the background. You know, wow, those are nice trees. And this is really pretty much a forest there. And underneath you've got these trees are green. Trees are green, you know. Trees are green. Do you remember Trees are Green? Only 38 years ago, she was the Prime Minister of America. Here we have this guy, lovely Scots pine, impressive Scots pine. That one, this guy. Whoa, suits you, sir. Another brilliant Scots pine here. This stuff is dreams are made of. You know, this is why we're in it in the first place, is to eventually have a view like this and share this aspect. All of us will in future share a new perspective on the world. Just one of them nice little scene we've got going here. And of course you'll want a big lake. Everyone does. Everyone wants a big lake. Let's see, what does that look like? Looks like this. And it's blue. And inside of it is also blue. Nice big lake, reflections of our trees. You know, what a beautiful scene we've got there. What a beautiful scene we have above Price. And we're a big fan. You know, as Price itself scales this mountain and reaches that cliff. It is much further above sea level than us, and so it can see that much further around the curve of the earth. And so it, in some ways, is living ahead of time compared to us. And as such, we look up to it. It's a god of ours up there. Those high-flying those great peaks scaled for us by Price. So that's what we're looking at with regards to the charts. Has everybody stopped watching now? 330 viewers. I've got 25% more people watching now than before we were Robert Rossing it. So this is the charts. Now people will tell you technical analysis doesn't work. Have they seen this masterpiece? Composition is a little off. Diana Stevens, are you sure? I was sure I had it was spot on. Happy Little Fibs. Yes, Happy Little Fibs. So much easier to read now. In fact, you're welcome, Nick. Yeah, no bother. Happy Little Tree, Happy Little Fibs. Tresbon, Happy Little Fibs. Yes, lovely Happy Little Fibs. We need some Happy Little Fibs on there. Sorry, that's why the viewership dropped when I started talking, because you thought I'd finished the drawing. No, there's lots more to go on. So there's a Happy Little Fib in here. That's a nice Happy Little Fib. And as you can see, second peak in the mountain range was 50% of that first peak, and that's really good to see. Come down here. We just guess that's where the low is, because, you know, there's so much paint on the canvas now, we're not really able to tell. And so, you know, making your way back above 24 spots 96 would be the significant thing to do in relation to the haircut that the previous mountain range peak took. Would we look to see it break above that same equivalent now? Could do, suits you, sir. So Price, will you escape the magic picture? Who do you know that uses this? I'm back in time again. Hi, hit the like button. Yeah, hi, Space Monkey, thank you very much. 143 likes and 300 plus viewers. That's pretty good. I think we can pick that up a little bit, though. People coming in, leaving, not getting their likes in. I mean, that's criminal, guys. There'll be cops coming after you and kick you up at work, and then you'll feel bad. Okay, price is trying higher. I like it. We've got the as the bird flies. You know, as the bird flies. Birds don't like flying into mountains, right? They don't work for Lufthansa. These birds, they like it. They like it when they can soar higher than the mountain peaks, and so as the bird flies, must go across those peaks and must create its own horizon. But Price hates birds because it knows the birds lie, so it's going up there to check it out, investigate for itself, as AMC, which was up 5.04% in the days, crashing down to 4.88%. Oh my god, that's Adam Aaron's fault himself right now. What's he doing? Probably diluting as much as he possibly can. What you like, Adam? Are you, is it? And this is not me actually ridiculing Adam. I'm mocking the people who do. I'm mocking the people who do. And at the same time, I've got a little bit of mocking for those people in Mockistan. Themselves big fans of fundamental analysis. Not that that's what they're actually doing. They just don't know how to do technical analysis, and they think that, you know, a silly little story is that. Anyone can tell stories, by the way. Anyone. Especially stories that are a mystery that doesn't have an ending. And if it's one description of reality, then you're lucky, because reality itself will have some conclusion to your theory, either proving it right or wrong. Do you know the theory of inefficiency in offices? Well, I think it was Lawrence talks about how everyone that works in an office or in that environment, they get promoted when they do a good job, and they keep getting promoted and promoted until such times as they're not getting promoted anymore because their efforts at the role aren't outstanding enough to earn a promotion. And so effectively everybody is promoted into a position where they're no longer very good, and everybody is promoted to a position of incompetence. So you are elevated to incompetence through these environments, which is abhorrent antithesis to someone who's competitive and has my kind of fighting spirit. So if you've ever resonated with the thoughts and feelings you see expressed here, then perhaps that's one articulation when you're telling your boss that you invested and traded your way to a fuck you position. You now want to tell your boss, fuck you. You can tell him in a way that doesn't include those words, but instead say you don't want to stay in the job until you reach his position, which would be promoted to a place of incompetence. But instead you want to go out and explore your true potential, especially now that you've made enough money to be financially free. And then you can say, also, go fuck yourself. And I swear, that situation, that environment, it's nearly worth getting the job in the first place, just so you can leave in that way. What a drawing. I love this drawing. The only thing that's lacking is a house. You know, people want to live in a place like this. Now, if it's you, you're probably like me, you want a wee house down here, right? A little house down here. Oh, we don't want Microsoft Word. We want a little house down there. Chill out. It'll be a white house because we'll paint it white, because, well, we'll pay somebody else to paint it white. I've learned my lesson there already enough times. And it'll obviously have a roof on the house. And that roof will have a door. Looks like that. It'll also have a little window. And this is starting to look like a scary little cartoon character. Anyway, that's what it is. And there's a path up to that house from down here, which is great. And you'll want a Cybertruck. So Cybertruck, quite easy to draw a Cybertruck. Every 4-year-old can. There you go. It's pretty much an exact Cybertruck, and that's clearly in the foreground because it's closer and it's a pretty little Cybertruck. We won't want to get too close to the water, or what happened to my hair will happen to that Cybertruck. Anyway, as you can see here, we've got a nice picture across price. How many people are watching? 301, so we've lost 10% of the viewership. Trading in my office job right now. Good luck, Kevin. Good luck out there in that dangerous road. Does that not mean your boss owns all your money? Can you trade it all away? Not with the ChatGPT, we ain't. What are we doing with ChatGPT? It's in there, in the Apple Intelligence. Yeah, we've got this Apple Intelligence. It's really just ChatGPT. That's like You know the grift. You know there's a big grift. I've experienced it happening to me a lot. Whereas people just like go around seeing you do the work, figuring out where the holes in the market are, and putting the pieces together for people, or you know, elicit the work from others by because you already know it, and you want those people who are in the audience to learn it for themselves. So you encourage them to go out and discover it and find it, and then they all create. They create this the DD, you know, like we've done it here together. Wiki Wilkes is well experienced of it, you know, talking about the option chain, talking about various aspects to it. And like I say, during that show, he didn't reveal the real triggers that caught him to that attention there and to make certain decisions. But we needed a show that would help people understand a big move was coming on GameStop, and so together we decided in a way to articulate it that would get people interested, and it worked very significantly. But the result of that is that there's now a culture of trying to find things on the options chain that are got nothing to do with moving price, because it was so significant, that video, and it had such an impact with certain people. But none of these people say the reason they're doing it is because of what we did in that video that day. Instead, they just do the things that don't work that we did in that video to make a point, and it doesn't work for them. And they're probably at this stage now wondering why. But the reason why is because they were not following the real plan. They were just copying what we were doing, and that's never going to work. So, could be a pianist. Gobby the Butcher. Bobby Literally could be a pianist, huh? Randy, thank you very much for being here, Randy. And he's those kitties. Now making friends now. Making friends. Price still at that 24, 25 level. Could be a lot worse. And let's just check in with price. Turn off these drawings for now. And you can see price action holding steady at the minute. Interesting. A little bit of a pennant on the go there. Draw that on, but all manner of things now reappear. You have that line along the top side, so we don't need that one. And as you can see, there's this equivalent underneath here. Price coming up now to a decision point. Now, I've seen people try to describe what's happening here in these moments. When a shape, let's just keep things as simple as possible, right? When a shape like this, with a line at the top and a line at the bottom, which are apart where they begin and converge together at the end, and that shape is a triangle, and if price is caught within that triangle, with lower and lower highs, higher and higher lows, holding the bottom line underneath the top line, it approaches the end of that shape, and at the end of that shape it typically will move. Now, I've recently seen a really nice chap on the PP show called Michael talk about this concept in the way that he understands it and is approaching it, and I thought, you know, he himself has intuited one aspect of the way in which price moves. Shout out Michael, good spot there. And what maybe Michael doesn't know is that everybody else is also aware of these concepts, and maybe even, you know, slightly more sophisticated versions. Now, I'm trying to keep this simple for the audience rather than exclusively talk to Michael, obviously, so everybody bear with me in this disparate, wide-ranging conversation. The points I'm making are that you can add to your knowledge here, and that is that price doesn't wait until these two lines converge before it makes its decision with regards to the direction of travel upon departure. It makes the decision in advance, and that's because everybody can see that that decision will be made and is coming up, and typically you'll see it at about 75% of that pattern's completion rate. So you would then perhaps say, from where you have both, you've got 540, 550 bars, so you can work out yourself, 10% is 55, 70%, 7 times that is 350 bars, so, or something. Anyway, you're more than that already. So you're in more than 70% already, which means that the decision time is coming, right? Anywhere in this part of price then, from about here to this part of the formation, being that it's, you know, been in that formation for all this period of time means that somewhere in around here, price is going to bounce, and it'll either go up to this area here or it'll go down to this area here. And as you can see now, you've got a very pretty little picture of price, which could break at any time. And when that happens, price will either be up here in the sky, you know, which is very likely, or it'll break down here and land on your Tesla, right? And nobody wants it down here landing on your Tesla, because these things, they rust, right? Even the odd insect can cause it some damage. And so essentially, this is what we've got. We've got a picture of the potential of price based on the behavior of price within the pattern. So if you've got any more questions, let me know. This is, of course, a technical analysis show, but at this stage, you know, you're probably admiring my art. I certainly am. It's quite a sophisticated show as typically, but on this particular occasion, we've got a description of the art that's happening. What are gaps? Why do they need to be filled? And how are they filled? Hello, Y2. Gaps are typically where price action has not traded due to market being closed, so not traded on a lit exchange, but traded instead in post markets, and those trades are done exclusively between participants of individual exchanges rather than across the markets at large. There's no national best bid offer, that's the NIBO pricing, and these are not official prices of the stock. So if price opens in the morning, at which point consensus on the New York Stock Exchange is determined by an auction system, market makers again involved. If you see price open at a different place from where it closed the day before, then there is a gap, and that gap is seen visually with an actual gap on price, an actual gap between an open and a closing price. So for example, we'll go back in time to this morning, turn off the drawings, and here, price closed at this level, 24.80, and it opened, there you see, Monday close here, opened on Tuesday morning down at 24.49, so there was a gap of about 40 cents, and that gap is expressed here in this visual lack of price candles. There's no price candle, so there's a gap. You don't necessarily get that on a line chart, but you do on a candlesticks chart, which is how we teach the course, www.technicalanalysis.school. I get a lot of questions after the show, like, what's your course? Do you have a course? What's the course? Is there a link to the course? That's what it is. Links in the description below. And you won't learn how to do artistic charts the way I did them today. You'll learn how to do the initial, accurate, high-fidelity technical analysis that will improve your risk management and make you money over time. Technicalanalysis.school. www is needed, right? Because, well, I'm a 90s kid, so you include your www and you write technicalanalysis.school. That'll take you to my school and you'll be able to learn how to do things. This gap, right, we teach people on candlestick charts a lot of the things to do, and here it is, candlestick charts present you with that gap. In that gap, there's very low liquidity. That is to say, at all of these prices, as soon as an order was made and as soon as price approached that area, more and more market participants, some of which are high frequency trading bots, put orders on the order book at that place. And those orders on the order book, as price is trading, tend to be much bigger and much more of them than you would have found in an area where price hasn't been trading recently. And that could be in a gap, right? So even if in a further back in time, you know, a lot of this price action here, it might mean there's still orders in it around 25 bucks and change here on the charts. But as price opens here at 24.44, there'll be orders coming in here at this area on the charts. And then within that gap is a lack of liquidity. And that lack of liquidity, well, Rocky and I will tell you exactly how to use it if you want to know. If you're a serious trader, that's the sort of information that will make a difference. If you're just a retail trader and you want to keep working in the cheese sandwich factory and your way to make money is to buy GameStop and just hold, then you don't need to know much more about gaps. If you are a serious trader, if you're into option contracts, if you're certainly if you want to give up this job in the cheese sandwich factory and do this for a living, then You'll want serious people helping you and giving you the correct answers. I also see on these tiny time frames you've got little gaps. Price moves on these tiny time frames, 5 seconds, so it can make it difficult to do certain things. So that's what you're looking at there with regards to the technicals. Now, if I was doing this live on CNBC, or they were watching what was going on here today, then the high frequency trading algorithms would be set against us. They'd say, why is he behaving in such a ridiculous manner? Why is it that Mr. Tradespotting is dressed like he is, wears sunglasses with plasters on the sunglasses, his hair's gone frizzy? I mean, they'd understand that, right? The moisture in the air, El Nino, La Nino, it's a big deal. You say, Tradespotting, why are you doing so many reservations? And I would, yeah, you're right, I should take it easy, not renovate everything all at once. Stay on top of this. Project management, right? It's a big part of any job. Oh, there goes your house. Buy house. I'm going to stop doing that, and I'm going to start doing that. Much easier now. So he says, as the mountains disappear, as the pretty little fibs been removed from price action. If you have any questions about the things I just said, let me know. Happy to help. So we got this expression, we got the topside move, we met that downward sloping resistance, and we're starting to break out of it now. Move to the top side would be first 25.50, that sort of level, then break that 26.20, and then you're looking for the 26.61. This is a very important target that I drew out before the stream started. So let's see. Do you make it? Do you make it? If you don't, this is the potential area to look to. I'll show you why that area is important again using this is the full expression of liquidity, and if you break down from here, you'll be looking at moves in and around there. So a little bit extra, test that previous low, very possible, break to the top side, you've got this area to aim for. What was that? Bada bidding, missed it again. Diana Stevens has become a member. Did somebody get a membership gift for her? Is that what has happened? No, you got it yourself. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Diana Stevens. A lot of people don't. A lot of people get gifts and they never renew them. But I know very much that you, committed member of the channel now, the last while. It's been great to have your contributions. Kevin, hey Bobby. Kevin, hey Kevin. Hey, look at that. 2 good blokes in the chat. Appreciate them. This is all my fault. Sarah, what did you do this time? But the bigger the gap with no real news, the more likely it would be to close within a reasonable time. I have no input on the percentage. Some things are worth waiting for. Justin knows that, so he does. Delayed gratification. If it's going to get you more by delaying your satisfaction for that period of time, then you'll feel even more satisfied. You should go for that delayed decision because you are in commune with your future self and you'll shortly be that person. So keep them happy. Seems a lot of brokers, mobile brokerage apps are down today, wondering why. Low-key, trustworthy. I agree. Yes, that was what happened to me there. You might have noticed if you were, I'm not sure if you were live at that point. I was live, but I'm not sure if you were here there at that time. But yeah, mine was just not doing anything. It was taking my order and then doing that AI thing. You know where AIs are like, I'm just spinning this circle, and you're like, fuck you AI, spinning your circle at me. Like, that's not AI level interaction. You know, talk to me about something, or don't spin a circle at me. Don't just sit there spinning a circle. What do you think you are, a microwave? Stop it, you know. Stop acting stupid in front of me, AI. That's what I feel like saying. But of course, these things are they're sent to try us. This spinning circles. So yeah, I was doing it, and then I'd be like, well, that's not worked, right? And I need this stuff, so I'm now going to go and try it again. So I'd go in and try it again, and the spinning circle would return. And then I'd think, well, I'll try now one more time, see what happens. And again, spinning circle returns. And then I think, well, I better check my orders tab to see if these orders are going through. And I open it up, and it starts spinning. And then I think, well, why are you letting me open the tabs if you're not going to load the page? What is this? So then I go and I click, well, fuck it, market order. If you're going to be like this, let's see. And then it works. And then you're like, right, okay, that's a scam. I'll put my limit orders on. I'll get back to the show. Seems a lot of brokers, yes, seems like they're scammy. And like, I'm using a good one, a big one that shouldn't be scamming me, but it still feels like it might be. All hail Dorito. The special triangle prophecy predicts change. Methane. Nice. That's a rap. More like triangle, cry by angle. Ah, this is the Mr. D, David. He's nice enough though. He's nice enough. I think so. You know, and he was onto something there. He intuited something about the charts, I think, from what I could see. I watched the PP show there last night for a bit, and seen various people do TA on there, and they all seem like genuinely trying. You know, they're like they're not just making. I mean, maybe they are making things up, quote unquote, but the point is that they're trying to communicate with what they see. You know, genuinely are trying to communicate that. So it's one of those instruments you clap your hands on but need smooth fingers. What is? William C. and GME. Smooth fingers, it'll slip between them. Professor Erwin Curry was often billed as the world's foremost authority on fucking everything. Yes, he's a legend and he has the best haircuts. Died when he was 90 something. People say you either live long enough to become a legend, or no, you die. Your legend lives long enough. You die, or you live long enough to become hated. What do they say? I'm not sure. Anyway, he lived for ages, and he was still a legend. I have traded for the day at work, upping my education with that trade spotting. Way, legend. That Cybertruck is spot on. Nulled out. Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's how they designed it. Elon Musk designed it when he was 5, using TradingView, and he said, "Okay, build me this car," and they were like, Elon, can I and he was like, no, 80% of you are fired, get out of here. Also, I'm getting my 56 billion and you can shut up. I just designed a Cybertruck. I am worth it. And you can't argue with them. Would you review Lipson? Yeah, sure. Lipson is amazing. Lipson as terrible. Boy Richard, let's say about it. I'll try and help you better. If you've got a specific question you'd like answered, something that you want to know, and then if you tell me what that is, I can say hypothetically, if I was you, or if the situation was pertinent to me, how I might respond or behave. If you can frame it for me and articulate what it is that you'd like to understand, I can definitely search for an answer for you. My friends, all of you, of course. All of you, of course. All of you, of course, sir. Talk to me, Lisbon. Talk to me. Love you, lad. Nae puffin. Nae puffin. He's puffing. He's breaking those rules. He is breaking those rules. I like the art. Great to hear it. Great to hear it. That'll be why I became a member then. Because of the art. You see? And people say like, hey, Trace button. Too much art. Buru is skyrocketing. If you were looking for a good entry on LPSN, where are you looking? At 0.55 cents, at 0.64 cents, at 0.65 cents, at 0.49 cents, at 0.44 cents. Those are all places where I would have limit orders if I wanted Lipson. And I would also be cognizant of the fact that time is passing and I want a position. So as well as waiting for price to come to me, I'd be going out and meeting price. I'd be quite promiscuous with price in that regard. Just one, I got a question about Lipson, but I don't want people getting mad. Well, you could keep it to yourself, or you can tell me on the Discord, or you can ask it, and people, well, they can get mad, right? All of these things are possible. It's up to you, my friend. You either trade like a Doomslayer or YOLO long enough to become a fanny. XD knows the chat. I have XXXX, an average price of Lipson of 0.64. Is it irresponsible of me that I wish to average up to 0.69 for the meme? Not at all. You know, a lot of people have expressed regret when they average down. that they don't have that figure anymore, because they only bought it to have it there at that price in their account. That was the only reason, because it's a laugh. I'm the god of keeping things to myself. Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce. He's a man of many secrets. XXXX shares. Nice. That's nice. That's lots of them. That's lots of them, you know. So should it go up to those high levels, that'd be very positive, wouldn't it? Hey Jamie, since the lower time frames are less reliable, does that degrade the reliability of the flash then? No, not really. We've not just seen it. We've filled like 4 already since the show started, which is what, a couple of hours into the day, 4 flashes. Right? That's more than money than the vast majority of people watching the show will make it in their job if you were trading it, especially if you know what you're doing with regards to position size and risk management. Then you know, obviously they happen quicker because those are time frames are smaller. Doesn't necessarily mean that if they're always going to happen. You know, price could move away from that area to a significant degree, at which point it's the distance from price rather than the time frame you find it on. I was staying at this bed and breakfast in Selkirk. Over the bed a plagar was hung, nae puffin. A placard was hung, nae puffin. In Selkirk, nae puffin. That's suitable chat for that part of town. I like it. Selkirk, famous town in Scotland. Schwab is worthless. It's fucking, yeah, it's fucking awful. Since like a year and a half, people have been just leaving it en masse. Money miles, money miles, money miles. There's an RO flash room. The question you ask is like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but if you had read the RO flash room on the Discord, which everyone who has the flash has access to, then you would ask a better question, sir, a much better question, which I'll let you discover yourself if you get over there. GME, May the 17th, 8K for Lipson, notice of delisting for failure to minimum bid compliance. This is FUD, perp. That's FUD. Deadline to, so what happens is, you need to get yourself over to Discord and read, you need to read the Discord thread on LivePerson, and there's a pinned post in there. So when companies trade for less than $4, they're called pink slips, though that's old terminology. They're actually penny stocks, less than $4, because less than $4 per share, you don't qualify to be on the national market system. Okay, this is the stuff nobody knows. So being lower than $4 means you're not on the national market system, which means that it's illegal for certain funds to trade those stocks, so they don't come to the horizon of large money managers. If they're trading for less than $1, then many exchanges, including NYSE, where Gamestop is listed, and the Nasdaq, where Lisbon is listed, Lisbon listed on the Nasdaq, they won't let companies persist at trading for less than $1 per share, at which point they give them a delisting notice. Very commonly, those stocks don't wait for that delisting notice to expire. They either apply for an extension, and the vast majority are given them, or they go through a split, which can change one share into 20 if you're going for a forward split and creating more shares, or if you're going for a split to fight a delisting notice, it will be a reverse one, so 20 shares would turn into 1. The price of that stock will go from what is currently trading at to 20 times that, which would take it above $1 per share, and at that point everyone will still own the same proportion, apart from those people who were creditors to that firm, who themselves won't be diluted. So there'll be a tiny impact there on individual shareholders. It creates this depressing nature to price and can lead to gravity increasing and share price going down and pushing down significantly. So these are things to be aware of, very much so, Pertman. But you'll learn so much more about that on that thread. And when I say that's FUD, I don't mean, you get out of here, who do you think you are? Oh my god, not at all. I mean, I respect exactly where you come from. It's useful, helpful information. It's important to be aware of these things and to understand the details, the data, and what they mean, rather than take the delisting potential to be something that cues fear, uncertainty, and doubt in your own mind. And so this is the way I'm thinking about it, rather than how others might say, don't say FUD, because that's not allowed. We don't want anyone else to hear anything bad. Not at all. I mean, I want everyone to be completely aware of the point Pertman raises there. They've got a delisting notice. potentially that leaves them moving to OTC, over the counter trading, as opposed to on an exchange like NYSE. The question about whether that's going to happen, that's part of the risk involved in this trade, and it is one of the reasons why it represents a deep value opportunity. So thanks very much for a really good question on Lipson Perkman, and I hope I did you justice with the answer. If you want to know more contextually about those rules, how companies respond, the implications of a split, or this exact scenario and how it applies to Lipson, get yourself over to www.discord.gg for good game /Rocky Outcrop, and then ask when you arrive, where is the Lipson thread? And many people will point you to it. I usually see a 10. Oh, you didn't read the rest of your message. Deadline November the 6th. Yeah, well, I mean, they'll get an extension, probably. But if it didn't happen by then, November the 6th to regain compliance. I usually see a 10-to-1 reverse split in this situation. What's your take? Yeah, good. Pretty good. Well, I mean, the only thing I'd say is that more fashionable over the last couple of years, last year especially, looking at 20-to-1, right? Why not? That sort of thing. Sometimes you see 5-6-to-1. You wonder when they do that sort of thing why it is. It's because they don't want to cause too much dilution, and they've got warrants in around the same time that are going to have other impacts. And very often when companies do go through a reverse split because they have been given a delisting notice, they will also restructure their capital processes and their debt situation. So that's something to be aware of, which I can't talk anymore about because because the me that's not breaking the law doesn't know anything. Okay, the me that's not breaking the law doesn't know anything. Words are amazing. You just put them in the right order. You can get away with crazy ass shit. TradeSpot open interest, 21st of the 6th, $20, 166 spot 400. We're talking about GameStop. They have to hold over $1 for 10 consecutive days to regain compliance by November the 6th, which is unheard of. What is? That companies regain compliance? That's not unheard of. What are you talking about? Not unheard of. Where do you reside? In the capital of Scotland, the birthplace of the Enlightenment. Trade spotting, what is the resistance level and how much wood can a woodchuck chuck? Wood can chuck shitloads, especially if it gets out, chucking it before the fall, right? Because you don't want your wood getting all wet. You want it to dry out. Stack it in the wood closet, and keep it there over winter for the wood popping, the pip poppity dopping in. Pertman, why do you think it's unheard of? And Inichiro, resistance on what particular stock are we talking about exactly? As GameStop goes to a trade spotting line. Kevin Hat, if Sally sells seashells at the seashore, how many seashells can she sell before the summer ends? Depends. What's the addressable market like? What's the addressable market? Is this a popular tourist location? Do Ryanair have an airport nearby? Is the Airbnb, local restrictions on Airbnb, are they slacks or tight? And yeah, how far is this from a local airport? And I'll give you the answer on exactly how many sales Sally will sell at the seashore before the summer ends. Why is the price different here than what I'm seeing? Well, because Bing Bong, the price is wrong, Peyton. What price are you looking at? And what exchange are you looking at it on? Bing Bong, price is wrong. She'll be selling at the shores of Spain. Well, is this on one of the Spanish islands or on the mainland? I'd ask again. And is this at Barcelona, where Bing Bong, the beach is fake? Or is this in the south of Spain, Costa del Sol, where the beaches are beautiful? The people too, in the Mediterranean basin. Barcelona is becoming anti-tourist. Many of the Spanish holiday islands likewise, and part of that is because of the house of pricing. Now they blame it on the tourists, but it is their government and the squeeze we're seeing on the middle class. Are you Scottish? I certainly am. I was born in Scotland, and here is where I live. My parents are both Irish, so I have an Irish heritage, and those formative years that caused me to have such a deep distrust of authority and a fucking hate institutions, and actually see these systems for what they are, and learn that no system is perfect, and so there will always be a degree of efficiency lacking there. And when that system then is at full speed, those nuts and bolts, they become looser. That extra little bit that flaps out the side rages against the edge of that system until such times as it breaks. And so no system lasts forever, and the greater velocity that you put through it, the quicker it is, it'll thrash itself to death. And that's exactly what I'm going to help these institutions do, and it's essentially what we're up to today. So if you didn't realize that, welcome to the truth. That's why you sound like a baby reindeer. A baby reindeer here in the heart of the unicorn, the country of unicorns. I lived in Helensburgh. Legend! Do you have a Scottish accent? Yes, it's what it happens when you don't take care of your wood. You gotta take care of your wood. Good message there from Bobby Butcher. And a reminder to all the men of the audience there, check your wood, check your balls. Stay on top of those plastic balls you've got there now. Have you seen the show Baby Reindeer? No, I haven't. I wish I had time for that. Jamie looking like Sugar Shane O'Malley today. I'm the hooligan. I can see the correlation. Fucking institutions. Have you seen the show Baby Reindeer? I've read that, but I've not seen it. Tell me, why? Is there some correlation? Is there some coincidence? What drew the question? Is the person in it Scottish or something? We're more likely to turn it on if that's true. Some might say they prefer their wood wet. Right, well, not if they've got a log burning stove. If you've got an open fireplace, you don't want that spark on you. It doesn't retain the heat or burn as well. It's just not as efficient, right? You'd be getting more boonsons for your buck if you let it dry out in it. Gamestop, it was up 1% or 2%. It's down 1% or 2% now. Lipson. Fucking hell! This every time, there's like I would have got what I wanted, but IBKR was like, no, computer says no, and then, fucking happens again, and now there it is up and posted up. Right, it was down a lot. Now it's up, and it does that. I'm not like thinking like, oh, I could have made 6.5%, which is a significant amount on any trade, right? I'm not saying that, like, because in my mind, and obviously everyone's different, all these prices are ridiculously cheap. But 6.35% at 0.61, previously at 0.65. It only needs to go up 30 cents. I know that's 100%, and that would add to the market cap significantly, and that's a conceivably large amount of money, but it's all about demand and supply. Nobody's wanted this thing for a very long time. Used to trade up at 50, 55, 60, 65, 70 bucks. So the downward trend, the pressure on price action, nobody's really wanted it. Well, a lot of people have made money selling it, and so there's a pressure on price. But then recently, for some reason, shitloads of people have started buying it over and over and over. And there's somebody buying it every Friday. And then there's other people in the option chain going bonkers. And, shit happens, as you've noticed with GameStop. So, we shall see, right? Like I said yesterday. Well, I did say something yesterday, but I'm not repeating it now because I'm not sure if I'm allowed. Anyway, so you'll all watch it and you'll all have a great time. GameStop currently coming in at 24.32. Love it, love it, love it, loving it like that. Cut up, get there, better to the top side. Let's see it happen. Alrighty, let's go, Pricey-o. Let's go, Pricey-o. I could be a GME cheerleader at this rate. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm aiming too high now. Aiming too high. Calm down, Sputter. What do you think this is? AMC up 6.48%. Adam Aaron has turned it around. Legend. I don't know what he's done in the last few minutes, but he's improved the fundamentals of AMC so that the market cap has gone up 6.37%, which is about 18 million or something. Wow, amazing work. Good shout out Adam Aaron, adding $18 million to the value of the company based on the fundamentals somehow in seconds. Amazing how fundamentals have such an impact on the value of price, and it's got, isn't that amazing? So what's everybody in the chat box saying? Perkman, have you withstood my Have you stood my assault of data? Where is Pertman? There he is. What was that? They have to hold. Okay, I've read this bit. Trace point, open interest. I'm not sure what you meant there. What you're talking about, Alien? Trace point. What's the resistance level we got here? Past years. She sells seashells. We covered that. She'll be selling them on the shores of Spain. We knew that. Rotten wood. Ugh. Right. Have you seen the show Baby Reindeer? We already read that, and no, I haven't. The therapist's name on Suits was Lipschitz. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. They had a therapist, huh? Let it dry, and then as it burns more efficiently, we average down. Haha, yeah! Let it dry out, and then burn it. It takes place in London. London, Scotland. Everyone, lurker here, have to say I'm learning a lot, trying to digest all the knowledge you are giving out, getting inspired to finally try to learn to trading and apply myself. Thank you, from SZ Peters. SZ Peters, it's really good to know you're out there. Anyone who's lurking, you can always say hi. It's good to know you're out there. And if at a later date you do then reach out, as Peters is doing, for that little bit of extra info to level up your trading, people will remember you. They'll know that you've got time at the markets and time in this show. They'll respect you for sharing their community, and they'll help you. So always if you've got any inclination at all to do that in future, or to say hello now, take the opportunity, do it. Let everyone in the chat box know you exist, and they later will recognize your name. You sound like the character Alessandro Scalora. Is he sure it's not the wig? Can you give a rundown of what the IRA was? Too long, didn't read version. Okay, so in Ireland, during British rule, there was a terrible crime committed on the Irish population where all of their food was exported during a potato blight. It's called, outside of Ireland, the Irish famine. Everyone in Ireland know it was a mass murder on the edge of genocide committed by the British government. What they were doing was stealing all the Irish people's food, creating it so that they couldn't get enough land to grow their own food, because they'd say any Catholic's not allowed to inherit land, and any Protestant who converts from Catholicism to Protestantism, they inherit everything, and all the other siblings are cut out. And it created this brother against brother feeling, this sister against sister anger in the country. It was a deliberate way of doing that. And shortly afterwards, it caused these problems with regards to the way food and stuff is grown, and that through all parts of the value chain, to the point that all that food was being exported and the people were starving to death despite the fact that there was plenty of food to go around. And it created this historical grievance in Ireland because the population were being massacred in a painful and disgusting way by the British government. And so when these things started to reoccur, when there was no way to get food, when there was no way to have a democratically elected representative, when there was that deficiency in the government system, and it was particularly impactful on Irish people, there later became this resurgence of food stamps. The Vincent de Paul Society with church, they'd be helping people with clothes, and they were doing all they could. But there was also a strong lack of like public education, which meant that the Irish soul persisted in that culture, when in others it might have been co-opted into a greater system. And so it's left the Irish soul and the Irish vision as more melodic, as more musical, as more fun and more human. And it's a great quality of Irish people. Unfortunately, there was also terrible violence against the people, and so they created a self-defense force called the IRA, the Irish Republican Army. There was various versions of it. Now, it was created by Protestants. Wolfe Tone, he was one of them. He was a Protestant, and he created it not to protect Catholics, but to protect Irish people. And so the IRA, they were never a sectarian force. They weren't founded in those principles. They weren't anti-Protestantism. And throughout the history of that army, there was a lot of people in that organization who were Protestants. Many, many years later, after terrible crimes committed on both sides, abuse of population, control of black markets, exploitation of power, and terrible criminal events, all designed and controlled again by the British government, because the IRA became an important part of the narrative that they could use against other sections of society to divide and conquer. For example, there was an organisation called the Black and Tans. That was the name of these guys who were employed by the British government to go out to Catholic areas, beat people up, try and create migration from Catholic areas so that they would have, defined zones for each group of people. It created this sectarian nature through the loyalist exploitation of a tragic scenario as funded by the British government, which left even more hatred and vicious anger between these groups, which itself is a great tragedy, because the common man, they're all on the same side. We're all on the same side, despite the things that the politics that would divide us are irrelevant, because we're all struggling on the same side of this wall. And unfortunately, brother was pitted against brother, sister against sister, and it created this terrible problem. So the IRA, they've developed from somebody who give out food stamps to people who took on a more aggressive version of their defense of the country, and it created problems later ultimately created problems. They were able to persist against the British government despite the overwhelming odds, because they have friends. Those friends included America, and America greatly supported the IRA at the formative stages of its development. Later on, reaching more recent generations, the British government decided this idea called internship, where they would take lots of young Irish Catholics who may or may not be involved, sympathisers with that side of the argument, and they'd put them in prison, and those prisons would be on ships that floated out at sea, and they'd not let them see their families or go home. Many of them died there, having done nothing wrong, and created even more problems. And so my gran started a charity, and that charity would visit these prisoners and take them food and bare necessities to keep them alive. And in doing that, she became a great friend to that organisation. She was then invited to America to meet various friends of it, and was big friendly then with JFK, your president at one stage, John F. Kennedy. She was able to just walk in the door, and people will tell you, she would tell you herself, it was because she was a teacher, he liked teachers, and at that time you could just knock on the door and walk on in. But actually there's a lot more to it. And so these organisations, they did so well, because they had friends across the world. It left them with a history, a heritage, and like I say, a lot of things have happened that have impacted the Irish soul. That's one of them. Nothing to do with trading, but there we have it. 11% of people here don't have a GME position. That boggles my mind. Why are you here and why don't you have a position? Because, James, this channel isn't about GameStop. GameStop is just one thing, and it's a tiny thing in the greater world. What actually matters here is the future of the people who are involved, and it's not tied to the future of GameStop. It's tied to how they manage and control their risk. And there's far bigger opportunities available to trade and to improve your financial freedom than GameStop, right? GameStop's gone down, relentlessly so, for 3.5 years. It was abandoned any communication of the topic by Rowan Kitty because it was too hard and too difficult and more likely to make money doing other things. So that's where people here are. Making money, deploying capital, doing well. Now GameStop's down 1.73%. People learn a lot about technical analysis from watching me. They're able to apply those tips, skills and tricks to everything else they trade and generate significant returns on their money, which some people put back into GameStop, other people don't, because the opportunity cost is too great and the fight not theirs, and that's totally understandable. I'm here to help everybody, and I know that ultimately at the end of this journey, when I achieve my objectives of destroying a couple of entities who stand in my way and who've affected me in the past, then GameStop won't be that vehicle for change anymore. It'll be a company like any other, very successful one. It'll have done its job, but the idea of growth won't be there anymore because it'll have done that. The idea of change won't be there because it'll have changed those things. The idea of destroying your enemy won't exist because they'll have been eviscerated. And at that point, nobody who watches this channel will give a fuck about GameStop. They'll be caring about what they do to change their community. They'll want to persist in that ability, and so they'll be trading the things with potential, with growth, with opportunity, and with the idea that it's going to expand their capital. The velocity and the accumulation of that capital will not end, even if the GameStop narrative does. And of course, it ends at different places for everybody. So you don't have to hold a GameStop position. You're not prejudiced against by not holding a GameStop position. A lot of people who are hitting that no button aren't yet in position because they're waiting. And so there's a whole different take on the GameStop story other than blindly and ideologically trade something. And that is not my approach. That's not my intention to communicate it to be like that. And those people who hit the no button, they've made a decision to watch this show when I talk about GameStop often, despite the fact that they don't trade it. And I've got a huge, massive level of respect for those people, and I appreciate them desperately. So don't let it baffle your mind. And why are you here? It's quite an aggressive, confrontational point when what you could be saying is, that's awesome that you guys are still here. That's brilliant. And learning more about their perspective rather than the aggressive, confrontational version of the way that that's phrased. Though I don't necessarily want to come down on you like a ton of bricks. The point of this poll, which is now really not to create division, but instead to learn about people's perspective. What interesting takeaway from this poll isn't that 11% of people don't have a position, it's that 72% of people are smart enough that they're trading shares and not shares and options, which means that they're not exposed to theta decay, they are not on the hook for potentially losing everything should it expire below their strike. And they've done well, so great to see it. Well said, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to sound so conversational. No problem, James. I appreciate that you came back and explained yourself there, and I've got an awful lot of respect for you in the same way that I try to communicate respect for people who take control of their own destiny and make their own decisions in response to you. I've got the same level of respect for you for coming back, and the fact that you put in a sorry there as well, you didn't need to, but I respect that as well. Thank you very much, James. Appreciate you, mate, and the way you were able to communicate there at the end. I think we're getting on better and better. And often, I explain this to people, and it's well known in Scotland. So it's unusual that I have to explicitly articulate it to Americans, right? But in Scotland, you don't have to be best friends with someone to respect them. You go through something with somebody that might involve difficult conversations, and if you're still friendly and respect each other afterwards, then you guys are actually probably better friends than people who've never fallen out, meet up every Sunday and eat cake together, right? Because you've been through a degree of an intense conversation at the very least. The potential for you to have fallen out, and both of you managed to see through any distinctions, to communicate over and above what might have been opportunities to fall out, and strengthen your relationship still further. And that's why I'm very proud to be Scottish and Irish. Hence why I worked as a financial analyst. Alessandro Scalora, hence why I specialized in financial statements but analysis, but I became a technical analysis trader. Awesome, Alessandro Scalora. He knows the crack. He studied fundamentals, and he realized that they might give you a narrative and ultimately a direction, especially if anyone's stock is compared to its peers. If you want to manage your risk and exploit the opportunity, then the place you do that is on the charts with technical analysis. Go Enter Win gifted 5 Trade Button memberships. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the community, and thanks for being part of it. If you've managed to keep watching despite what might have been seen to be the sort of commentary I provided could very much alienate different chunks of society. So if you're still watching after that, then I'd like to let you know I appreciate you a lot. And good people find each other, That's one of the ways that I sift through them. Eric Jones, congratulations. Oi underscore. Illinois Gaming. Travis M. Yo, Travis M. Toxic. Hello, Toxic. What sort of name have you got there, Toxic? Good to see you. Go in to win. Thank you very much. Appreciate that big time, buddy. Good supporter of the channel there. Proper part of the team here. Go to win to win. The top of the tree on that respect in many ways. Hi GME, what is your opinion on using CFDs for trading daily swings? They're tax free if you're doing it in Britain. Congratulations. The spread is big. You'll need technical analysis to be even better. Your risk management will need to encompass the idea of the spread so that you can get out in a way that doesn't compromise your overall edge and strategy. And they're a particularly good way of trading CFDs in Britain. In the right way, in the right environment, you can do it tax free, especially if you're trading on like a betting website or so on. In America, they're, as far as I know, they're illegal. Can you draw a fib for GameStop? Sure, I can draw a fib for GameStop. There you go. There's your Fibonacci levels within the sequence. Here's the extension targets. You're welcome. Now back to the 5 seconds. You can go back and pause that. And you'll have that up-to-date information in your face, coming in your ears, all over you, my friend. Okay, that's my requests for work quota complete. If you want to know anything else, just ask. FD, you're welcome. If you want to know a specific fib, let me know. If you've got the Rocky Outcrop Toolkit, turn it on and it'll draw the most appropriate fib at the most appropriate place on any time frame, on any ticker in the entire world. You get that Rocky Outcrop Toolkit, you get it free along with the Rocky Outcrop Flash when you get paid side membership of the Discord, you lucky things. Remember your dates, Master Trader Alessandro. I'm late for a very important date. We need a pop on GameStop now or we might break downward. Says Alessandro, I'm cool, brackets really cool. Oh, fucking hell, I like this guy. Or girl. This person is absolutely... Guys, I've met this person and they're really cool. I'm about to read a message. Oh my god, JS gifted 5 trade partner membership. What's your target in the next month or two on GameStop? To continue my fantastic record of ignoring the x-axis. JS gifted 5 trade partner memberships. David, congratulations David Eddy. Welcome. Dates, Alessandro Scalora also doesn't believe in dates. Just a guest. Hello, just a guest. Jaquinha, Justinha, just a guesta. Tactics Slayer. Keep your tactics safe. Lock up your tactics when he's around. Gabrielle Wilson. Welcome to the show, Gabrielle Wilson. Ruby Kelly gifted a membership. Congratulations. Thank you very much, JS. I appreciate it. You are a legend around these parts. Nobody knows who you really are. A little pineapple with sunglasses who trades GameStop like an utter machine. A total legend, and we love ya. Birdie Hunter. Let's go, Jimmy. Let's go, Birdie. This birdie gonna fly. Hey, you know him. From downtown. Well, I think his best skill was blocking. Don't you agree? It was blocking. Anyway, enough of that before I step into the ice. Wow, nice yes, nice JS, legend. One legend recognizing another. Thank you so much, JS. These membership gifts are amazing, right? They're amazing because I've got membership videos, right? And GameStop content can be quite time specific, but a lot of my membership videos are like to help people forever and ever. But they're obviously on the membership site, which means that they don't impact the algorithm. You know, they don't boost the channel. Most people don't find them. Like, you have to be a member to see it, is what I mean. And so they don't have that same virality that, you know, content that can be shared, obviously, with people who've never heard of me before. You know, so you have to be very specific type of person. You have to be a member, you have to be interested in learning, and you have to be looking on my channel to find these videos. So they hardly ever get any views, but over the last 2 weeks, loads of people have bought membership gifts for people who wouldn't otherwise have got them themselves. Those people have then started watching these membership videos, and now, so like most days I'll have like the 3rd or 4th most popular video will be like a member one, people watching them, and it's all because of this membership gifts. So it not only is you doing the channel a favor, and you're helping people feel more of the community and more involved and knowing like what the people here are like, and that they support each other. I mean, that's a massive statement of intent, buying someone a membership gift here, and you don't know them. Should you then ask for help or be looking for improvement and see these people who got you that membership, like that's an amazing resource to have. That person's doing you a huge favor. They'll direct you in the best route to your success should you need their assistance ever, and that is a huge deal. But secondary to all of that, and also a massive benefit to everyone, is you're helping people really level up, and we're helping them make a difference. And I see it on the back end on YouTube, and I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Go win JS, Luke Spears, all he is doing that, the Lord's work there. I appreciate you guys. Okay, nobody seems to have got too annoyed with my retelling of the history of the IRA, which is very, very unusual. I hope you weren't asking about Roths. Interested to learn about day trading? Beanhead 420. Cool, yeah, cool. Bobby the Butcher, what are you talking about? That's a good question. Who are we talking to? Bobby the Butcher, why would you sound condescending? I look at all stocks with volatility. Well, Alessandro, you're maybe not aware, right? But there's this, we're all extremely autistic. We think we aren't, then we're perhaps even more autistic. And so all text messages, all text, written text, it reads in a way that might not be intended. We all, a wise man told me recently, we all apply our own emotions to these texts we read rather than, we can't truly know what the other person's saying. And so any conclusion we come to is slightly influenced by our own impression or understanding. And so we can fall out about things that really never happened, right? And so I would urge you to look for consensus and search out allies, even in those people who, when you're communicating on the one occasion, might not seem to be that person. The truth is, you found yourself here, and the choice to keep watching and contributing and benefiting is far more important distinction that links you with each other than any opinion or egotistical nature of a problem or difficult way of communicating. None of that stuff matters. Like I said, overcome the ups and the downs, and you'll be a better friend to each other, and you'll be more impactful and to help each other more. So look for that consensus. Blessed are the peacemakers. Be friends, right? You guys, if you're going to follow along with my ultimate plan and goal, will be the new Vanguard, the new Goldman and Sachs, the new king of this block, right? You'll be both street fighters and the new face of the financial institutions that run the world in future. So even if you're not all in the same one, you may all gain meat in future. So to know each other, to care about each other, to help each other, it accelerates all of our goals and objectives. So I appreciate those people who are able to do that. Don't fall out with each other. Respect what I'm saying there. Thank you. Birdie Hunter, what do you think of all the glitches yesterday, just after the market closed? I know, right? Settlement period. It's a mess. I've talked about this yesterday too. I know people that work in settlement, and they say it's an absolute fucking mess. It's a complete mess. People are stressed out. They're really angry, and there's people going for cigarettes all the time so that they don't have to be around shouty bosses, because it's a fucking nightmare over there. I have a screenshot of Yahoo 5 Minute. Yeah, people were talking at the time. We watched the show yesterday, and then as the market closed, people were at different exchanges were popping up in the chat box saying like, it's this price, it's this price, it's that price, and they were like, look here on Yahoo, look here on Weibo, look here on this, and it was like crazy ass fucking prices that were nothing like. Part of the reason is that post-market you're trading with other participants of the same exchange. You're not subject to nibble pricing. It's not going through the centralized database, and that price is only specific to the exchange you're trading on, as opposed to the actual price of the underlying. And so at different times, depending on liquidity, you do get certain moves. The glitches, they're ridiculous, but the suggestion that you can pull through orders from a different day and display them on a chart or on any given exchange at a time other than when they were made is Wrong. It's just wrong. Do you think that there is even a chance that these pumps are just manipulations by the hedges and the benefit from them? Do you mean pumps during post-market that I was specifically talking about, or the moves that we've seen recently? I can tell you that 75% of the funds that drove GameStop from $10 to 80 were deployed on the option chain by institutional traders, so they've made a lot of money from it. But do I think that that was a controlled pump in order to create some other narrative? No, I think they were trying to make and take advantage of moves in price. Exact, sir. Thank you very much. Bobby is annoyed about being a bartender and gets upset if someone is an analyst, I guess. You see, that's an aggressive comment. It's okay to work in a bar, right? There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I had lots and lots of different jobs in bars. The point is, either Alessandro's pretending not to know about Katie or he has no idea. Oh, look, you guys need to get on with each other, right? I'm not getting involved. Stinking Rocket. Why didn't DFE exercise his options when the shares were at $50? He totally screwed himself, and he also killed the gamma squeeze and lost 200 million in value. Seems stupid as fuck. Well, I can't speak for Roaring Kitty other than to say that to be up hundreds of millions to potentially lose it means that the thesis is that he can't be true. Like, he can't be stupid as fuck, right? So that's obviously not the case. He can't be stupid as fuck because he makes hundreds of millions of dollars as a trader, and he doesn't do it just once. He's done it multiple times. So it's not true to say that ending conclusion there, and then that might then make it even more complicated, or make you even more vexed and perplexed as to why. Vexed and perplexed. Holy shit, man. Sign me up. MGM, sign me up, bitches. So right now, right, the vexed and perplexed, it does, doesn't it? It creates this strange incongruity. Like, how can you do that yet also do this? And I suppose that's why a lot of people think that they don't have full oversight. They themselves may be missing a piece of the puzzle. And I think the jury's out, right? The jury's out. So right now we're talking about a war between hedges. Do you think by analysis a short squeeze is possible? Hello, Anthanasosis Papazekosis. Talking about a war between hedges. Are we? Are we talking about that? You back to the Larry Bird conversation. You picking up on the hints I'm putting down. What are you talking about? I don't know. Like, what you're talking about there? Does anybody believe he's using movie memes because he's thinking about holding a position in AMC? As opposed to what kind of memes? You know, if you're looking for a meme that's a picture, sure. If you're looking for a meme that's a video, I can tell you that movies are easier. Maybe he's waiting for Thursday announcement. For what? This Wednesday, we've got the inflation data coming out. This Friday, we've got quad witching. Thursday, what's Thursday got to do with it? Sometimes I am a bartender and chat people up about coffee, but other times I'm a gas station tin and you want to chat about what gas you like. But you already filled your tank, go away. UBXG Chinese pump, good for shorting. Thursday, GME shareholder meeting. Oh, C James, yes. And the potential announcement with regards to the offering and or M&A activity. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Maybe he is. It's a big week. A lot of different news coming out. A lot of different potential catalysts on price. And he is a bit of a cat, even if he says he isn't. Oh, look, another James. A James! He pops up in the wild. So I say that, you know, now I see there's more than one James. Imposter. I myself am a James. My father's a James too. We can share the name. We'll share the name. Cece's Ghost. What does that mean? I believe they are piling up cash to go on a spree in a digital esport area. Yeah, but that's a belief. It doesn't mean nothing. I mean, like yourself, you're a fundamental and a technical analyst, Alessandro. So, Alessandro! So, why? Why do you think that? What's your logic? It's absolute feeling. I'm a James too. CC's Ghost. Alright. I'm James. I'm James. I'm James. I'm James. I'm James. I'm James. I am 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 James. Fucking hell, the algorithms love that. I am James. I am James. It was part of their plan in 2020. I'm just not sure what they could be doing. Says yourself there. I am James! Oh look, somebody else has said they're James. Now that's not working. Confusing the algos. Does anybody have an agenda for the GME meeting? I did receive an invite for voting, but no agenda. Yes. What are we eating? Is this? I need to get my dietary requirements in. Does anyone have the phone number? TracePoint. At what point does excessive market buying pressure or selling options, purchase, etc., overcome the ability of TA to determine price direction? It doesn't. Never does. Every extra piece of data increases the fidelity of that data, and every part of it adds to the network effect, gives you confluence, and leads to stronger, firmer conclusions. So the more data you have, the better your TA can be if you employ it and deploy it correctly. The seagull is probably James. So the seagull is called Steve. Where is the seagull? It's not around. Steve the seagull, as we call him. Why is Jimmy yelling? I heard him from my kitchen. You're in the kitchen? I'm also in the kitchen. I'm James in the kitchen! I'm in the kitchen! I'm James in the kitchen! I'm in the kitchen! I'm James! I'm James in the kitchen! Got price already. What the fuck is this? I've said it enough. But a degree of latency in these algorithms, they're not yet quite sophisticated. In the future, when they work on them, I'm James in the kitchen! I am in the kitchen and I'm James! I am in the James kitchen and I'm in the kitchen! And I'm James in the kitchen! I'm James kitchen! I'm in the kitchen, James! I'm in the kitchen, James! I'm still in the kitchen, so you can't go down price, because I'm James and I'm in the kitchen! I'm in the kitchen, and I'm James in the kitchen! I'm James in the kitchen! I'm in the kitchen! And I'm James, and I'm in the kitchen! And here I am in the kitchen! See how it works? GameStop has driven me to Doritos, and I am keto. I am not James. Oh my god, Emilio. Shh, don't tell anyone. Look, Emilio screwed us. Stinking Rocket. He doesn't have enough cash to exercise the contracts and would require the partial sale of said contracts. Market makers already have 92% of the 12 million shares required to fill the delivery. Look at that! Look at that expert we have in the community. Look at that legend who called the move ahead of the news. Look at that absolute fucking gift to you. That little piece, that tiny wee message, that insanely valuable comment from the legend that is Wiki Wilkes. He walks among us and we are blessed by his presence. Holy shit, imagine he was James in the kitchen. Stinking Rocket. Also, if he exercised, then he would now be down on his position by having a cost basis above 26.60. Holy shit, we got the context, we got the experts, we got the experience, we got the community. Holy fucking shit. And now you know why the hedge funds are scared. Because we might get knocked down, but we get up again. We never stop going. We're always improving. And at this stage, we're a walking, talking Optimus Prime about to fuck them in the bum. Knowledge is nuggets of gold. Look at that from Wiki Wilkes. Absolutely killing it. And I am James in the kitchen. This is TradeSpotting and the Rocky Outcrop community. And holy fuck, James from the kitchen, and I'm in the kitchen. And we've got a James in the kitchen here. Wow, what a brilliant price move there. James in the kitchen. I think I may leave the kitchen for a moment. Don't tell the algorithms that James is leaving the kitchen for a moment. Oh, you're lucky I came back just in time. I'm James and I'm back in the kitchen. I am James and I am back in the kitchen. I am James in the kitchen. Right, what's the chat box saying? Are you guys in the kitchen? Bing bong, come back. I'm back, Brad. But I have not been shouting it, so the algorithms are bereft of my presence despite my proximity. Yes, hurt the like so it pushes us away. Can we get a and James in the kitchen shirt? At this stage, I'm going to have to start taking a note of, can the mods, or can I should be able to do it, it's only 2, but I don't have pens or pencils anymore. Since the flood, everything has moved. The pens and pencils too. I'm Dave. Where are you, Dave? Beanhead 420 is in the kitchen. Price, Beanhead is in the kitchen. Dave, where are you at? Tracepot and Ricky's Toolkit is brilliant. And Nichiro, you've recently discovered how fantastic it is. It's great to have you. Great to have you as part of the team, buddy. Looking to see you get better and better, more and more effective. And also join James in the kitchen. Bobby the Butcher, write this on your pad. If we break the middle Bollinger upward, we're going to rip up. But as you know, it will move, therefore will be slightly higher than 20 bucks if it happens on the next second. My toolkit, no, not yours, Rocky Outcrops toolkit. Rocky Outcrop toolkit, you get it as part of the membership of the Discord, along with the Rocky Outcrop Flash. Good luck all. Good luck everybody. Rick, you got a great toolkit. Yeah, it's great, Rick. Cheers. Rocky Outcrop toolkit. Yes, hurt the like. Hurt it. That hurt that goddamn like. Get it. Good and hurt it. Chris Concert Corner. In the Bum Bum, Autobots roll out. Autobots. Thanks, Wikivox. God damn it, what a piece of data from the Mr. Wikivox. Bloody brilliant, isn't it? So 2560. Thinking about his cost basis, the number of shares alone, the overall price. He's a total legend, a genius, and he knows what's cracking. Boom, there's another James. Are you in the kitchen? If all of the James watching right now could go to the kitchen and say, when they're there, within lisping distance of your phone, shout, I am James, I am in the kitchen. If you could do that, maybe that would have an effect that we would all like on price. There is this bullish profile, lower highs, higher lows, price action, upward sloping trend. Hold that center line, get a push into the top side here. Right, then I'll know that all the Jameses actually went to the kitchen. Okay, are you making your way to the kitchen now? Let's see, we are. Okay, all right. Congratulations. Anyone who's long Gamestop, you can thank all the James in the kitchen. Right. Congratulations. James in the kitchen. Is there any more definitive proof you need than James in the kitchen working for the benefit of price? I don't think there is. Look, somebody left. Get back in the kitchen. So, get back in the kitchen now. Come on. Rejoin. Across back over the threshold. So, if proof was needed, now you have it. James in the kitchen is what drives price on GameStop. Some people would say, but Spot, that line's not even real. You're looking at this line. And I would say, well, now we are. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. All of these things worked. Oh, yeah. All of these things worked for the purposes which we were using them. So congratulations, us. Don't need that guy. Though I can tell you, actually go back. Let's just recycle him, huh? Let's just recycle this guy. Oh my god. Oh my god. It just keeps happening. Oh my god. The windmills of my mind. The Jameses in the kitchens. The price action of legends. So I bet you're glad to see in this show today. Incredibly entertaining. Anyway, I'm joking. It's technical analysis that makes these things possible, not James in the kitchen. Though I am James in the kitchen, and I'm in the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen, and I'm James. Aye. I'm James. I'm in the kitchen. I'm rooting on Lishburn. Shall we draw a trend line? Look, tempt fate with this. Tempt fate. That's a fate tempting trend line. That one. If ever I saw one. So what's the difference? The difference is some of them tempt fate, some of them don't. Duh. It's in the name. Duh. Dummies. Thanks. Me too, Rick. You're welcome. Thank you, Katie. Is it okay to buy GME now? If you're a regard, yes. What about St. James? I know, eh? What about him? Total legend. How's rent in the capital of Scotland? For a 2-bedroom house where I'm staying, you'd be looking to pay around £2,800 a month. £2,800. So you call that, what, $3,800 or something a month? It's not particularly fantastic. My house at the moment has a number of holes actually, in the ground. But yeah, that doesn't make the rent any cheaper. Not that I pay rent. Jesus, that's steep. Is it? I'm a James and I just left the kitchen. Should I get back in the kitchen? ADC. Shit, ADC's just gone and done it, hasn't he? Maybe we've spent enough time in the kitchen that we've developed a degree of momentum behind price because we were in the kitchen. What happens when the lines, it's behind the heart, I can't read it. What happens when wait a minute, where's it going? What happens when the 3 lines come together? They kiss and hug and dance. Sinkhole like the short finances. Sinkhole like the short finances. Yeah, that's the answer, I think. Is that an answer to the question before? How much to rent your couch? My couch was disposed of 2 days ago because in the flood it got wet. It wouldn't dry out. It was a sofa bed. And it was disposed of a couple of days ago. So there is no couch. That's why you see so many picnic chairs. Because, right, they dry out. Couches fucking don't. They go, ugh. Yeah, look. Yes, DC, get back in the kitchen. Haha, oh my god, I forgot. Sad lols. I'm sad. Is it okay to bike? Right, we've got that one. I just wait until you see James in the bathroom. Holy shit, don't tell the hedgies, they'll be on us. They know what's coming once James is in the bathroom. Oh my god. Same, Rick. I almost broke my arm trapping it in the steering wheel trying to change my display during a turn on the way here. Imagine that. Like, you're driving, you try to change something on the dial. In doing so, you break your arm, and then you crash your car. And the later autopsy says, well, this Fanny was driving along, and they clearly broke their arm before they died. So they, and they could work out what car you were driving, even if the car was no longer there because of the way that you were breaking your own arm to change the dials before. Isn't it like Sherlock Holmes and whatnot? I can be a tool sometimes too. Can't we all, Rick? My nephew is named Santiago, which is Spanish for James. It is Santiago, or also James. They say James too, don't they? Or Jaime. There's also, Jaimito. There's a lot of different James, aren't there? Rick, you got a great toolkit. Yeah, we're back at the start. It's actually Rocky Crops. Hey, Kenny Fash Lambo. Hi all. Have I missed anything? No, price is up 0.28%. And no, you've not missed anything. Nothing noteworthy other than we discovered the queue for the algorithms. We know how to push price up just by saying specific things. And we've called price to the penny across this awesome chart formation. We've also explained things in a really cool way. If you go back to the beginning and watch it on 2x speed, you'll catch up before we've, added even 50% here to the content that's being produced. You'll be able to catch up with us in no time at all and be right on the same level. But you do not have to do so. Of course, you can stay here watching Price live. This is bullish divergence, continuation divergence. It comes off the back of divergence at the top side, which would be reversal divergence. But then you'd have to go back up across this time frame to see what's more significant and get this trend line here, draw it on, and see how price responds to meeting that area. When this goes boom, what does price do, right? See, tempting fate with this guy is probably somewhere around there, right? I just drag and drop that pretty quick without much thought. So if price bounces on it, then I'm very much weirded out, but then stopped being weirded out years ago, to be honest. Send Kithas. Thanks again for putting in the work with these daily videos at the minute. Have you tried Stornoway Black Pudding? It's amazing. It's amazing, mate. It's fucking amazing. Send Kithas' nose. Thanks so much for that donation. It's really appreciated. You're welcome with the effort in the videos. I think they're making a real difference. Then Jacob is James in every other language. It is the Abrahamic lineage of the name would be back to the Jacob. Thanks again for putting in the work. You are welcome, my friend. And did I try Stornoway Black Haggis? Yeah, man, it's fucking amazing. On Rocky's birthday, we went, not this one, but a previous one, we went up to Edinburgh Castle and had it up there in the morning, the breakfast, the Stornoway Black Pudding, the scone bread, the perfect Scottish breakfast up there at the castle with views out across the country. And we said to ourselves, one day we'll come back here, having fucked the bastards, and we'll look out across this city, knowing that we made our difference. We made an impact. And we'd just eaten that black pudding and it was beautiful. If you're interested in what we're talking about, it's black pudding. It's a type of medium filled with dried pig's blood that's made in the way it's made is in Stornoway in the north of Scotland. It's specific to that place. And like, you know, it's because of the EU rules at the time when we were part of Europe, it also managed to get that intellectual property about the way it was made. It's beautiful. It's ridiculously good, to be fair. Senki, this is true. It's ridiculously good. Black pudding from the UK. No, it's black pudding from Stornoway. This is an island in Scotland, which is they make it in their own particular way, which is patented, and you can't get it made any other way. Like, it's not the same thing when it's made elsewhere. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry, I'll be back in a second. Un momento, por favor. So I've decided that Jamie may or may not be, James may or may not be in the kitchen. I shall not reveal the truth, because if I was to do so, well, those hedgies, they might make up their mind to counter trade James in the kitchen. We're hunting wabbits. Very, very quiet. We're hunting wabbits. Hunting wabbits. I have revealed my location. Like a pin on a map. You know he's in the kitchen. Price breaking through that support level could take this measured move, which itself instead we'll just drop that on. Happy little fibs. Happy little lines. Zach Leopold, thank you for your many hours and days and nights and weeks and years of hard work, Jamie and Rocky. Welcome, Zach. Thanks so much. Low-key trustworthy. I can't use my brokerage on my computer or my mobile now. What is going on? Well, you got to be very, very quiet because we're hunting wabbits. We're hunting wabbits. It's inflation data tomorrow. It's GME shareholder meeting on Thursday. It's quad witching on Friday. Your brokerage, if it's going to break, it's going to break this week. If it's not an accident and they could time the break, they would time it to happen now on this week. The Great Neos. Hello, the Great Neos. There's a Neos, another Neos earlier in the chat. The Great Neos. Yes, we trade other things as well. My quads are jacked. It's true story. True story. Back from the kitchen, James. Don't know if you want to reveal that information to the algos, but okay, we know now. Sean has the right idea. A concerned banana. I saw the concerned banana. Price held the trend line. Everything's a test. Everything's a test. I hasn't managed to get to the sort of levels that you would defeat Head and Shoulders yet. Nice little bat in there. Little bat. Little batty. Little batty. Unfortunately, that could lead to a move that he just did. If that gets continuation, it could be down here at 25 spot 22, and due to the diagonal nature and the low time frames, then you might even go for that measured move. Opponent breakdown. We don't want that. Much rather that did not happen. That's not work. That's not right. It's all wrong, mate. It's all wrong. You need it. Well, I mean, it's not that wrong, is it? Shit. Especially if you start doing it like that. And I suspect it's quite right. Yeah. Shit. That's like pretty much right on it there. What about this guy? Not actually. Not actually. Not bad though. You banned my Where's Seamus channel. I remember you streaming off your trash phone on day one. Maybe my comments are too confronting. I say like it is, but figured you had the resolve to hear it. Just makes me a bit sad, but leave you alone, Mr. Curran. Take care. Hi, Common Sense. Yeah, you left in extremely abusive, offensive messages telling me that you'd supported me since X, Y, and Z, and you were the one that was responsible for my success because you had shared me on Twitter, and that I could go fuck myself, X, Y, and Z. And so, yeah, I obviously would ban you for that because you weren't responsible for my success. It was me that put in the effort and the hours and committed the faith to something when less people believed it. It was me. It was going through difficult times, you know. I'm a full-time carer for my dad. My little brother, Rich, had chronic fatigue and still has after coming out of a sepsis and an operation. And your comment reflected that you think your problems are worse than mine and that your struggle is harder than mine. And while I don't want to argue about it, I found it an unnecessary conversation, which was offensive. And like the truth is, mate, I believe in forgiveness above everything. It's one of the main tenets of my philosophy in life, and I'd happily forgive you. But that comment there, where you said you thought I had the resolve to hear it and you'll just leave me alone, that's not an apology, right? That's like expressing regret, right? Now, I know you'd regret it, like, because we were friends beforehand, and your reaction was out of place, it was over the top, and it was unfair. But where's Seamus? I do have a lot of respect for you, and I do appreciate who you are. I don't upset you, and don't want to take responsibility for this, and didn't mean to come off that way. That's ridiculous, and I apologise. Okay. I appreciate that. Well, I'll unban you, mate. I'll unban your thing after the show today, and you'll be able to come on. And I love the shit out of you, brother. Appreciate you, Seamus. All is forgiven. No worries. No worries. It's very, like I said at the top of this show, it's not just financial journey, it's emotional for a lot of people, and I completely understand that things are tough and sometimes hard. So it looks like they're trying to do that to us now. I understand. Don't worry, Seamus. You know, 100% forgiven. Frick you, Price. Frickin' Price, what do you like? Frick you, Price. I suppose this would be the fake out from having broken through the diagonal, come down to that horizontal. It's just in the nature of what we're seeing beforehand. We don't want to see that. We want to see it continue to push on up again and do better. No. You've got people here who appreciate you too, Mr. Sorry, back to the kitchen. Cheers, James. You've got people who appreciate you too here, Mr. Seamus. Mr. Seamus. Not just myself, lots of people. So, glad to have you. Good lad to have you. Good to see you, good lad. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. A lot of respect for that. It's not easy to say sorry. I know that, so I appreciate it. Cheers. FD today is full of 101 lessons. Mr. Daryl Parsons, 26.63, then 28.38. Check the 2 minute. Now, or do we wait for this horrible head and shoulders playing out first? 2 minutes. Yes, sir. Love a little bit of that, so we do. Why did that go bubbling? Was that something came in I missed? I didn't mean it if that happened. I'm back. You're a very well-balanced individual, bud. I wish I was so calm. Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Just button, there's a 1 minute flash at 24.50. Flash on the 5 minute. On the live person. Let's see. I do like a little bit of live person. Did I ever tell you? Did I tell you there's this thing called live person? There is this thing called live person. It's over here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Pardon me. Because that was awful wet cough. Not a fan of that. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. It's called point, not spot. Arjun Bakarucha. No, it's called spot. No, it's called 0 spot 61. It's not called 0.61. If you've ever worked in a professional environment with regards to investments, especially at the sort of top level firms, and you said 0.6, the person would say, what? Excuse me? And they'd know what you meant, but they would want to know why you were saying it. It's spot. You say spot for a particular reason, because there's other occasions when and artifacts you would say point about. So to avoid confusion, because a lot of this was done, on the phone or in open outcry, then they would have chosen particular terms to use for specific things, and it would be spot, 0 spot 61, not 0.61. If it was just two dudes talking, you would say, yeah, it was 50.3 something or something. But if it's in an environment where it's important that people understand what you're saying, then, and I mean in a professional setting, then the phrase is 0 spot 6131. What was the flash we were looking for here in Nichiro? That's not the right tab. Where is the chat box gone? There it is. Thanks for the clarification. You're welcome, Marjan Barachicha. You're very welcome. I only use commas. I only use commas, and I've got thousands and thousands of them. It is called a decimal, yeah, but no one would say decimal. Anyway, thanks for taking that comment positively. Arzan. Where is... What did the Nichiro say? Ah, $20 came in. Daryl, here's $20. Fix your house. Celebrate Daryl's third super chat live on stream. Whoop whoop. You mean fix the kitchen? Shh, don't tell them. Don't say kitchen yet. We're saving our dry powder. We're keeping our powder dry for a big boof, big bang. What are people donating? Money. 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 This is a donation of New Zealand dollars. They're particularly rare. You'll know there's quite common American dollars. They're everywhere. These New Zealand dollars, they're extremely rare dollars. Point B spot, good observation. Where is Nichiro's message? How did I lose it? Couldn't have been down here. Yeah, I wasn't able to check in for a while. Every time I did, everyone greeted me and I appreciate that. Community is a tight-knit bunch of legends. Thanks, Seamus. Thanks, mate. Where the feck is the Nichiro's message at? Am I imagining things? Maybe. It could have happened. I could have been imagining stuff. What the flying fucking frickin'? Is it donating to trade? No, it's donating to trade. Is it donating to trade? What do you mean, Jahizanas? It doesn't, like, you don't donate here and it goes to the stock or anything like that. I don't know what you mean there. Like, it's not a buy order on behalf of me or anything. Legends and Slayers, a lot of you. Cheers, Zach. What do you mean, Jassius? Jassius? Is that how I pronounce your name? Jassius? Jazz. Call you Jazz. Jazz? If that's okay. Jazz. What are we saying? What do we mean? There it is. Flashing 5-minute live person. Right, sorry. Got it. Sorry. Which flash are we talking? There he is. Oh, down the bottom. Oh, come on. I can't get it up there. There's this interrupted flash down at 0.47. True story. It's interrupted. It's interrupted. So we shall see. But yes, you're correct there. There's no... AMC's up 8.7%. What? Oh, right. Go on the AMC. Good. Look, came back to test the top side of that gap. It worked out. That was good. It's come now. Try and hire... Is this all today? No, that was ages ago. What time frame am I on? 5 minutes. Let me get down and see what's happened today alone. It's mostly up. That's good to see. Previously had a flash. Recovered back towards those areas. Round and bottom. Loosely divergent. I suppose you would say that there was a reversal, but then it's too tiny time frame to put significance on that. So that's interesting. AMC is doing better. There's that target back up at around 550. GameStop at 25.12 is having a positive day in the face of at 1.17%, in the face of extremely strong forces allied against it. So there's that. We had this move here, which could be the full expression of a breakdown out of this diagonal trend line, which can drop it in various places. If we say that the Head and Shoulders is moving up at the same angle, you know, a little bit quasi-modified. Oh, there's a flash now showing up. Stop doing it, get it yourself. Right, so that was the exclamation mark as opposed to a target itself. Anyway, I think I was using this for that, right? Like, I can't remember, I think it was. Oh, no, we had a fib on as well. Or was the fib? Was it here? Might be doing that, right? In which case you're looking at Golden Pocket. Might be doing that, in which case you're looking at 786. Or might be doing that, in which case you're looking at a 1.13, having already done 886. Find resistance back towards 618. So that all makes sense. Those various fibs, had I left them all on, would have the confluence which I called out at the time. The full expression of that breakdown would take you back towards 2450. Which would ameliorate those gains we've seen so far. Keep it on the 5 seconds and spread it back out again. Now, you don't get the entirety of the reasons for those drawings this way, but when price approaches, they will show up. I sound like I am now muted. Thank you very much, Darren. I appreciate Daryl. Wow, way to go, Spotter. Cheers, Daryl. A harsh environment indeed. we're going to own the biggest company in the world. That would be something, wouldn't it? It'd be fun. I first clicked on the channel because you were a doppelganger of an ex-co-worker of mine. I stayed because of the accent. Now I came back because of your personality and good vibe in this community. That is really nice. I appreciate it, Alessandro. Shout out to that doppelganger. I hope he's doing well. Sure you did. I came back for you, Bobby. You see, now yous are friends. Now yous are friends. Bollinger Bands are actually useful. What's going on? Alessandro and Bobby are learning to like each other, and it's working out in a, like, I'm adopting the role of David Attenborough and watching the evolution. On Price, there's like a Head and Shoulders and this diagonal, and the potential for Price to express the full liquidity of that previous move in this break to the bottom, which would be 24.50, and giving up today's gains at that point. But it would still form a higher low, you know, if you were looking across Price and saying what's happened recently at your lows. First off, you had a high, then you had a low, now you got a higher high, and now you get another low. And if it's in or around this area, then it would be higher to here. Having just put in a higher high, you would be able to frame price action between these levels and say price is increasingly getting higher, like that, right? And then that's what's going on. That's what's going on, yo. Oops, that's my Head and Shoulders head. I need my head. There's a Head and Shoulders tool. Have you seen it? I don't know why you would need it. Like, why would you need a Head and Shoulders tool? It's as easy as what I've drawn there, right? That's Head and Shoulders. I'll just move this over. There's this tool. I'll just show you here. Head and Shoulders. Like, why would you need this? See, left shoulder. Maybe it's like that, in which case it's an even bigger breakdown. Right shoulder. Right shoulder. Something like that, right? And then your neckline, you see how it shows up there, and that's be like the break point and the distinction. But actually, you know, this is sloppy Head and Shoulders, so it's quite tough to get that in correctly there, to be 100% honest with you. You can't start doing stuff like this. Like, you can't do stuff like that. So this is it, essentially. You know, either of these, they're the same horizontal, which is the point, right? The rest of it's calculated using that. And you would want that neckline to be in line with the price better. So this is really sloppy and not nice, and I don't like it. But then the tool itself is a little bit clunky in the way that it's used. So whatever, right? I won't beat on it. I won't yap at it. I won't rail against it. Do you want to jump in there now? You can go for it. There it is. Jump in now if you like. As long as you promise to get out straight away, Price. So anyway, that's the Head and Shoulders there, and Price slipping across this diagonal, but still putting in higher lows. Is the speculation we have at the minute, as AMC touched 9% up for the day. 1 minute. You've got this tightening range then. Previously important support is resistance, and still got support underneath. Along the horizontal levels, you've got this diagonal coming to top side. Price at resistance around these areas, and so if price is to continue this behavior, then it will be approaching a decision point, and that decision point likely comes closer to the apex of this triangle. So that's what's happening there, if that was the question, which I assume it was about price. Don't read the Bollinger Bands like they teach it in school. No, you should. There's various innovations that Rocky and I came up with for using the Bollinger Bands, which are different from any way anyone's ever used it before. We invented it. A guy called, you know, let's call him Knobhead number 1, thought it was so significant that he could go and like run his own community off the back of it. That's died now, and he's ruined himself. But we've made several innovations and evolutions to the way that that tool would work that helps people. So the rules that we have around it are quite good now, quite high. So like there's an 80% chance of your trade working out if you follow the specific guidelines that Rocky and I have got for how you would use Bollinger Bands. 80%. You'd have to be the same circumstances and following the same rules in Edge, but elaborate, boss. But you know, 'tis what it is. I am back. Welcome, BMJ Shadow. Alessandro. It's like that. What's the song? What's the lady called? What's her name? Lady Gaga or something. She the one who did it. No, she did Alejandro. Alejandro from Football Practice. You're back. Good luck. That was yesterday, wasn't it? That can't have been that long. You'd be amazing at football if you've been practicing for 24 hours non-stop. Boom. Cheers, BMJ Shadow. Cheers. I shall elaborate over time, for sure, at different times. You betcha. You betcha. This is the Italian version of the name. Hey! Fuck, I forgot that Italian expression. What was it? I can't remember anymore. Alessandro, Thandro then, double S, and you're Italian, so it'd be th, right? Would be if it was Spain. Italy's even further south. So I'm going to go with th. Alessandro, is that correct? Do you know what I mean by the funnels and the Bollinger? I do. Do you eat today, Jamie? You should eat today, Jamie. I should. I had breakfast before the start of the stream. Thank you very much for that concern, C's Ghost. I appreciate it. CC's Ghost like that. He's gonna crack. He's gonna explode. I got a tiny little hint. A warning sign has flashed in CC's Ghost HQ. And she's smart, and he and none of your business. And they're saying, yo, we better make sure that Tracebottom's got his blood sugars up quickly before it explodes. It's a good point. I shall keep an eye on things, CC's Ghost. So price is not practically explosive here on GameStop, but on AMC, look, it keeps going up, right? It's 11% now. What did I say? 550, and that was at like 5, and now it's at 520. That's a significant percentage move since the last few minutes. Today it's done well. From these lows here on Monday, it's up 15%. And like, I haven't done the TA or whatnot, but it doesn't look like it's slowing down at this exact instant in time. If anything, it's recovered those important distinct areas and found support at them, which would have been here. And that's done very good. And then previously you were looking at this as resistance in around these levels, and it found support here before pushing higher. So that's all very good. It's in the bullish control zone. There is a trend line across the top of price section here, and it may well be that it needs to come down, test something against this trend now. Kick it against this line, and you'd say it would be, you'd want it to hold here. 30% retracement, which is also confluent with this prior level of support. So that's what you'd be looking for. And then the top side target is still the same area. And if we're taking it from the impulse move to the low 786, if you're taking it from instead the high here, it's no man's land in fib level. You would be arrested on your approach at 5.38. You are hitting this level of resistance, which was previously support here. So the question is, does this break to the top side, or does it just express a degree of rotational symmetry? And then you'd be looking at, that's not rotational symmetry. Tracebot, you did draw some happy fibs earlier. Has all of your art work been lost? Has it all been for naught? So you'd have to wonder, is this going to do that? Having done this is the question, or does it break up, like I said? But GameStop's up 2% at 25.35. It's recovering that topside trend line that it broke previously. It did do most of that head and shoulders. Enough. Close enough is near enough, and if you know that, you'll always have enough. There's a degree of strength in this move because you had lower lows on price, you had an equal low on the RSI, and that's class B divergence, while price then subsequently broke back above the impulse move down. So holding anywhere around here and moving on again would suggest that you're going to recover these horizontals at 25.35, you're going to push back above 25.86, and then the move would be all the way 26.50, you know. It would be, it would be even more Where's the 886 here? There's your golden pocket, and you struggled there once. You break again, these are the targets. Not just because of the fib. You have to know where you're taking it from too, and that wouldn't be... Anyway, whatever. So these are the areas to look to if price moves up again, because I'm in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen. Hello algorithms, Jamie's in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen, and he's in there. That's the kitchen. Jamie is the guy. He's in that kitchen, and that is why we say here on the Trace Point Show that Jamie is in the kitchen. As Jamie sits here in the kitchen looking at price action moves to the top side when Jamie's in the kitchen. AMC now at 11.68%, and it's going. GameStop, it's doing good, 24.50. Could go a little bit further now, GameStop. Nothing really stopping you. Could just go for it. Jamie's in the kitchen too, and we all like it when Jamie's in the kitchen. So I think there's probably rarely been a YouTube live stream where someone has said as many ridiculous things as I have, which have also had some effect on the greater world. Like this is happening now. Like, how can you say something so ridiculous and it have that much impact? I'm not sure. But does it look like AMC wants to form its own head and shoulders on the 4 hour time frame? If it gets rejected at 550, it really looks like it. Well, the thing with head and shoulders is they're reversal formation. So if you're talking about a top side on AMC on a 4 hour time frame, but this is AMC, where's your head and shoulders? Maybe you're thinking about it like this. It's definitely possible if this is what you're thinking. Shoulder, head, shoulder. It's that, but this shoulder is not confirmed at all. It's a really strong candle. It's broken through previous resistance. It's testing the close here, which is important, around Friday the 7th of June. And if it does break there, it'll defeat the idea of head and shoulders and come back and test like in around 575, and then maybe go up to test 628, and like that would be expression of this trend continuing up around here. And what you're really getting is like a broadening wedge here. And so like what you would say with a degree of confidence is if it doesn't get back above the 50%, then you're looking at head and shoulders, right? And that's what I just marked out with that horizontal. But failing that, your most likely probability is something like this, and then testing up around there. That's what I'd be looking to. GameStop, we've got something on 4 hour that's not drastically different, right? It doesn't have the right shoulder from that idea of a head and shoulder, which would be in and around here. And it's a bit sloppy price action. It could make its way to there, which is same difference, right? Same rules. You've got the head and shoulders. Your right shoulder would be confluent with the left shoulder, or slightly higher because your neckline, which in this instance is ruined by the gap, the fill, and whatnot. You know, it doesn't really work with the head and shoulders. Like you've got a broadening wedge on AMC, and you've got a tightening triangle on GameStop here on that 4 hour time frame. So that's what we're thinking. As price tries well, because Jamie's in the kitchen. And we like it when Jamie's in the kitchen. Price likes it when Jamie's in the kitchen. I like it when Jamie's in the kitchen. Pretty good. Trade spotting. Alejandro Scolera, anything you are addressing to Jimmy, you are put in a trade spotting or you will not see it easily. Yeah, what happened? Sorry, I missed something. I'll try and find it. Space Grump says, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Is it on my end? Did anyone else help? I think so, Speed. What? Oh, is it on my end? I think it is on your end. I see there. Thanks, CC. Italian version of the name, that's Alejandro. I read that one, so it must be below there. Yes. I'm sorry, my English is not my first language. You say yesterday it helps when I donate, but I thought you make money from trading, but I don't see YouTube donate before. Yeah, on YouTube, there is this ability to donate. You can use the super chat function. You can use the super thanks function when a video's happened and you're watching it back later. And there's usually a link in my description where you can donate without Jamie's in the kitchen, Jamie's in the kitchen, Jamie's in the kitchen. You can donate without without YouTube taking a cut with the link in the description. And a lot of people decide to do that to support the show, which I appreciate. It's awesome. Thank you very much. It doesn't change the fact that my job is as a trader, but you can't trade and show your trade execution at the moment of those trades live on the internet without Jamie's in the kitchen, without falling foul of certain laws. And I took legal advice from a couple of different places a while ago. AMC's at 12+% now, guys. That's impressive work there. GME, I put 33, nearly 4%. I like to see it, so we do. Oh, sugars. What was the question again? So yeah, people support the show, which I really appreciate in those ways, or becoming a member or getting membership gifts, and that allows me to do this without it being too much of a drastic sacrifice, to invest in you guys and do this job, which is enjoyable, and you know, building around it, right? Building a community around it. So that's the goals and the offers and the way it is. And Daryl makes a joke when he says, "Here's $20 to fix your house." He's not doing it so that I'll fix my house with the $20. What is this? A house for ants? He's doing it to make it so the show's more sustainable, so that, you know, I'm not under pressure trading, having made these sacrifices to do the shows, which is really important, because, you know, the flexibility you have with the degree of your approach to the charts and so on is impacted by your, not just your emotions and your capital size and whatnot, but the way everything interacts together. So people making it a little bit easier, greasing the wheels, making things run smoothly, it really does help. And like, $20 is a generous donation, and I really appreciate it. Cheers, Daryl. But every little helps, you know, and I don't want to be like, come across the wrong way, but it does help. But you don't have to donate, of course, that's not required. There you go on, you boy, you fucking halt it then, dickheads. Go on, fuck off, you fucking... I'm in the kitchen still. I'm still here. James still in the kitchen. I'm still in the kitchen. James is in the kitchen. Shit. I'm just going out there. I might have to leave the kitchen. I may have to briefly leave the kitchen. It's $26. Touched it. 26 spot 24. Gallon price action. Just yeah, beauty. And now you got that higher high too. You see, you had this high here. I'll just drop this on it. That was a high. And you had to go up to get this one. This was a low. And you have to go up to get this one. So this confirmation uptrend. After a while, you've had so many confirmations of an uptrend, the idea that it isn't in an uptrend is less in question. You would go through different time frames and check if the same thing is true. And after a while, you would look through significant time frames. You'd be up at something like the hourly. And hourly, there's this question of lower highs but with higher lows, and you're in a consolidation phase, neither upwards, downwards, it's sideways trending, prices consolidating. Periods of consolidation are either one of two things, accumulation or distribution. One of the ways that I would say this is a period of accumulation through consolidation would be the fact that on the weekly time frame here, you've got this uptrend again on the weekly time frame, higher highs, all of these higher highs. Sure, you've got a wick here, but I'm talking about the close of price action, which is the body of the candle, not the wick. The wick's this line, the body is the big fat bit of it. At the bottom, you've got what is on a white candle here, a white candle, the bottom is the close and the top is the open. On a green candle, the bottom is the open and the top is the close, which means that if you see a green candle on this chart, then that's a positive candle that closed higher than it opened. If you see a white candle, and that itself is a negative candle that closed lower than it started. And as you can see, these body closes are all higher and higher and higher. You don't have a positive candle in these last two, and if you get 3 negative candles in a row, that can often lead to continuation to the downside. So now on this third, like this is only still second week, right? That we're in the middle of this week now, so that candle hasn't closed yet, but there is no wick on the top side. If I turn off the drawings, you can see that on Monday the lows are around 22 spot 93. Is that today actually? No, it's Monday. Is it Monday we got that? I mean, because it's the weekly, you just get Mondays underneath, right? But you can drop down the other time frames and we can confirm this. I just missed a bling. What was it? Oh fuck, it's missed. I've missed it properly. So in the weekly, I would say it's an uptrend, and that uptrend on a big, more important time frame, I would use that to say that, like, here on the these lower time frames, this resistance that we're talking about, with this, I'll turn drawings back on, it's more obvious, this downward sloping line across the top of price action, it's less impactful based on the knowledge we have. Like, it's up 6% now, GameStop's at 26, nearly got to those targets. 26.39, it's very close to testing those targets. Let's get down in and about it. Anyway, the point I'm making there is fairly clear at this point of the story. The topside resistance, it's like those birds. It's a lie. Go on, price, man. Yes! And Jamie's still in the kitchen. 6%. 6%. Good to see. Shout out Rowan Kitty. 6% when he's already in the money. He's now back above his cost basis, even if he was to execute. Hats off to WikiWilks from that excellent little piece of data into the chat box there. And now you can see that if Rowan Kitty was to execute, he'd both be in the money and in profit. So those sort of things could happen. In doing so, it would possibly lead to a degree of gamma there and increase that price movement to the top side. That increase in price would mean that should he exercise, and should he then use his money to exercise and acquire the shares, in that behavior he'd push the price of his investment up, because there would be a positive reaction to the underlying share price. And as that happens, then there's even more chance that his contracts will end in the money, which means that they get a higher valuation. And so as price moves up, if he wanted to and should he exercise, he'll increase that pressure on price, which increases the value of his options, which means that if any does need to sell, he gets more money for them, which means that should he take that money and invest it in exercising the rest of them, then he'll be able to exercise more for the same amount, or he'll be able to add to his cash position while exercising the same amount you would have otherwise. And there we go, 26.76, that's 678% today, highest 26.82, it's now right at the highs. Keep going, and Jamie is in the kitchen. Roaring Kitty is absolutely killing it. This is great to see, folks. Said yesterday, do you trust me? Holy shit, it met a trade spotting line, and the price and that line, they're getting to know each other. They're getting intimate. They're friendly. They know each other. No, fuck you, line. Why did you do that? Pardon the language. God damn it, trade spotting lines. God damn it. Don't you just hate that trade spotting guy? Why does he draw lines that go horizontal or down? He should be banned from drawing lines that don't go up. So, god damn him, trade spotting. God damn him. I'm still in the kitchen price. AMC's at up 13.38%. Air price, yeah, still in the kitchen. So get it down. I'm in the kitchen. This kitchen ain't big enough for the both of us. But it is, you know, you could probably, yeah, it probably is big enough. So it's positive. Price is doing what we said. And I'm happy with it so far. What does everybody else think? Are you happy? Why would you do this to us, Jamie? Why do I do it to myself? It reeks of Holt's coming, doesn't it just? Slept in and missed the morning dip, but at least I got XX more at 25-ish, 24.69. Missed. Oh, would have been a nice one there. The announcement of the share offering over is going to align with Roaring Kitties exercising at 2 p.m. margin call. Yo, Manu. Manu. Good to see you. That's like the machine. What's it called? Ziggy. Flick it open, and it goes Manu. Or is that Star Trek? Which one goes Manu when you flick it open? Is that Ziggy? Hey, it's doing the same as the pre-half. The pre-half halt. Pre-halt. Yeah, moving too quickly in too short a period of time so that they can jump on it, pounce on it, and stop it moving. Jimmy, can you draw some upward lines on the Lisbon chart? Oh, you betcha, I will be doing that shortly. Let's have a little moment on price here. Let's have a moment on price let's see how it evolves. I'll get myself off the screen and we'll watch it explosies. Again, as we spoke about, consolidation, our perspective is its accumulation, and that is helpful, especially if you're like Alejandro and what you do is you trade breakouts. Then these are important pieces of information, because prior to any breakout will have been a period of consolidation. You get your reversal, you get that reversal slows down. Maybe you're looking at momentum. He himself uses volatility measures, and price accumulation leads to these breakouts, which leads to the release. So we're looking at that, and keep on going, right? 27.50 is the next one up. If it goes to find support, you want it to hold 26.59, and you've also got this previous trend line, which I suggest if it did test, it would probably bounce off as well. Great to see. We've got bullish divergence forming right now. You would be measuring this potentially as a bull flag. You don't have a not long enough flag on the thing yet, but if this holds a 236 at 26.60, then it would do prior high from the formation is actually in at around these levels, so we'll drop it there. Oh, fuck you, price. Look, I can't. It does it like that. It's like, sorry, you had your line there, spotter. See, look, I had your line there, spotter. So I went there. And I'm not saying this is necessarily what's happening yet, because you can't call these sort of things right now, but that looks like it could potentially be a bull flag. You don't have the pull that you would like in terms of the steepness and the move to the top side. It's definitely not straight up, but quite strong, and if it was on 5 second time frame that you could draw bull flags, you'd off all sorts of like the bonkers move, or the not so bonkers move. Right, and the not so bonkers move, there's just so much confluence happening today. It's shocking. It's shocking. Jamie's in the kitchen. Bing. Penny one just subscribed. Boom. This is so much fun. Jen, it is, isn't it? It's ridiculously fun. Jamie, do you ever draw rockets in the chart in the early YouTube days, or am I mistaking things? I quite possibly drew rockets on the charts, yeah. Definitely possible. Rockets for Rocky though, right? Rocky Outcrop is maybe the one you're thinking. He's got much better chart patterns, like the fishing man, the diving board man. Rocky Outcrop's chart patterns. You're going to be checking them out. As far as stops go, when would the stop then go to 20.04.51 as the previous support? Oh, as price puts in a higher high. You're talking about a pullback stop loss strategy. You can move your stop up to the previous pullback, just below the previous pullback, when price puts in a higher high. You can also add to that stop distance with the average true range of price on the time frame you're using to measure those oscillations which constitute those higher lows or lower highs, or the oscillations themselves, which will put you not just behind the previous pullback, but also then the same expression of the volatility that prices put in on that time frame, and that gives you that margin of error. And you can do that and follow price up, and then on top of that you can use another indicator, like for example the Donchian channels, and you can say, well, I'll use all of those factors and keep my stop below the bottom Donchian channel. If price goes beyond that, I don't want it anymore, and you can hold on to things in trending moves rather than take profit to make money, and that's how you let your winners run, which is a big tip. It can make you millions of dollars, and this is again a very valuable show, so clip that, share it with me, and I appreciate it. What that, Morgan Mindy? Yay, Morgan Mindy! Fucking love that show, man. Fisherman is about getting them huge volume and fish. Come on now, fish! My boy Seagull knows. Alright, James, join our Discord community. Darn tootin', do it. Join that Discord community. Join it. This was about a move, and it did it. Fucking hell, it did that. Holy shit, by the way. That was about measuring this. God, man. Just keeps happening. Keeps happening. Oh, ow, ow, ah. What? Come back to life, knee. Holy shit, look at price doing this. Again, it's doing it again. Oh, eek. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. 27 spot 70. Roaring Kitty's now making millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. AMC's up 15%. No one's going to argue with that. Lisbon. Even Lisbon's moving up. Lisbon! Lisbon! Is that you, Lisbon? In the context of what it's doing, you might look at this as a potential reversal formation as well. Oh, look, there's this happening here, right? Which is pretty freaking obvious. You know, this is pretty freaking obvious that this is happening on Lisbon. Right? Like, that's happening. Look at that. Fucking hell! 13% on Gamestop. Guys. Yes! I mean, yes. I mean, cool. I mean, yeah, cool, man. Yeah, man. This is lower than this is higher than this, and you know, so it's done well, it's positive. Let your winners run, as we say. Can't argue with price action there. So let's just borrow this to make this point. We have the liquidity. We have it worked out well. That's the fake out area. If it does manage to recover here, it could be extremely positive. Oh. This is if this. Hey, hands off. Go for it, price. You want to go for it? Go for it. I'm still in the kitchen, price. I can't be bothered drawing hundreds of lines. There are tools, so I'll just use them. Boom, 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 ba-dam, boom. We've got it. I think we have got price. I think we've got it doing what we needed to here, people. Hit that like button if you're watching now. Jamie cooking up some good TA. Frying up price. Did X stop loading Roaring Kitty posts? Can someone check? Has he been making multiple posts? When Siegel hit the Jamie window, GME will fly. Yeah, he's not here right now, but it's 5 hours past Frickle. He'll be here any moment. Go Siegel Gully. Siegel Gully! Someone got the Fed data early. Fed data. The Fed data. SPY's doing what we thought it might do. You know, it's not just trade spotting lines on GameStop that work out. They work out everywhere. So what's happening on SPY? This is what's happening on SPY. Bull flag. Up at these high areas. New high areas. All-time highs across the markets, really. Bitcoin catching up shortly. This recovery, spectacular. A few people would have guessed that. A lot of people watch trade spotting did guess it. Even people who had very bearish thesis. AMC now 14+%. What's the high today on AMC? 5.45, right? So there you go. I mean, even there you go. I mean, I'm just. Holy fucking shit! Look at the way that's following. Look at the way that's tracking. It's too harsh to see on those time frames. Too harsh to see. So we've had a positive day so far. price action perhaps losing this channel, in which case you're looking for these 27 and then potentially 26.50 after that higher high and this uptrend. That would still be a higher low. Go up through the time frames, you'd agree with me. And it would be bullish if it managed to arrest the descent before it broke critical levels. Can't always only go up. There's often the idea that it will revert to the mean, which might be a moving average, but it might be. SPX, good to see it. Still not having a positive day yet, but VIX was up 6% and now it's only 1.88. There you go, 1.88. I'm saying it wrong. Ugh, 1.88. So somebody said you have to say something, Jimmy. I never really caught what was there then. There. What were you asking? People ask something I've not answered. Has that happened? I'm not sure if that's happened or not. Sean Persley, what is the sell price that you recommend for GME if you got it at 24? Well, I can't really actually recommend things, you know. I could tell you what I would do in your situation. I would track price as it moved, and I would use things like critical areas here, right? And when it breaks below them, I'd relinquish the position if that was how I was trying to make money through capital appreciation on that trade. Whatever the instrument, I might look at it like that, but that's like a clinical answer to your question. I mean, everyone treats different things differently. GameStop in particular. Sean was it asked that question? So, you know, who was it? Ryan Cohen just won his lawsuit with the BBBY. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Not. Do you have volume profiles? Yo, great news. I don't really particularly care about volume profiles. They're like the last thing I'd look to, confirmation of everything else, and I don't even need to look to them. It would just be to help people on the internet explain what I'm doing. But I don't actually care. They don't add anything that I can't already do or haven't covered elsewhere. I haven't seen anything you've answered. You haven't answered. Thank you, Dan Ernest. I appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. I'm looking forward to the move here. I'm going to make a cup of tea, which means, yo, Kai Supreme 2.0. Yo, Kai Supreme 2.0. Fire, fire, fire. Fire, 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 fire. Yo, Perkman, good to see you. Go back. What was the stock you just showed with the L? This, Lipson. Up 1%. The inverted head and shoulders on the big time frames there. This thing. It's LPSN, live person. And it's my friend, it is my friend, you're my friend, I'm its friend, it's my friend, so together we're all really big friends. Oh my god, I'm gonna get so emotional. Lipson, based on true events that haven't happened yet. You gotta check the memes, I can't keep explaining them, or there's no point in me making them, right? So go and watch the memes, is the question, is the answer. It's both, right? Let's face it, it's both. What's happening? It's happening based on true events that haven't happened yet. So a lot of people will be like, what if it gets back and it's putting in a high and this is a reversal formation and you did just show me head and shoulders and what, this is another one. Oh no. And people would be worried, and that's fine. You know, perfectly understandable, but where's the trend line? You know, something like that, maybe. In which case it's like, oh my god, Spa, don't even draw it. Like, Jamie's in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen, so chill out. Jamie's in the kitchen. But people would be looking at that and they'd be worried about a golden pocket here. They'd be taking this and they'd say, is that what does it then? It's be like, stupid. But people would be looking at that. Fair enough. Anxiety is real, especially if you're in a trade. Okay, I'm going to make a cup of tea, in which case the kettle will be on. It'll only be a second or two, but I'll turn it off so you don't hear it. So if somebody says, here, you're muted, Just let them know that Avian Nice, I recognise your name, sir. So just let them know that it's not muted for any bad reason. It's just the noise is the kettle. The frickin' it is. It's 7 p.m. Holy shit, Rocky! It's 7 p.m. already. How did this happen? I started at market open. Now it's 7 p.m. again. How are you doing, Rocky? It's great to see you. That's Rocky in the chat box there. He's my brother. And I haven't got the kettle on. That Rocky Outcrop there, he's my brother. If you click on his name and go to his channel and hit the subscribe button, you'll be in really good company. If you think what I can do is good, if you think the drawings that I do work out well, if you like the lines that I put on a chart, then I promise you will appreciate this subscribe to Rocky. It's a very, very, if I have any recommendation to help you improve your trading, it's that you take a leaf out of Rocky's book, and any leaf from that book will add to your success. Look to Rocky, he'll help you. He's got a brilliant YouTube channel. It's Rocky Outcrop there, and you'll recognize that name because this is the name of the Discord of which I'm a part, the only Discord of which I'm a part, and the only trading community of which I'm a part is Rocky Outcrop, and he is the boss. So check out Rocky's channel, see the comments that come through in the chat box from other people who know him, and I can promise you, like I say, I promise you it'll help, right? So those facts, it'll help you lose less money, make more money, trade in a more professional manner, have a strategic approach, be more calm, and it'll very much help you fight those aspects of fear and greed that can mess up your trading. So click on Rocky, boom, and check us out his YouTube channel. Subscribe to him over there. He's got quite low numbers of subscribers because he never ever compromises his clinical focus on price, ever. And so if you understand why he's so measured, yet know he's my brother and could be screaming and shouting, and you'll know that the fact that he doesn't is a conscious decision. He's extremely strong at controlling his emotions. He's a fantastic man and a brilliant brother and an unbelievable trader. So check him out. Total legend. Is he calmer than you then? Lol. Yes, Andy. 20208. Ah, phone coming in. Sorry. I'm just back, not yet unmuted, so nobody can hear yet. I'm back from squash. I won my match. Awesome news, Senkikas. Senkifikas. Who's getting erect a little bit? Adam S. is, are you moving the charts? That was a nicely timed call. People often think that. Thanks for all you do, Rocky Crop and GME. You're welcome. It's Zach again. He said that earlier and he's saying it there because Rocky can see it. Appreciate you, Zach. Maximilian Mayor Retskin. Hey, Jamie, guess who's back? Max. I guess Max is back. Bing bong. Jake, great to see you, Jake. I know Leptin, I turn it off and on at different times. I was going to make tea, but I found this cup of coffee that I had got earlier and I reheated it. So that's better. But it's always appreciated when people say, I think you're muted, in case I am muted. And there's no harm to saying it. And I appreciate the help. And it's Leptin, who's a legend. Back for the action. The press action. The action. This is an action movie. GME is an action movie. Let's get this shit. Somebody blow up the chat. Somebody blow up the chat. Hey CCL. Hey CCL. How are you doing? And then a welcome from CC's Ghost. Hey. And from Kitties Never Die. Lots of welcomes for you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We love Sir Leptin around here. Good guy. Damn right, damn right. Can I ask about GME USDT, please? It's always connected to GME. The coin, I've literally never opened up that crypto chart ever in my entire life. Like, I mean, do you really, like, CCL? Like, eh? People would get some, like, I don't know how to describe myself. You know, it's always tough. And if we could, you know, like Rocky shared a tweet yesterday about Ravi Burns who says, what a gift it would be if we could see ourselves as others see us. And I suspect and would be proud if other people saw me as an authority on price, especially when it came to these type of tickers that people say TA doesn't work on meme stocks and so on. Many people in the audience would see me as an authority on these subjects, and I don't want to boast or act like I'm bigger than my own boots or anything. But if I was to start looking at things like that you requested there, people in the chat box might think that that was like a good thing to do or acceptable, or that I was into it, or and then they would take a cue from that. And the danger of those type of assets and that particular asset is the rug pull aspect, and that's completely unconnected to GameStop. There might be psychology, and as the discussion there was going, price is driven by human beings, and so those biggest impacts on price are when there's those biggest changes in the psychology of market participants. That can be even more pronounced and more volatile on things like GME USDT, and so though you could donate me $1 million, I wouldn't want to look at GME USDT. Not because I have a prejudice against it, and definitely not because I have anything bad to say about you, CCL. I appreciate that you can trade anything you want, and put more power to you. And I don't mean to critique you at all, but I just don't think like on this show that would be the right thing to do. Now, I can do it for you separate from this show on Discord and have a look at things, just you and me personally, and help you with a position or talk about your position or manage how you would manage your position. I can help you with that, but I wouldn't want to get it up, it would get the wrong impression. So I hope that comes across as respectful and that I appreciate you and being true to the community there. What are we looking at over at 2850? Loads of money. Haha, okay, I don't know. I like your channel. I just wanted to know your opinion. Thanks, CCL. You're welcome, man. Lady, anything at all. No problem. Thanks. I appreciate that. A lot of respect. Thanks. I will help you on anything you want. And if there's anything else you want me to look at, just mention it. I will do. As long as it's not like AMC USDT. What is the peak this time, do you think? JD17 Splash. Hand me the lamp. Hand me the lamp. It's, that scene in Aladdin with Jafar and the lamp in the Alibaba's cave. Traceborn, worth it to buy $30 calls? Implied volatility at 270. Thanks, boss. Off-main. Holy shit, these questions get more and more specific all the time. Make them more vague and ambiguous, like have a direct purpose and point and that, but how did I answer it properly without being naughty? Worth it is such a big question. It's like, well, if price goes up and what's the, do you even say an expiry? Or are you just talking about because they've got such a high IV? Rick, what is stock? Okay. Yeah. Stock. What is stock? Is beneficial ownership in underlying. Usually it's a company, certainly a capital generating entity. Stock in public markets is a proportional representation of the share count you'll be acquiring for ownership and or returns, capital appreciation, passive income, and so on. It's a integer. A stock is an integer. It's a number of. It's a derivative from the company. It's just a percentage ownership, isn't it? What is stock? What is stock? You see, you say that, but actually stock's a lot. Like, you've got capital stock, you've got like stock as in, typically like you wouldn't say stock. The same way you would say spot instead of point, you would say equities or equity instead of stock. And so when people say stocks, I would change it to like stocks and shares, and then people would say, what's the difference? And I'd say, well, shares is a whole lot closer to saying equity, so let's just go with equities. You were only joking and asking the most vague and ambiguous question you could, so I appreciate that too. It's funny. So 12.48, 12.28, 12%. AMC still pushing up there. What's the high on it today? 55.47. You know, GME could push on by the end of the day. It's an hour and a half left, and it could easily push on and test $32, which would be, you know, it's amazing, isn't it? Like, who was it recently said, I like memes? Was it Moonlander was saying he likes watching these type of shows, and myself and Rocky and others like in Discord cheering on these type of streams and these type of stocks when we look at them, because it's like your favorite sports team, and it's like watching them. And I was saying at yesterday's intro, it's like your favorite TV series, the Super Bowl, the World Series, the final of that favorite show you watched on TV, all rolled into one, and you can feel that without it being a regression or like without it being a regression or aggressive, you can feel this tribal connection with other people and see the things you believe in do well, and in that there's this such a life affirming force, you know, like there's this feeling of connection with people who are similar to yourself. There's a sense of community shared among everybody, and then there's this champion of all of your hopes and dreams is the stock itself doing well. And then you've got like people like Roaring Kitty and others involved in the overall greater community, and you can feel such positive sense of well-being and such a desperate admiration for the people you like, and then you can know that they're doing well when the price moves, and you feel amazing, you know. And I get that and see like people I know, loads and loads of people who watch this show are long GameStop, like we did the poll earlier, and you know, I can know that when these things happen, it makes so much difference, and it makes that difference not just to one person or 10 or 100, but to thousands of people, and it feels amazing, you know, it really does. Why did I start talking about that? Anyway, it could go on to $32, in which case you would be able to know that, like, Rowan Kitty, people like yourselves, you would be doing well, and that makes me feel brilliant and really freaking. Like people say, like, what are you going to do after MOAS? What would be your dream job if you didn't have to work? And it would be doing this, more of this. Like, I love this. I absolutely love this. Thanks for everybody who makes it possible. Hitting that like button, that's one of the ways. It's the easiest way, and I appreciate it. GME is a flat circle. I haven't heard that in a while. Like the Celtics finals. It is. That bird's going to fly. Very happy for Kitty's being around break even day, now sitting in profit again. Damn tootin', there's Rocky saying the same thing. Roaring Kitties, that is. My exit plan starts at $80. Patrick Grogler. Ape, ape, ape. Like to see it. Patrick, huddle apes together strong. I will hold until we reach $500. Trace Bond, I'm curious now. What are we curious about? Up 36% on TLT calls. Oh, it keeps going. TLT, that being the ETF that is representative of the long-term bonds. Trace Bond, did your brother get you into this? No, I was the first one to get the job at the bank. Having left university, I got the job at State Street, SSGA. Rocky then joined just after me. So some people would say I got him into the industry. Not really true, because it was like days later that he started. So it'd be like twins, and one saying, I'm the older twin. It's like, well, maybe you two care about it, but nobody else gives a fuck. You're born at the same time. And it's the same with Rocky and I. We're equal in these things. Very much, though we do have a slightly different style, and it's true to say that I would not have got as far as I did in the industry or in my own development had it not been for Rocky's contributions. I really appreciate that. Oh, you're twins? Yeah, more or less, right? Fair enough, more or less, right? I study in AI development. Do you think I should go into finance? Well, no, you just watch my channel, take my course, follow Rocky Outcrop. You can learn by osmosis, or you can have directed learning in the course, which would be more accelerating your progress. It also means that it's much cheaper than your university degree and whatnot. It's staggering value if that's your comparison. Stick with what you're doing, learn what I'm teaching. A finance major won't help you become a trader for yourself. It won't, right? So just keep doing what you're doing in AI. Enjoyed it. I imagine you chose it because you enjoy it. Keep doing that. And here in the background trading. I'll help you get richer and richer and richer. Me, the great Neos. Right? I got you, buddy. I got you. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll help you out too. I couldn't figure out an exit plan. I think I just want to double. That's a lot of people look at that, you know. I'll take this trade because it's a 100% move that I'm looking at, and then at there I'll be taking profit. I looked up a book in the library when I was a kid at the best playing jobs, and it said Formula One driver and stupid shit like that. It also said investor, so it's always been on my mind since like 8 years old. True story. I meant to use the AI stuff to trade or work in finance. Oh right, use the AI stuff to trade. Well, I'm sure there'll be options there, right? With the AI stuff to trade. The problem with like drawing creative solutions and pulling unrelated signs and cues from data that doesn't ostensibly, you know, isn't designed to give you the answer. You know, like you live and work in and trade in a universe, and much of the charts don't have those. You know, trading doesn't have those bumper rails to help you that are found in most countries, most people's lives. So AI might be the answer to help you do things for sure, might not be. I would say the question you're asking me is what type of trader should I be? One who makes my own decisions or one who uses a strategic approach that's defined every specific scenario? And I'd say like there's like a blend between this idea of an algorithmic trader and a discretionary trader. The experience will teach you that you yourself as a human being and a dynamic individual have got a higher and greater potential than any single algorithm would have. And I'd encourage you and urge you to try and explore and develop that side of your own personality as a trader, because then you'll settle into a strategy and an approach that suits your personality, whereas you're not going to be able to find an AI that does that for you. Whereas it's also true to say, pardon me, it's also true to say that these algorithms can help you. So developing a strategic approach but still not straying too far from who you are as a trader will keep you safe and help you focus on trades that work for you. No trader and no algorithm works as well under every scenario. There will be those that suit you and those that don't, and some degree of discretionary trading is necessary to learn what they might be. So I'd say stick with it. The road is not short or easy, but stick with it. And these sort of decisions are just things you'll learn yourself as you go along, and as you go along towards your goals. So define your goals, articulate them to yourself, and then work backwards. What will you need to do to reach that place you're going? And what decisions do you need to be then to take you from checkpoint to checkpoint along that road? And I'll be with you and waiting for you at every one of them, buddy. I mean, you have to decide what to do in the market. There's no middle ground. Why is this meat cutter guy even here? Just to stir things up? Seems to have a bad attitude. Who? Bobby the Butcher, meat cutter. You're an investor and trader and day trader. You can't decide yet. Who? I mean, you have to decide what to do in the market. There's no middle ground. I don't understand, but what's happening in the conversation there? I did join in later. Okay, then you should keep it simple, as I said. Who are we talking? Who are you talking to, Bobby? I don't know who you're talking to, Bobby. It's hard to interact, not knowing what's going on. Usually, it'd be very difficult not to adopt whatever Dan Ernest says is my own attitude. So I'm leaning that way. But what happened? An investor wouldn't touch the stock, Bobby the Butcher. Well, a lot of investors did, you know. A lot of investors did. Like Bobby the Butcher, what would you distinguish? Like, what's the difference between an investor and a trader in your mind? Like, how could you articulate in 10 words or less the difference between a trader and an investor? Your answer to that will help me understand who you are and what it is that you're trying to say. Are you ever actively trading while on stream, says James. Often in little ways here and there. You'll usually see them at the start of the day. I don't like to do it constantly. I have a plan and I stick to it. The actions on that plan. It's much less about acting and much more about waiting. Patience is a big part of it. Time is an important ingredient. And yes, I'll be trading little bits when I'm doing streams during busy days, because the stream lasts through market hours and I trade during market hours. So it usually be at the start of the day or the end of the day. It would be quite obvious when it's happening, because I tell people I have to leave for a moment to do something, and it's fairly obvious what it is. So there's this is the truth. Jump scare, the advert was still loud. Oh my god, there's an advert. I don't know where. Not everybody gets an advert at the same time, and it's on modest or whatever the lowest amount of ads is, so you shouldn't be getting many of them at all, really. You shouldn't be getting any of them really many at all. Do you have plays on earnings tomorrow? Do you share positions? No, I don't share positions. No, never shared a position. Discipline is the most important factor. Discipline to your plan. Tracebond, we've reached the life coaching section of the program. Thank you very much, CC. We've reached it. Yes, here, an hour and 20 minutes before close. It's funny because of these comments and we say these things, and it's very true of us that we understand that as a better trader you're a better person. A lot goes into being a good trader, and a lot of that comes from thinking and acting, aligning your thoughts with your actions and making sure every action is for a purpose, and that purpose makes you move forward in line with your plan and helps you achieve your goals and objectives, and you never compromise your goals with your behavior. If you're able to do that as a trader, then you're able to do that as an investor and as a person. So what did Bobby say? What is the difference between a trader and a... I saw that, Kitties. It's good news. So Bobby, 10 words or less, what's the difference between a trader and an investor? Thank you, Katie. This is the best investment you can make in yourself. Nothing wrong with being 21. Alejandro, that's the case. Jamie, do you think anything will happen about March the 10th, 2021? I'll be thinking about it for the rest of my life, searching for the answers I'll never find. GME went to 350 and then trades were on tape at 80. Or 8, what was that? Ryan Curran, do I think anything will happen about that? No, it's 3 years later now. No one's going to do anything there. 3 years might as well be 3,000 years ago in the markets. No one's going to do anything about that. Sure, look at Enron. Is anyone going to do anything about that? Right. Will you short after MOAS? No, what? I see what you're getting at there. Right, that's a jump that bridge when it comes to it. Why do people keep asking about other people's positions? It's like asking someone how much money is in their account. If they don't volunteer it, don't ask. L. Baker Matthews. L. Baker Matthews is an absolute legend. I absolutely freaking desperately appreciate L. Baker Matthews. Your approach, your attitude, you're so generous, you're so wise and calm, you're always measured and happy and positive, and you're sensible, and even in that message you express it in a positive, helpful way for everybody reading it along. Really appreciate you. Latoya, thanks so much for choosing to watch me and for being a part of this community. Thanks. Nice pump. Need a bit more in order to feed it the kids tonight. Dog with hat. Feeding the kids? Well, here's another. Wow, what a brilliant decision. Here, stop arguing with Alessandro and tell me the difference between a trader and an investor to your mind in 10 words or less. Justin Pickerel, I was able to log in literally 5 minutes ago. Finally, you're able to log in. That's working for you, is it? That's good. I'm going to check what's happening with me. You see, you can check on your phone, but I can't do anything else with it later. Agree with Rocky DFV as an investor. It could also be a trader, but he isn't. I don't think he even really pretends to be, and that's fine. Trading is for short-term, investing is for long-term. Where is this cheese sandwich factory that Jamie's always talking about? How are the benefits? Okay, any questions, let me know. I'm here. I will be hitting the mute button because I'm about to do something that involves making noises, so I will be muting it and then back in a second. Bobby, see how you said, I can tell right now you won't make it Alessandro, right? You don't know that, right? You don't know that. That's not a positive expression. You heard how I talked about Latoya. If you could be more like Latoya and less acerbic, less critical, and less confrontational with someone who you don't know and don't understand, it would be, it would represent, a degree of maturity. It would be an expression of faith in people, and you can't know from the small interaction that you two have had with each other whether or not either of you will be successful. I've met traders who are not drastically distinct in their approach and communication to either of you two who've done very well or reasonably well. And I can tell you that anybody who stays in the market long enough timeline and who doesn't always critically manage their risk will inevitably eventually lose. So we're all vulnerable, and we're all potentially going to lose money if we don't manage our risk at all times. And so a focus on managing risk, an approach that is wise and calm and understands that everybody is subject to the same rules, laws, and outcomes, means that we can have a more measured understanding of ourselves, and any critique of somebody else who we don't know, we'll have to fill in the blanks and connect the dots and color in between the lines with information we know about other experiences we've had in life. And so we project often, we project our own identity or our own anxieties or our own insecurities on other people. And so a positive expression is what will be a truer expression. A negative one will be invariably include some of your own cynical approaches to life, your own negative approach, your own negative understanding of your own personality, and will be in some way an expression of your own identity. So just be positive to each other, right? Like any two people watching along, it don't make any difference to me if you do or don't. So I would like it if everybody else was watching, their mood and their feelings and attitudes weren't impacted by being around an argument. And I've told you enough times to stop it, so now I'm going to tell you to fucking stop it. Get on with each other. Respect my authority in that message, which I've now had to deliver 3 times, or you're not going to be able to communicate anymore in this way. And I would like it if you were able to. Right now, let's try and be positive, right? Let's try that for a while and see how it works out. You two could be better friends. You might be able to help each other, and neither of you need to bring each other down, right? That's correct, isn't it? Grizz London. Trace Botton, been in Gamestop since 2021. I own close to 2,000 DRS shares. Bought my first option call yesterday at the market. No, wait, yesterday at the mint. What do you mean? At $24 per share. Option calls yesterday at 24. When price was at $24 per share. Guessing all the options FUD on Superstrong has been nefarious. I haven't read it. I don't know what it is. I can't comment there. Other than to say, people say don't trade options because it has an impact on price, and they don't necessarily understand that vector or the implications. So while I'm sure there has been a degree of ignorance in these comments that you're talking about, which I haven't seen, we can't say necessarily that it's like deliberately injecting fear, uncertainty, and doubt, or that it's like an expression of somebody's own insecurities either. I can't comment. I can tell you though that no trading instrument is good or bad. That would be a false construct. That your own approach to the charts is what will determine success, and shout out to you, mate. 2021 still going strong. 2,000 DRS, big respect. And you're from London, hey? Go on, you boy. Does Rocky send friend request on Discord? No, he doesn't, GeForce. Neither do I. And if you get one, then it'll be a spam bot. They all try it. All the spam bots and all the Discords all try and do it. Copy the people who run in the Discord. Someone would think like, oh wow, somebody who runs the Discord sent me a message, and that's so unusual, and they feel like they've got a personal connection there with the guy on the internet, and all of that's true. You've got that connection with me. I'm very authentic. I'm at times emotional. It can put some people off, and you have that connection with me already. You don't need to get a DM to feel that, right? Feel it now. It's true. I respect you. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. You're a returning viewer. We've got a good relationship. I appreciate that you came back and made that decision. You could be anywhere and you're here, and I appreciate that because so could I. So we made a commitment to each other. You don't need a DM, right? When you do get a DM, why would you be getting it? So that somebody can use and manipulate you, right? And it'll be a spammer, a scammer, or somebody who's trying to stick their hand in your pocket and rob from you. Truth is, if you want to know for 100% sure if your message you're getting is from me or Rocky, then go to the Trader Talk thread. That's the channel. You'll see it on the menu on the left. It's where everybody begins their journey on Discord. Go to Trader Talk, look for Rocky and me talking, click on our name, and our profile opens up, and you'll see we've been a member of that Discord for years and years. And if that's the case, then it'll be us, because we're the only people called JB or Rocky that'll be sending you messages who've also been on there for years and years. If that person has only been on for a day or 2 weeks, then they're a scammer. And if they share our name and they've got that history, they're definitely a scammer. And there's a room on Discord called spam reporting, and you can copy that person's user ID by clicking the three dots in the top right, which will open up their name and their user ID if you're on desktop. Copy that, paste it into the spammer room, and then when I'm angry, I'll go after that person and send them fucking messages and make them feel like the fucking loser they are if they respond. And a number of them do. And I catch them in a conversation and I deliberately make them feel like a loser they are. I compare their behaviour to the real Jamie Curran, who kills it in the markets and doesn't need to act like a knob. And I say, look, this is who you are compared to the person you're talking to, and I make them feel as small as they are, right? So if anyone sends you a message, send them my way and I'll fuck them up. We'll also have them banned, and they won't annoy anybody else. What should Roaring Kitty do on his stock and options to further increase or decrease the price? You can't do that to do the price. You can't. It would be price manipulation. Sir, loved California, San Diego is great. San Francisco too great now, Bakersfield not so much. Great if you're a crackhead, but not great for much else. That's great contextual knowledge there. Might be worth a Google, mate, if you like EDM. That is, I like EDM. What are we talking about Googling? Grizz, American EDM artist from Michigan. Grizz. I haven't heard of him. Hi Grizz London. Only buy options if you understand them. Don't go for Wall Street bets. Retard. No, definitely don't. I don't. I was flattered when I finally got a scammer. Yes, I'm worth being scammed. Fake Jamie Curran messaged me on Twitter like a year ago. Yeah, so many. Man, and like there'll be more now. Like there'll be more now. Funny how you even went to Bakersfield. Funny how you went to Bakersfield. Sorry to anyone from Bakersfield. Nice thermometer. Hey, hey. What is this? Like a weather station, and like crack. That's what it is. I'm getting that impression. Why did you go there, Rocky? Tracepoint, F them up. That made me laugh so much. Big love, shake your booty, you legend. Shake your booty, eh? Also been on there for years. Love you, mate. Critty, wanna compare it to my catalogue? We got catalogues. We've got a big thermometer and a lot of crackheads. That's what it's like. It's a meth town. You've sat. What the fuck? You call them that for real? I should probably get timed out so I can get some work done. Sure, the markets will be closed in an hour and 3 minutes. I had a scammer call me an arse. I won. Well done, Dink. Yeah, when you get them emotional to the point that you're calling you an arse, you know that they're really losing it. You know, they're really losing it, and that they'll probably regret that for far longer and remember it for far longer than you do, because it's a great failing for a scammer to lose control of their emotions. A huge failing. And it means that, like, not only are they a loser, right, a complete fucking loser, in that they'd be a scammer in the first place, as all scammers are, complete losers. On top of that, they're not even good at it. Like, they're not even good at it. Which means that not only are they a loser, they're a fucking idiot. And it's so embarrassing, you know, and they're aware of that. They're aware that they're at the bottom of the pile, that they're underneath everybody else, that they're last in the queue, that when they were handing out intelligence points, they didn't fucking turn up. That if there was a complete knob in the world, it probably is them. They know this. So when they crack and say, you arsehole, or you get upset, you know, then you can just laugh at them, and they know you're laughing because they've failed. You don't even need to articulate why. They know, and it makes them go apoplectic. Is GameStop still publishing anything in After Hours today? Were they ever? Because physical results would be shared, but those were shared early on the 7th. Exactly, yeah, that was then, and Thursday's the meeting, so I don't know. Don't think so. They've already shared the details, so unless they've got like some Ryan Cohen's done a painting and he wants to share it with us or something. Speaking of scammers, how did YouTube allow those fake AI scams? Mate, fuck knows. I see too much of that. It's less now, but it's still there. Plenty of it. I don't know how they don't figure it out. Like, is it just there's not enough human beings left? They need a live person to sort that out. Who knows? You'd think that YouTube would solve it, wouldn't you? I'd love a Ryan Cohen painting, to be fair. Same. A self-portrait. Grizz looks weird. I remember when the buy button was taken away in 2021 sneeze. Remember seeing people buying options and instantly exercising them as a means of getting around it. Yeah, they'd allowed them to acquire it, but then you think about it like, well, no one else is allowed to buy it. The reason that price would go up would be buying pressure, and that buying pressure expressed through options alone won't drive the underlying, because you're going long. Like hedging that and meeting that means that you could potentially open up a vector for selling pressure. So, because you know, long is short, short is long in the option in the market maker land. So, I can't speak to the sophistication of that strategy, though it's funny that that's one of the ways around it. Lol, we always stop at the restaurant near the thermometer. Is Greek. We have in and out too much on our road trips. Hey, I feel bad for Bakersfield. I like shout out to anyone who's come from Bakersfield, and there's a nice restaurant there, so that's positive. Tracepoint, how are your painting skills? Not as good as my chart skills. That's pretty cheap rent. What is? Shake snack. Shake snack. What shake snack? That sounds good. One of my clients had his co-defendant call people pretending to be the police, claim they are being arrested and need to show up at the courthouse and give thousands of dollars to a guy pretending to be a bail bondsman. Fuck's sake. American Truther. Jamie's please cover big stock. 45% short. Lot of recent insider buys. RSI below 20. Interesting. I noticed their short interest was very, very high recently. Oh, you just said it. 45% short. It was, yeah. So Rocket Crop San Diego is very nice, but depends on what vibe you like. The thing about it, I'm not trying to say no, right? You'll notice that I didn't then go on and do it. Who was it said that? American. It's just that we're 58 minutes left into Power Hour, and I can't really contribute that much time to any one particular thing without a real reason to do it. And if I was going to look at anything other than GameStop right now, it would be to go in and look at Lisbon, because it's like, you know, short interest is a dynamic, and there's a very low float left on Lisbon. And when the next few, you know, some more disappears, that thing gets tighter, the short interest figure is going to go bonkers, and likely the stock price would follow. And if I was to take a time off GameStop now, it would be go in and look at LPSN, live person, and or, you know, plenty of people have turned up and asking about AMC, and I don't want to disrespect anybody or ignore anybody, yourself included, so I can say that BIG, big lots, downward sloping trend, gap to the top side, looks like it could maybe go to break up. If it was to do so, you'd be like completely trading against the current trend. The reason the short interest might be high is because it might be screwed, as opposed to it being a dynamic that's evolved due to the evolution of that company, and it now presenting deep value. That's not necessarily true at 227. A lot left still to drop there potentially, and the RSI is bearish, the momentum is bearish. It does have a potential spooter on the chart there, but it's not quite as much a deep as retracement as it could be. Is this yet an 886? It's not completely touched a low. 886 comes in at 135. I'd say wait for that, mate. That's what I'd say. Where is that? Is that, I drew it and then it disappears. Down here. Yeah, it could still drop another 40 to 70%. That's what I'd say. I'd watch out, and I'd look at this, which has done the stuff that you would maybe want. Potentially going to put in a reversal formation and has much greater upside potential, is starting from much lower and is like way better from the same deal. But like, if you're already in big, then you won't appreciate that commentary. But it's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact, and it's obviously true because I am saying it, and I'm Trade Spotter. Do you like my song? I'm gonna need a yes, thanks. LA or LA County is so huge, so many places just picking up in LA County. True story. Thanks, Rocky. It's a good song. No, I hate it. Oh my god, Katie. How could you say that? I am so upset. That was a bop. Get that shit in my Spotify playlist. See? Now, Ryan, he has real taste. Thanks for trading us with something. Well, you're welcome, eh? You know? Yes, says CC's Ghost. Thank you. Excellent to follow instructions. Killing me softly with his words. With his song. Killing me softly. I had rhythm. It had rhythm. Yep. That's a true story. You were out there. Jimmy IDF was out there shaking his ass left to right. Hey, backing up, buddy. Whoop, whoop. Dreadbod singing. So, this is the last very trace point. Interesting point to mention while you bring up AMC. Just me, who's noticed a divergence in how they traded together in the last year. AMC doesn't follow GME or what is the way that it's up 15% and GameStop's up 13.695%. They're both clearly going in the same direction. The like it's not a mystery as to why they do it. You know, people trade like a collection of stocks very often, and there's of all the people invested in GameStop, right? Although there's like this hatred that exists between AMC and GME stakeholders in a way that doesn't exist among any other companies. Even when Microsoft and Apple were competing at the top of the tree for the new future of the home PC, there was never any suggestion that people like the people in Microsoft hated the people in Apple or vice versa as much as this weird thing that goes on between AMC and GME. I understand that the conversation out there feels controlled and manipulated, and people are frustrated and react to that. But if we react by critiquing people in AMC, or AMC people react by critiquing people in GME, then all we're doing is harming our fellow investor base, because there is no stock that the people who own GameStop own as much of, other than GameStop, as AMC. And likewise, the people who trade AMC, there's no stock that they hold as much of that isn't AMC as much they do in GME. And so essentially what you're looking for is fucking yes man, yes man. What you're looking for is, come on, are we going to make it? There's at 28.50. Now that we hit that, the next target's 32. Turn on the I've got the drawings on, right? Why have I not got the drawings on? It's in around here. Where is it? Anyway, I do have the drawings on and I don't see any lines, but it's in around 32 bucks. So, what was it? What was the question? Oh, there wasn't a. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't mean to come across the wrong way to yourself either, mate. They trade the same direction because a lot of the people who trade them are the same people. Whether or not that's not a commentary on which is better, right? It's like really isn't. And I've said this many times. I've always for a long time. You know how people don't watch me a lot because I talked about AMC, despite the fact that every time I would talk about it, I would point out that AMC and GME have distinct differences, right? There is distinct differences, but there's also similarities. And it's not just the investor base. Back when they turned off the buy button, there was a number of stocks which had more sales short than they had shares available. AMC was one of them. It might not be the same case anymore because of the dilutions, or it might be the same. Like, pardon me, sorry, I'm getting messages and I have to respond to these ones. I'm back. It is 5.5 hours. Is that all it's been? TraceBot and you and Rocky Outcrop are the reason I'm a successful trader. I'm able to provide for my family, following you for 3 years and taking the course and getting support from our community. Fucking yes, man. That's such a nice message from Ghost of Pharaoh, formerly known as Mr. Mike Hunt. TraceBot and you and Rocky Outcrop are the reason I'm a successful trader. I'm able to provide for my family. Following you for 3 years, taking the course, and getting support from our community. There you go. There's somebody who's taking the course. There is no better feedback, you know. You could, you know. Imagine, no matter what product or service you created for the world, if you got that kind of review. Good to hear it, Mike. Thanks, Wiki. Thanks, Mr. Hunt. Yes, Alessandro, and everything that you asked me about those Bollinger Bands and a lot more will be available on that school-sided Discord, which comes, you know, lifetime access to the school-sided Discord, lifetime coaching and mentorship from myself, Rocky, and the lieutenants on there, a community of serious traders who make serious impact on the market, and, you know, do serious things like provide for their family. So that's why, you know, some people don't understand when they see like an argument in the chat box of my channel that there's serious things being done, serious people here. You can be one of them, sir. I suspect you do have potential. Bobby the Butcher, I wish you had come to a proper resolution and had managed to get on with each other. Alessandro, I appreciate that you put in some nice messages about myself. You came back when you could have left, and I appreciate that and respect you. Welcome, Fwick. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Fwick. Bobby, why are you still falling out with the guy? Like, are you? Did you sell at 28 or what else? Why fall out? Like, I mean, why, right? It's gonna... It doesn't cost me anything if, you know, if I did take punitive action to prevent any more people falling out. I don't want people watching along to be reminded of these moments. I want to have a positive show where we all talk about great things. Yeah, but that's like the thing. Like, imagine you were to go with somebody and say, look, he started it. And then, you know, the response would be, well, you responded, right? I mean, this is an opportunity. Every trial, every hill you have to climb, every challenge you have to meet is actually an opportunity for you to show your true colours. Need the WW in there, Mr. BMJ. It's annoying, but it's needed. Yes, you need the BMW. You need you need the WWW, or else the link won't work. TraceBot is the best channel on YouTube. Charles Darnell, I appreciate you so much. Shame when your one guy causes a bad vibe amongst the rest trying to learn and develop your own TA skills, says GCC CPD. He is my hero. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate you. Thanks for the comment. Thanks. Got a lot of friends here, Dad. Coming back after a year. Why the long face? GME, let's go. Wilco, yo! Is there a long face? I've been having a great show. You're saying that because of my handsome good looks. That's perhaps what it is. Or else it's the angle of the camera. TraceBotting is my father. My father, Danny Roy. How you doing, buddy? What will happen after this chart? after this chart. There's no after this chart. What do you mean? Price is a continuum. Where are you from? Edinburgh. Where are you from, Mr. Banana? GME, are we going to be blessed with another live show tomorrow during trading? Not 100% sure. Wednesdays are when I, instead of doing this effort, I achieve the same objectives with serious people who don't just watch along for entertainment value and who trade more than just GameStop. Wednesdays, I'm committed to the Rocky Outcrop show. It's once a week. He's got chronic fatigue, so he can't do it every day. He puts his heart and soul into the shows. And, you know, it's the best day of the week for me. I enjoy that moment and that type of work more than anything. It obviously isn't work to me. It's the, you know, among friends, those friends, the most serious of people here are in that show tomorrow. They're learning the skills, whatever chart he's talking about, to make a serious impact on their life. And you've seen the amount of people that come along now, even when Rocky wasn't in the chat box, and they say trade spotting and Rocky Outcrop, thank you. Those people are in Rocky Outcrop show tomorrow. When I say, if you want to learn and you're serious about it, follow Rocky. They open up his name, they go to his channel, they subscribe, and they'll be there watching the show tomorrow. And if I see your name there, then I'll respect you more here, because he's amazing at what he does, and anybody who recognizes that as an affinity with me, understands where they're going, can recognize real, and makes a real difference. So at the very least, you'll see me on Rocky Outcrop show tomorrow. Maybe there'll be more, but my focus is on Rocky's show. That's where it is. So no promises other than I can promise you, if you follow Rocky, you'll do well. Pretty sure when he's talking about serious people, he isn't talking about me. Rick, I might well be. You never know. How do I watch that? You click on Rocky's profile, click his name there, and then go to channel and click subscribe. And then tomorrow, he'll have a show. And you'll get notified about it. Or at least you'll be able to find his channel tomorrow easily, because you'll be subscribed to it already. Can rebound 39 tomorrow, guys? It can do. It can touch 32 by close today. Maybe. Be amazing if it did. 28 is kind of like high already. If you want to know, I'm in 6th to 21st, that's 21st of June, 30, 40, 50, 60 and $70 calls, $20 puts, addition to shares. Nice, nice. That's the long side leaning, bit of a spread, but long side leaning. Shares backing up your options. Alessandro sounds like a good approach overall. The best Moor, click Rocky Outcrop's name to access his channel. The best Moor. The best Moor, yes. Hi NZ70 Mike, welcome. Rocky Outcrop, can you put the link into your YouTube channel, please? And right click the subscribe button and then paste that link into the chat box so that everybody can click that without having to follow my fuddled instruction. Please, Rocky. Besides you and Rocky, only trader I actually trust, can you recommend one actual trustworthy book for traders? Yeah, I can. There's a book club. Rocky Outcrop runs a book club. Jose F. Madden Basketball. Rocky Outcrop runs a book club. We do a book a month. We consume all the lessons of the world's greatest traders that they spent their lives developing. They have teams testing, and they put it into a book to crystallize their information and their contribution to the body of technical analysis. And we take these books as a group, we take them to pieces. We learn all of these lessons. We build on them. We communicate and explain all of the hidden bits of data, all of the explicit lessons, all of the implicit lessons. We put it all together and we invest that into you. We inject it into your head, and everybody takes part in little bits here and there. And then we go through these world-leading traders. We take everything that they've given the world and we make sure that you can properly understand and use it. We do a book a month and we absolutely kill it. This is where you want to be, right? Now, it's free to take part, but if you're already on the course, then this is like a fucking afterburner for you. And make sure to do it, right? So, the next book on the course is some of these amazing traders who write these books are also going to join us in this book club and give us a little bit of their own take on our group and their approach to writing the book and their experience in the markets. Upcoming, we've got Mike Bellafiore, quite a big one, right? But like, get over it, do the work. Mike Bellafiore, and it's called The Playbook. Then we've also got coming up, and this is a really, really good one. It's The Art of Currency Trading by Brent Donnelly, and we'll also have Mastering the Mental Game of Trading, another fantastic book. It's by Stephen Goldstein. And these are books that we have determined are fantastic for you. We've picked them specifically from all possible books, and we've given you the trade spotting and the GME notes on them, right? Which is like the cliff notes on have you had the cliff notes on drugs? We've done other books, there'll be more, and it's a really, really good option, right? So it's free to everyone who's on the Discord, so get involved, be there, and it's coming up soon. You can see the events on the Discord there, they're listed when they are. You can click interested and you'll be notified, and we'd love to have you there. Absolutely love to have you there, Jose. You had me at yes. Well, now you are definitely in the gang. Hadez Gaming, hopefully we break out first. If so, I'm planning on starting to take profits at around 60, meaning I'll start lowering in my positions. Cheers. That's good, you've all got your ideas. I just want to raise the stop losses. I never ever used the Discord. I've never ever even used Discord. I know it can be difficult when you first get used to it, when you're trying to get used to it. But persist with it, okay? The only thing that's complicated, really, is that and it's not complicated at all, because you'll have done this 1,000 times over, is you have to verify you're a real human being with your phone number. It's all done with a anonymous system, so that not like I get your number, and nor does anyone else. It's a system that proves you're real. You know, the automated text thing, and you get that details, you plug it in, the code, and then it says, right, cool, that person's real because they have a telephone. You know, that's the way the world works nowadays. Live person, real person have a telephone. So yeah, it's like WhatsApp, but it's got rooms in it. So it can be like you feel it's clunky or unusual when you first pick up Discord, but actually it's a really quick learning process, and once you're in using it, you do kind of intuit what goes on there. On the left hand side you have a menu. If you're on your mobile, then it's under a burger menu bar button. It opens that up. These will be the rooms. When you click on one, then that moves left and you're in the room with a discussion with people. When you first join, to reduce spam, to stop bots and to hold scammers back, and to prevent people coming in acting like Billy Big Balls, being all blah blah blah, look at me, and instead treat the current group of people that have already arrived with respect. There is a ranking system until you unlock all of the new abilities, right? That means like being able to search any term on there, and when you do, you'll get years and years of feedback from Rocky and I answering people's questions on everything you can imagine about trading. You'll be in a group of people who can make serious commitment to their own future, and the information you want to be a better trader, it's there, it's at your fingertips, it's expressed and articulated in a way that you'll be able to absorb it. And if you can get used to how that platform works, then a world opens up to you over there. So do think about it. Damn it, I'm pretty far from a real person, mostly a live person. Who isn't mostly a live person watching right now? I think most of us is. Billy Big Balls was a bad dude. He was. He left a bad taste, didn't he? We've done a couple of great books already. We have. How long did it take you for your channel to flourish? I was making videos for about a year, and I would get maybe 7 views, maybe 12 views, you know. I think once I made the Fibonacci video, which is now one of my most popular videos. It gets views every day, but the audio on it is terrible. But it's the best Fibonacci video out there on YouTube. And the reason that I bring it up is because it got something like 30 views in the first couple of weeks, and I would walk around thinking about that regularly on the daily. Like, yeah, I made this video and it got like 30 views. From people who didn't need to watch it, and it made me extremely satisfied with those efforts. And Potato Audio, yes, Potato Audio GME, yo, Vic Vince. And yeah, so I mean, like, YouTube is a tough environment. Subsequently to that, there's like loads of people who do GME content who would have been part of my community who subsequently went on and started making their own channels and doing their own thing, and would have like tried to benefit from like their association with me, which later would have turned into them trying to claim that they were whatever. They get competitive, and that's all a shame and a pity, because it's hard when you start out and you're building stuff on your own, and you're not going to take shortcuts or copy other people. And Rocky himself has been going through this journey with an even steeper incline, and been doing YouTube for even longer than I have. Before I made my first video, he'd been doing live vid shows every day for a year, and he does it to a much smaller audience, but that audience is extremely committed, and that's why I'm able to say with surety, doing shows like this, that we're in a group of extremely good traders, and those traders, some of them are here today, all of them will be there tomorrow on Rocky's show. Rocky, did you share a link to your channel yet with the subscribe button and the right click and copy and paste it in? Did you, Rocky? No, you didn't. I'll do it. I'll go and do it. Where is that button? Where is it? I'm already subscribed. There is a button you click that takes you straight to be a subscriber. I don't know how you get to it though. Anyway, this is Rocky's channel here. Hit this and then click subscribe. Right, hit this, click subscribe. If you can get the subscribe button, Rocky, even better. There is the link, and this is BMJ Shadow put it in. Total legend. Play. Wait, 100. BMJ shared it. Thanks, BMJ, appreciate it. Where's pin? There it is, pin. That's at the top of the chat box, you should be able to find it easy. Click that, you'll be in the show tomorrow if you stay tuned. Stay tuned, everybody. Do this, do that. Now see more on the screen. I think viewers missed the bingo machine. Ticker bingo, ticker bingo. Trying, got 3 boys here and on a short lol. And I got 3 boys here and a short lawn lol. Yo, BMJ, appreciate you, mate. Lamau, the adverts are like 10x louder than the stream and it gets me every time. What's YouTube like? This is the volume up as much. It's hitting like the equalizer thing there's near the top. Why does it do that? Frickin' YouTube do that on purpose, right? So that you take note of the adverts, right? So that they have more of an impact on your psychology. That's why they do that. It does piss me off a little bit. If I'd got more than 2 donations today, or whatever it is, I'd be inclined to turn off the adverts. $4.99 from Send Kikas and 20 American from 20 New Zealand dollars from Mr. Daryl Parson. Appreciate you. Just like they do TVA, I freaking hate TA. But the way it is, if I was to do these shows every day, which I essentially do, which is like 4 or 5 a week, and if I can get maybe $10 from the adverts, that's $50 a week, which is a couple of hundred a month. I know it's not very much. It would be like less than the living wage in fucking the Democratic Republic of Congo. But that little helps because there's all sorts of costs that go into the stream. And if I have to do shows where I'm paying for the subscriptions, I'm paying for all of the technology, I've obviously invested thousands and thousands in a setup that was destroyed in a flood recently. You know, when I have to do these things in order to then help other people, it affects my mood. It brings me down and it takes away from the fuel I have for helping people. And that affects my ability to impact and change the world. And so while it doesn't mean much to put in $2, it makes a difference to me. Now, I'm not asking you all now to put in $2. I'm saying why that is, that I would care about donations and why it would mean something to me. And I think if you were in my position and you're honest with yourself, you would feel the same way, right? You would feel the same way. And people might sit there and say, yeah, but you're in GameStop and it's going up, so that's great. Well, it went down for 3.5 years, so how does your logic apply in those scenarios, right? That I should have sat there for 3.5 years absorbing a loss and sitting on shares that I wasn't going to sell, and making videos where I couldn't spend my time trading and pay for all of the facilities and that so that everybody else could enjoy it and create a community around it. You know, right? If that's the case, you're probably some sort of a weird communist. That's not the end of the world though, because there are huge countries that welcome you in. Jaden Mangles, do we think this is going to pop off before or after the 21st? Good question. How is the earnings report? Good question. Earnings report suck, buddy. I've been trying to donate you through YouTube a couple of days now, but YouTube gives me an error each time. Tried different cards and everything. Whacking ya, thanks, I appreciate it. There's a link in the description below where you can do it with Streamlabs. If it doesn't work, let me know. I'll try and fix it. Every so often it breaks, but that works too. I pay £3 for a coffee. £5 here and there is a small price to pay for these nights of entertainment and learning. Thank you very much, Senkikas. I appreciate it loads. I appreciate it loads. Thanks for your time, brother. Charles Darner, $5. And a shout out to Charles, man. Thanks. Thanks. I do feel a little bit bad when I start talking about this, so I appreciate that. And I know that a lot of people can't even afford that 2 or the 5 spot there. That you did it, I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Charles. Thanks. Send Kukas for saying that. The trend of lower costs is good. The earnings from investment, treasury interest payments is good, but not return on employed capital. Exactly. They need to get that operating profit up. There's various changes to the organisation, and that's what we talk about with regards to transition. Money Miles, love your show, Jamie. I've never given to another subscriber or followed one before, so this is meaningful even though the amount isn't. That's your first super chat. It says it underneath your name. Thank you so much, you know. Shake. Ryan. Thanks. You guys, thanks. I'll hold it together. I'll hold it together. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'll hold it together. Thanks so much, I appreciate it. I know it's silly, isn't it? It's so silly. Hey. Thanks. Cheers, Ryan. Appreciate you, Mr. Curran. Shake your booty. Cheers, buddy. You're very generous. That makes a difference. Thanks. Hey? Thanks. Took me ages because I'm at work and my VPN through errors. Mr. Curran. Yeah, it happens a lot, that. Are you from Ireland, Mr. Curran? I think it's more ironic, Jeremy Rawl. When does market close in the US? I'm from Germany. It's US has got 2 or 3 different time zones in it, so it finishes at different times in America. East Coast 5 hours behind me. We close at UK 9 p.m. so New York time it'll be about 4 p.m. and I don't know about the rest of the American times, right? I know New York because that's where the markets are. I don't know about the rest of them, but I'm sure people here can help you. The West Coastonians, they know they have to get up super early to even be around. I appreciate that, guys. Thanks so much. Really awesome. That's awesome. Ben Jones says, what does Roaring Kitty's options expiring on June 21st mean, please? Options are the JB 29 months. Been a while. Yo, JB, OG. But I'm always watching. Thanks again for all your work and time spent. Much appreciated. JB, he's a member. 29 months. Associate member for 29 months. Everybody who's a channel member, who's like getting gifts for people or who've chosen to be that also supports the channel. And you guys, you keep it ticking over, you know, so I appreciate that so very much. You guys are the rock there that keeps the show going. And there's been times, you know, I can't say this or point it out every show, put off most people who watch. 420 people, boom, watching it once. Love that. Twice that's happened this week. Jamie Curran's come to the UK as Vikings, King Olaf, and that's true. There's from JCCCPD, who's one of the king of the Currans. Damn you, we're just answering. Yeah, so options are the right, but not the obligation to buy. So in future, you can buy the stock at the price on your strike, right? That strike price, that's the price you'll pay for those shares in future. And the expiry, that's when you'll no longer have that luxury. And the premium, that's the cost you pay to acquire those options. Those options are the right to buy those shares, and the strike price is the price you'll pay. So you're paying a premium, a cost now. It's like a ticket or a coupon that you can take into the exchange, which is like a shop, and you can exchange it for their product, which is the shares, and you'll get them at that point if you pay the price on the tag. Only you can get them at that price on the tag. And that price on the tag will be what it costs, regardless of what the underlying is, regardless of what the price of the shares is. And so if the shares go up loads, then you've got the right to buy those shares at a much cheaper price if you've bought a call contract, a long option. Vice versa. Thank you so much, Carmen. Quick Chick 08, welcome to Fiend. Appreciate it. Thank you. Awesome. Legend. What a great end to the day we're having. 33 minutes left on price action. We're up loads on GameStop. Compared to the previous trend, it's a magnificent turnaround. Everybody's been brilliant here in the show today. We've had great conversations, even those ones that didn't go well, could have gone better, ended up learning a lot about people. We respect each other and we saw what could be better and we did it ourselves. Thank you for all you do, Jamie. $10 left to eat. Can't always tune in every day, but when I do, I try to rewatch streams and videos when I can. I know you do, and you comment underneath them. And you've always got something positive to say, and lift to eat, I'll remember you forever. Thank you so much, buddy. Cheers. And welcome Carmen to the show. Welcome Carmen, everybody. She's now part of the family. Your friend of mine, Carmen. Nice white headband there too. Very fetching. Cheers, Carmen. It suits you. Thanks so much. So option contracts, they expire. That means at that day you can't go into the shop and exchange those coupons anymore, right? They're not used to you anymore. They're worthless. So when they expire, they're worthless if you're not in the money. In the money means that the price of the shares exceeds the price of the strike. So if the strike price on Roaring Kitty's options is $20, he'll be in the money if the share price is $22. He'll be in profit if it's above $26 because we know his cost basis. Wiki Wilkes put it into the chat earlier, and that's a different sum based on if he were to exercise and add to his current shares, which would then change his average buying price, and it would put it in around those levels because there's the cost for the premium and there's the cost for the options themselves. So you can pause that, rewind it, and go back and listen to it again. It should be a helpful explanation. Options are the right but not the obligation to buy. That right is worth money. If the price of the shares themselves changes, then that right can get very valuable. There's an asymmetric risk. That is to say that the value of those contracts can go up much more than the value of the underlying because there's a period of time between the current point in time and when that expiry hits, which creates this quantum sum, which is defined as the Black-Scholes formula. The guy who came up with it won the Nobel Prize. The 3 people who worked with him then went to work at hedge funds, and every single one of those hedge funds went bankrupt. And so understanding options isn't everything. You'll need technical analysis or it won't get you anywhere. I've got tons of free content from you over the years. You just even not deserve another one from me, Mr. Ryan Curran. Mr. Ryan Curran, my brother. From a different mother. Niels van de Graaf, thanks for all the gems you're dropping, mate. Could you take a look at TWOU? It has a 20 million market cap, nearly 1 billion revenue, 200 million equity. Charts look shit. A 1-to-30 split incoming. TWOU. Maybe something similar happening in your live version. TWOU. Well, that's rank. To have had this move, this percentage move, and then back down here. That's tough. That's tough. Tough, that. It's also potentially making its way to the top side, but there is this, you know, you don't have what would have been, because it's got this gap breakdown subsequently. I'd say that this thing is, as you say, right, it's going to have the 30-to-1 split. 20 minutes left, so I will return to this should it, oh shit, I've drawn a line again, at the end of the show, maybe, if I don't get a good take on it now. It's rolled over, it's at new lows, it keeps putting in lows. If the splits come in, used to have positive earnings, I had a number of negative in a row, fell off a cliff. Technology software, package software. Shares float 77 million, market cap 20 million. Next earnings report isn't for 50 days. It's in a downtrend, it's been in a downtrend for a long time. It's looks pretty nasty, 4-hour, daily, weekly, everything looks nasty. Those are the details about it. What's your idea with regards to the stock? Yes, there's a, I mean, there's shitloads of risk that it goes to 0.1 from where it is at the minute, and this is rank. This is really rank. That's also rank. That, I mean, if it breaks out from here, there's a gap to aim to. Bottom side of that would be extremely risky. Trying to get back above this peak here is asking an awful lot, and if it breaks below this low, it could lose 60% of its value. I would be cautious about trading this. I'd need real good reasons to enter, but I could return to it another time. Did you guys see that, or am I? Yeah, you did. Good. Gamestop 29.55. It's pushing up even more, 19% today. And what did I say yesterday? Trust me. I gave you an entry. I gave you a risk managed position. I gave you targets. I told you how to follow it with a stop. And holy shit, I definitely did a good job. I definitely helped, and I definitely made a difference. And that's what I set out to do. Yes. Boom. Boom. Brilliant. 29.61. Hard to argue with that. What did the price get to? 30.39. What's coming up in the background there? Whacking your date, 50 bucks. Whoa. Thanks for all you do. Love and peace to you. Love and peace. Fucking brilliant. Whacking ya. Thanks so much. That's very generous. Ryan Curran, send quick ass, whacking ya, Niels van de Graaf. Really appreciate that. Niels van de Graaf, I'll look at it more. If you tell me more what you were thinking about it too. Those are good points. I think that there will be something critical with regards to its debt. That debt and servicing it might be very difficult based on their current revenue basis and their overall costs, which will be quickly eaten into their runway. The split will be due to a potential delisting that could be coming if it continues. That might continue due to the recapitalization of the business, which is likely due to the new capital structure, because they'll be taking on more debt to restructure that which is already there. They'll be hoping to reduce their interest payments on that debt by adding to it. That'll further reduce their long-term potential, but might make it so that in the short term things are slightly easier. I'd have to look into the particular problems facing that business and see how it is that they plan to turn things around. I'd be looking for new board members, I'd be looking for a new plan, and I'd be looking for those people who are involved in it to have some experience of turnaround and previous success in the industry. You killed it, DC. Awesome. Was that me? Thanks. Niels van de Graaf, one heck of a generator. One heck of a generator. Niels van de Graaf. Oh, the Van de Graaf generator. Yes. Does it even make a noise though? Am I just imagining that like in movies? Some people were pissed because it hurt 30 talking about selling it all. Well, you see, that's what a lot of people do. They get upset and they think that what they're going to do is they're going to sell their position at a certain price, and they believe that that's going to impact the market and the price will then go down. And those people don't seem to realize that price doesn't care about their feelings, and it won't react the way they want. It'll laugh at them and keep going. You killed it. Yo, be bird up, whacking ya. 50 bucks. Thanks for all you do. Love and peace to you. Thanks so much, mate. Thanks so much. Bing bong, I've missed the last few hours and everything went exactly as planned. Maybe I should leave more often, Tracepoint. I am a good luck charm. No, Jen, you're going to have to stick with us. We appreciate your company, and if it makes it that much harder, then that's that much more worthwhile. And it's same for everybody. I know you're joking. I appreciate the humour. But the truth is, we appreciate you too much. You're not allowed to leave anymore, Jen. But you definitely are a good luck charm. We've got a lot of them. You're right up there. Thank you, Jen, the good luck charm. Quick, everyone, paper hand. Quick, everyone, paper hand. But price is going down when I buy it. It's because price does actually hate you, Dink. Price does actually hate you, Dink. I had a word with price and I asked it to be a little bit nicer to you, and it said, no, I will never relent. Until he toughens up, it's my responsibility to hammer it home. That's a joke. It is a joke, yeah. Still got that spinning tabletop game. Boom, $49.99. A huddle for you. You're a legend, mate. I haven't been here for long, but I absolutely love your knowledge and silliness. I'm not a great trader, so I watch you for real-time updates. Keep going. I checked out Rocky's stream the other day too. Great brothers. I huddle for you. I've seen your name before, and not only recently, but also like quite a while ago. And if it wasn't here on the channel, then it might have been somewhere else. Do you use that handle elsewhere? I've certainly seen your name before, and I appreciate that, and that's a huge donation. Thanks so much. Cheers, I huddle for you. What about that? Why can't I not like it and hit something on it? Can I do that? I should be able to. Well, all of these, I should be able to... Oh shit, shut up. Didn't just close the fucking browser today. What are you doing? Man, my computer. Well, my CSP at 25 got assigned this morning, turned around and sold at 29cc for Friday. Fuck yeah, man. I love it when that happens. Good work, man. Good work. Somebody on the other side of the trade shat the bed, and they've messed it up. You did great. Charlie, if you sell further dated calls, you can collect more premium and lower chance of your shares being called away if the price goes up. Luke Spears, man of experience and a great member of the channel. Twitter, it might have been a holder for you. It might have been. Thanks, mate. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Go back up here and hit like on it. Luke Spears, great tips there about the being assigned. That's like getting your shares taken away, as he says, and the way in which you would manage those a little bit further out and so on. But if you, well, obviously, other cost considerations. But bam, darn tootin', further dated. Collect more premium. Selling it further dated, you get higher premium because there's increased theta. There's more chance that'll happen because of the time element. And so you get paid more money. Thanks. Just want to make a little spin cash. Don't really want to risk my shares. Charlie2C2. Tracebot, I think the charts look like shit, but I said the company looks undervalued. Haven't dived into the management yet, but there appear to be some similarities to Lipson. There is a spooder on that chart as well, yeah, so there might be. It's not necessarily good for either of them, though, that they share these things. Please cover big. 38% short interest, 16 insiders buying. Paul Tixiera, thanks. Niels van de Graaf donated for a look at big just previously, and his most recent message, 3 above yours, is about big. No, it isn't. Who else asked about big? Somebody else asked about big. Niels van de Graaf asked about a different one, which I've now forgotten the name of. How did that happen? How did that happen? I can't remember now. Sorry, too much has happened and I've got ADHD. Big, I looked at big earlier, Paul. I'll have a quick glance at it after market closes here and tell you some more thoughts on it before I make the GME clip and get into Niels van de Graaf's one. I wanted to like the message from my huddle for you, but I kept getting. I kind of like that and I like that one. I didn't get it to huddle for you. There, I did good. Thanks so much, mate. 13 likes. Boom. Thanks. Senticus. Like, thanks. Niels van de Graaf. Like, thanks. Sorry I didn't do this at the time. Like, thanks. Legend. There's another one up there. I know there is. Like, thanks. And there's another one. Can I not like that? Why not? Hey, thanks. And that, like that, thanks. Thanks. There it is. Here you go, mate. You kick ass. You kick ass. I didn't know you said that. Like, shake your booty. Shake your booty. Check out Shake Your Booty's legend. Total legend. Boing. Oh my god, look, I've missed all these. It's like a game. Gotta catch them all. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate you. Tracepoint, can you take a look at the monthly MACD? Nay, puffin. Tracepoint, why would you want to look at the monthly MACD? Like, it's a momentum indicator. It doesn't mean shit all on the monthly. Tracepoint, if I legally change my last name to Curran, will I acquire your trading expertise? Lol. Well, you will definitely gain my favor. Yep, love, you'll gain my favor, and there's nothing wrong with that. It certainly can't harm your trading. What's price at? But I don't know if it'll necessarily work. 30 spot 44. It's coming in for this close 20% up on the day. Yesterday I took a bit of a risk by saying trust me, but I did give you risk management to make it so that if things didn't go well, it would be at a low cost. It's also delivering trading setup that help you with other things in future. But I can never know if people will use a stop loss. I can never know if people will trade the underlying, and I can never know how it will benefit them long term, because I can't predict the future. I can only work out how to manage risk in different scenarios. Yesterday we talked about potential entries, we talked about how you'd manage that entry and where price might go to, and here we're a significant distance there, and I know it's helped people, and it feels brilliant to have done it so very calmly and so very well with speaking about price like that, and to have watched it move relentlessly to the targets is just really special. To know that it's helping good people, it's the best job in the world. Thanks everybody, appreciate you guys. We've got 8 minutes left. It was TWOU. Thanks. Yes, it was. Which is to you. To you. To me. To you. Nope, I was dumb. Katie, I could have known that was you. Tight ones. I like stop losses. And I cannot lie. Bazinga strangely quiet today. Yo kitties, it is a little, isn't it? Is he muted or am I dumb? I hope I'm not fucking muted. I didn't mean to be. No, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Jamie's in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen. I think these are really, really, really good shows. You know, I'm really excited about how long they work and how well they're working, and how, you know, people are tuning in and watching. It feels like really making a difference, man. I really freaking love this shit when it's like this, man. Boom. $30. Obviously, I mean, you know, people will ask sometimes, like, do you have a GME position? Yes, I do. So there's obviously that benefit too. And all of that together, it feels like magic. And to be here with each other, doing it, it's just amazing. Is it FOMO to buy GME right now? I don't know, probably. Any predictions for price tomorrow? Yeah, more of the same. Up. What is your analysis and how can we manage risk like how you guided us yesterday? By choosing an entry and a potential target, using the target and the entry and that distance between the two, that's your reward. You want a risk, which is a ratio of that reward, and you want it to be achievable based on your edge, that is the circumstances which you're exploiting in that particular moment, to derive a probability of success, which over time will work out to such a frequency that you never lose more than you can afford. That means that every time it goes wrong, it doesn't matter, because eventually it'll go right, and when it does, you'll make so much money that it pays for those wrong times. That you don't want it to go wrong more than 3 or 4 times in a row, your edge. You want it to be a stop so tight that when you do lose money, it's not a big deal to your account, and there's percentages that you can use. And you want your stop loss to be determined by the behavior of price and the chart you're on, and so there's ways you can do that too. But like, risk management is the heart of trading. It's the biggest chapter and the most important one in the course, and the way to do it properly is to take the course and learn how I do it there, or over time and through osmosis, watch my examples and put the similar process in place for yourself. Deluxe apartment in the sky, castles in the clouds. Gosh darn it, price, I'm sweet talking and you're supposed to listen. Price is pushing up towards $31. We've got a couple of minutes left. Why not go on again? Freaking accent is ideal for narrating. Hasta mañana, arrivederci a tutti. Thank you very much, Alessandro Scalora. But no stop on GameStop. Well, I mean, you can. I would suggest you do. It was down at $10. It was at these other prices. I would suggest you manage your, like, there's various ways right now. It's difficult for if you're not sophisticated at trading and you don't know how to manage risk in the various means and methods that's possible, you have the one idea of a stop loss. Now that's one way of managing risk, but it's not all. There's very much the idea of your capital exposure and like how much you're putting in the trade, which is other words it's known as your position size. So if you can apply capital exposure as your risk management strategy, and you are only interested in the long position, and you are going to use subsequently a buy and hold strategy, then there are other ways of managing risk, and that's what Adele's getting at. Adele Idris, it was yourself who said it, wasn't it? Yes, it was. But if you don't know any of these things and you want to protect yourself, then stop loss is your best possible option. Whether or not you want to use it on GM or you're not, it's different. That's a very specific and emotional type of conversation, but each to their own. TradeSpot, and how long will the course take to complete by not rushing through it? You can't rush through it anyway. It's delivered the way that you would learn in university. You get lessons every day. You get homework that comes with it. You've got trading drills to take that will improve your process. It will teach you things about trading that you wouldn't be aware of otherwise, and it'll help improve your discipline and applying those strategies to price and your own behaviors. So you can't rush it anyway. It's delivered in videos, some of them last hours. It comes with like the Discord, so that once you've finished it, you've got the people who've been through these sections to talk to and give you feedback on it. And then regularly on Sundays you'll have people from the course meeting up on the voice chat on that side of Discord to discuss how far they've got, what they could do better, how they got on the drills. Any questions they have are answered by each other and the mentors. And it takes months and months to get through the course, mate. There's shitloads of fucking information there. Like, it takes ages. So you can't get through it quickly, even if you wanted to. It's just not possible. We don't let you, because time is an ingredient. The way in which you learn is the way in which we want you to, because we know it's the best for you. And it takes months to go through the course. It's a really big one. It's really big. To do it properly and without rushing it, you'll probably want to also do it twice, because once you get through it, you reach the end, you hit certain things that teach you the truth of what you were learning initially. And so a lot of people go through it, get to a stage and they're like, holy shit, and then go back and start again, going through it to there, learning all the implicit things that were connections between chapters that were there delivered but not first noticed. And then 2 minutes left, and then they come to like the last section of the course, which is the risk management one, and they're like, holy shit, again, and they go back and do it again. And a lot of people will tell you in the chat box now, I'm that person, I'm doing it again. Can you analyse real quick what's happening with GameStop? Yeah, I've got a clip coming up at market close when I'll sum up what's happening. People can trade GME 24 hours a day, 5 days a week on Robinhood, but the 24-hour trading is limited quite a bit. True story. The course is a no-brainer and still brilliant value, even if it was 10 times the price. Thank you very much, JCCCBD. True words never been said. Well, at least I'm up 30% on my buy today, but I wanted a free share from Stonky. The course. Never forget that DD on how the DTCC distribute shares in the timed form, aka trying to quantify them. Old shares are distributed, new ones ain't. Waffly J. Yep, it's mostly spreadsheets and accountancy and just moving one thing from one column to another. The shares themselves are fungible and they never actually move, so which ones that are moving is less important than you might imagine. Those that are real, well, I mean, it's the only real once they come out into the world. They've got to locate and they make them into someone's account. The Bro channel has great legacy trading videos, as does Rocky Outcrops channel, and general trading tools and strategies. True story. And we've got like playlists for people who want to be dabbling, right? You might trade once a month, a couple of times a year. It might be one stock you only ever look at, and it might be that you don't actually want to be a trader. And then, there's free stuff on Rocky Outcrops channel in particular is absolutely fantastic. It's not the course level, but the course is exceptional, right? It's not like other courses run by YouTubers, right? We worked at the bank, and it's a real course. Why do I have to work right now? Tennessee Texan, because you're a superstar and everybody needs your help. 100% do what Stu says. Follow the course as it's laid out. If you want, wait, and you try to do it all at once, you're hurting your ability to absorb the information and put it into practice. Stu's right there. What Stu's saying there, He's from speaking from it like he's taken the course, obviously. Follow it as it's laid out is critical. It's critical. 100% do what Stu says Rocky says, and 100% agree with that. Why do I have to work right now? Caught that. My YouTube channel is basically an extension of the course. That's true story. It very much is. It very much is. So if you're serious about trading, check out Rocky Outcrop's channel, because you work, and in that mean I can play. Yep, you work so that we cannot work. Thanks, Jen. Which hurts people's poor wee brains. It can do when you arrive at Rocky Outcrop's channel, having just looked for somebody on YouTube to help you and not realizing how amazing it is. Market is closed at $30.49. That's absolutely epic, guys. I'm excited. Are you excited? I think that's fucking brilliant. I think it's absolutely freaking brilliant. Let's see, what will we talk about with price action then? $22.8% up, guys. Yay. If I can get this clip ready out of the way, move this over. What's going on Gamestop? We're going to the 4-hour time frame. And the clip. My kingdom for a clip. This to help your mate that asked about, could I explain GameStop in a little quick way? Well, here is this clip. It's great these, because like yesterday's clip got like 10,000 views or something wicked, like pretty crazy really. So you know, and the chat there is on screen for everybody to see. You can see this chat box on the screen there. Everybody who watches the clip back also sees this, and it's interesting, right? Who wouldn't be interested, right? Everyone who watches the clip appreciates seeing people's commentary and knowing what the community is like and the chat box is like, right? You get extra context then, which I know people watching along will pay attention to, so I appreciate people who make comments in the chat box that reflect well on what we're all doing as I make the clips. And also, if they're coming through rapidly and quickly, that impression of a busy room is the sort of thing that other people really respect. So while it might be silly and it might seem silly to you and me, this is helpful and I appreciate it, so thanks. GameStop, GME, exciting day today, closing up 22.2%. Who could have predicted it? Us, yesterday. You probably saw that clip. Welcome back for more of the same. What an exciting day it is. I feel energy and excitement from the people in the chat box. I see it in the price, I feel it in the air. We are witnessing small but significant victories in this ongoing battle. I know the past couple of days have been a bit of a roller coaster. Prices dipped and all of us have felt a mix of different emotions. But seeing this uptick today is a reminder of why we're here and why we believe in GameStop and each other. This stock, like we say, it's like Balboa. If it gets knocked down, it's got a history of getting right back up, and sometimes that surprises people. But if you've been watching along, it's no surprise to you. We're in this for the long haul, we're training hard, we're fighting, and we're making a difference. Let's dive into what's causing this difference in the price. Quad witching. This Friday, it marks the famous quad witching day. This is when stock index futures, stock index options, stock options, and single stock futures, all of them expire exactly the same time. We say it's like Wall Street's version of the full moon, And these sort of moves, these sort of behaviors bring out wild attitudes and participants like werewolves during full moons. Buckle up, fuckleheads. Things could continue to keep being bumpy. There's a new CAT system out, that's Consolidated Audit Trail. We talk about that as improving transparency and increased monitoring of the market. It's the supercharged security camera that sees all things at all times. It watches across the markets, and it could bring some more interesting dynamics as we approach Friday's close. Post-market settlement, we know that that's recently been reduced to 1 day, which is causing all sorts of buffoonery and glitches. Settlement periods shortened, trade settled faster, and it adds unexpected twists and turns in the way the market moves, turning market into a fast-paced thriller down at the fairground, like that roller coaster, but even more exciting. So don't forget the return of the one and only Roaring Kitty, our favourite feline financial guru, back on YouTube and back on Twitter. Today, more of the same. He's not just dipping his toes in, he's got hundreds of millions of dollars on the line. Can we get a virtual round of applause? We had one this morning. Shout out to Roaring Kitty. Brilliant work. What kind of commitment? How do we match it? We try our best. Nobody else has such a big impact on this stock. And today, despite the fact that he isn't trading, it's us, it's price, it's the behavior of the chart itself that drives it on to further and further success. We see it when price is down and things are tough. It's like going to that fair ride and your favorite event, it's closed. You can't enjoy it, but when it opens back up, the queues will be huge. You'll be at the front of the line. You'll be first to enjoy it. As we move forward with price and looking at what's going on in the charts, which is clips far too long, so I'll maybe make another one which is even more succinct for those people who are only interested in the technicals. Remember what we do here, and we say it on the channel often, but it's about the power of individuals. It's not just your constitutional right, it's the founding principles of America. It's where the heart of the market lies, in the choice of the individual. It's why they exist, not just to take people's money. Take a deep breath, shake off the jitters, don't let price action get you down. We have our goals, we have our plan, and we know what we're going to do. Every purpose is with an action. It doesn't matter if it's a roller coaster, a ghost house, or just eating candy. We know what we're doing. We're at this fair for a particular reason. We're going to make sure we enjoy ourselves. It's always darkest before the dawn. Our dawn is coming. Our dawn is coming. Price action on GameStop has been extremely exciting. 4-hour time frame, you can see this particular formation with lower highs, higher lows, and price action approaching a decision point in around 30, 32, 35 bucks. Closing day at 30.49. As we say, 22% to the top side. Questions abound about this downward sloping resistance above price. Questions which evaporate when you look at the weekly time frame and see this body close on the previous week's candle, it's higher than the previous body close. So that's an uptrend. This is the start of the new week, and that candle is green. It opened higher than the previous candle low, and it means it's bullish and it's already in its conception. If at its end of this week it finishes higher than $40, it's going to absolutely make GameStop go totally bonkers, because you go back looking left on the weekly time frame and you can see the next targets that come in. 46 to 48 bucks. You close that back above 51.50, it'll go up towards 63, 64. You close that, you're at 85. You break 85, it's the all-time high is in your sights. And when that thing breaks, it's over $100, 115, 140, 174, and then it could keep going still, because there's many, many days left until that 21st of June expiry. There's 1 week here where we've got so many things coming together. Wednesday's quad witching, Thursday's the shareholder meeting, no, Friday's quad witching, Thursday's the shareholder meeting, Wednesday is the inflation data. All of these things happening after each other on the back of an amazing couple of weeks. Roaring Kitty back in the seat, everything's absolutely flying, and it's a little bit worn, but boy does it suit him. Total legend. price is going really, really well. If we see that trend continue, and as traders, that's what we look for, continuation, we're looking for tests on lower term time frames. Back to the 4 hour, and you can see exceeding these previous highs up towards this wick high at $30. That's a significant move. The next candle closed, top side of that is at 36.44. You break that, then you're going straight to 46.47. There's a downward sloping resistance line back above here. You've got support underneath, and all of that speaks to a tightening formation around price action. If people speak about a coil, the pressure of price, the potential for it to explode, that's what causes it. This crunch here, where the bulls and bears meet, where the rubber meets the road, where the bullet meets the bone. Yes, this is GameStop, and yes, this is frickin' flying. Thanks for watching. If you want a quick clip exclusively about the TA, tune in to the little one I'm about to make and publish on the channel shortly. I appreciate you. If you watch this show regularly, I absolutely love you. Thanks so much for being here. What we're doing together is really significant. Never forget that. Never underestimate how much of an impact you're having. Like I say, this is about the power of the individual. This is something special. Now for the cool cam GameStop technical analysis from TradeSpotting and the gang. We'll start on the 4 hour time frame where you can see these lower highs and higher lows. The gaps have been filled. The lows and price action have caught a trend line. That trend line is to the top side. We can also check on the momentum, and I'll turn off the drawings to make everything as simple and clear as possible on the first instance. Price action has put in a higher low on the momentum indicator. It's come back down and tested these areas price was before. Price not as low. RSI also not as low. So a higher low potentially, following on from higher and higher highs. That speaks to the idea of continuation. Closing a gap, doing it sooner rather than later is better if you intend to go in the opposite direction, and price certainly looks to. It's recovered back above its own moving average, that's the Rocky Outcrop, RSI and EMA, back above its own moving average on the momentum indicator, and holding that center line, which is really significant. That's the 4 hour time frame. Going to go up now to the daily, where you can see this trend line, even more clearer expression of it. Sure, price did put in a higher high here. The second one not as high, but this recovery after it retraced back down again is highly significant in that these lows are all higher than each other. And if price is moving to the top side, then those driving forces are coming from underneath, and therefore the trend line you're looking to is this one underneath that top side. It's only had 2 touches, so it's not even real. I suggest that price will make its way to 48.97 or 46 bucks in the not too distant future. On the way there, it'll pass 32 and 36. There's obviously a downward sloping potential for congestion when it comes in at around 40. If it is that it needs to get to the apex of this triangle, then you'll be meeting it at 35, 36. On the weekly time frame, you can see that you're currently putting in a really strong open, higher than the previous close, and if it does push topside and break the previous close up at the top side there, I believe it's open at $40, then in the weekly time frame you'll be looking at continuation. And the clip from before talks briefly about this, but the targets to the top side are bonkers. This is the technical analysis clip. Technical analysis, the purpose of which isn't to predict the future of price, is to talk about how you manage risk. And the risk, well, it's risk on. It's risk on. These are higher highs, higher lows, trends to the top side, and this is a very risk on asset. So with the way things are in the greater world right now, you can see that sentiment is positive and it matches price. Also momentum, here you can see it pushing up towards the top side of the bullish control zone. It's stuck inside that bullish control zone. Higher highs, holding its own moving average, and just slipping back towards where you find a very bullish reaction back into the bullish control zone. Really strong work on the weekly. On the monthly, people have asked me to look at the MACD. And while I haven't necessarily stretched to those requests, I haven't delivered that information because the MACD itself on the monthly is pretty freaking useless. You have got on the RSI a really clear picture of the strength, the power behind the price, pushing back above the center line on the RSI. It's the first time it's been there since it lost it in 2022. So that's years worth of momentum, to the downside, being burnt off. Why does it important that that's burnt off. It's so that price action and momentum itself can reset, having broke through this resistance. That resetting, that allows it to start filling up the rocket ships for an eventual takeoff. And that rocket ship filling up, that's the momentum behind the price. And this is that pipe directly into that fuel. Boom, boom, boom. Back above the center line, making real difference. That's the monthly time frame. We went from the 4 hour, so let's go back down again, where the weekly, you can see, we talked about it, really strong on momentum, price putting in higher highs. Daily time frame, you would be concerned with this higher close previously, but actually the RSI's held the center line, so still maintains a bullish profile. Onto the 4 hour time frame, price itself really stretching now, reaching those top side targets. 3 negative candles in a row, that was all you got, and now it turned up in less than it took to come down. You've recovered that area, so the pursuit of higher prices is more effective and happens quicker than those moves to the downside. Those stuttering moves to the downside now representing awfully counter trend moves. The top side, the sharp, short, strong moves, that's in line with trend. So you're getting upside volatility that matches a bullish trend, and it's providing that signal across important time frames along with support from momentum. So really strong charts at the minute on GameStop. This hourly back above the center line, the RSI, price action having come down and closed that gap. Now if you were going to go there, the sooner it happened the better. Having closed it and then found a degree of support on a trend line speaks to continuation again. The fact that the RSI got so low, but price itself held a higher low, that means that those people who were trying to push it down tried harder and failed miserably. That speaks to a weakness on the short side of the trade. They themselves will recognize it, especially the professionals who would have been better at pushing it, and now they're going to give up the ghost on that side. They'll probably, if it is the market maker, start trying to provide liquidity at higher levels. That'll take a depressing part of the power on price away. It will remove that gravity that every ticker suffers under and leave it to float higher, where people, most market participants, are looking to trade it still. Down to the 30 minutes where you're getting really strong moves back into the bullish control zone, price testing previous highs. If it does manage to break these important closes at 30 bucks towards, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be seeing really strong confirmation across higher, medium and lower time frames. All of these things aligning with a 22% move on a Tuesday. This, when option contracts are typically a little bit more dry, when the markets themselves aren't necessarily moving as fast, that's a huge move, because tomorrow we've got the inflation data coming out. Thursday, it's the GME shareholders meeting. Now, even if that didn't happen on Friday, you've got quad witching, and that's index futures, stock index futures, stock options, index options, all expiring exactly at the same time under conditions where settlement now has been reduced to 1 day. The settlement process itself, it was a bloated mess, now it's just a confusing mess. And even people who work in this industry, in that particular sector, tell me that they find it a total nightmare right now. The stress is on there. The reason is the same reason we see these glitches. All of that's happening under extremely strange conditions, because there's also now the consolidated audit trail with a supercharged security camera monitoring markets at all time, providing increased transparency. So those people who would have hid behind, looked for those blind spots and then broke the rules in a way that was commercially exploitable, i.e. the fine costing them less than the profit for the behavior, they no longer able to do that as easily or as readily as they were once. So price pushing against them, the direction of the trend accelerating, the price moving faster, things really starting to pick up, and it could continue. So positive moves on GameStop. We might see more of that towards the end of the week. I certainly hope so. Tune in to Trade Spotting, and I'll do my best to help you, whether it's GameStop or anything, achieve your goals. And there's a lot of other people who've got good experience doing the same, willing to welcome you to the community. So if you're new, say hello. If you're a returning viewer, we all appreciate you. Thanks. Hit that like button. Cod Witching's the 21st. The fuck is it? Is it not this Friday? Well, of course it's the end of the month. Whatever. Lisa, I had no idea you were as close. Is it actually though? Tracepawn, what's a good buying spot you recommend? Yesterday. Nice closing analysis. Cheers, James. Nate Puffin. Thanks. Nope, third Friday. It's the third Friday. I'm confused. Is there an earnings call today or not? No, not today. I don't know if they would have even had an earnings call, to be honest. Do we think they would have? I'm not so sure they would have. No earnings call. Bring the wine. It's a wine call. Bring the wine tomorrow. Tomorrow's wine witching day. All the 4 bottles of wine will all expire tomorrow. No, it's Wednesday. We can't be drinking wine on a Wednesday. We'll probably get in trouble. OT, get in the DeLorean. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Look, they could have easily covered the arcade position by now. They've had 2 chances to do it. It's true story, they could have. Which means that the pressure would be off them to push price down. And they might start providing liquidity higher. Having covered that position, they would want to benefit from it. It's the wine witching day, says Dyke. DY. Wine witching Wednesday. Awesome. Eh? Earnings happened already. There is no call, no voice, just text. Just text. I'm new and I'm all in GameStop and AMC. Duty calls. Wine witching day is June the 17th. June the 17th. What's the date then? We've got next Tuesday. Wine wixing on a Tuesday. Is that correct? I'm not fully versed in the wine witching schedule. It could well be, in which case I'll be very drunk on many different days next week. That would probably be unhelpful. Didek. Pardon me. Sorry, Didek. Appreciate that. Where are you from, Didek? I think I knew somebody called Didek from Croatia once, but I can't be sure that's correct. Catalina wine mixer. Guys, it's the Catalina wine mixer. We've got big news coming in GameStop. Bolts and holes. Is that a good expression? It certainly works at the minute if you're looking at GameStop and you're trading it long. What an exciting week we're having. Absolutely brilliant. Touche vis-a-vis. No worries, bro. Poland here. Proland! Didek. Yo. I like that name. Cheers. Thank you very much for the forgiveness there. The quick forgiveness. Frickin' Catalina wine mixer. Frickin' Catalina wine mixer. Got to sell some helicopters. Prestige Worldwide featuring GME Rocky. GMB and Rocky. Happy 420. Ripping a fat dab for GameStop runs today. 420. It's not 420. What? I suppose it's 420 somewhere. Edinburgh, Scotland. Hi, Jake. Cotam. No, sorry, dude. Where's your accent from? Edinburgh, Scotland. Oh, Rocky answered anyway. Edinburgh. Yo, Nico. Nikio. Nikiko. Sorry. I can read and I can talk and I can work to a diary and a calendar. It's just sometimes after a 22% day, before a 22% day, any day. It's just some days, you know, you get really excited. 4:20 p.m. on the East Coast, USA. I see, it's 20 past 4 on the East Coast. Right, well, it was 3 minutes past that now. $10. Keep up the good work, Jimbo. Thanks, Didek 007. It's appreciated, mate. I appreciate that a lot. Coming in at the end with a 10 spot. I thank you, Didek. There's a couple of good people watching along from Poland who we welcome you in. Big time. Bigger Polish contingent, the better. Right? Czechsky, Didek. Czechsky. 1 p.m. in California. Right, but you don't need it to be 4:20 in California, right? You're basically reared on weed out there nowadays. Ron Kitty was so funny. I like Rock Silent. Wah, funny. Wah. Shall I try and do that clip again without the Friday witching idea? It's next Friday. It's next Friday. Like, I don't know this. For fuck's sake. Silly mistake, really, when you think about it. Silly mistake. I don't want to say something that'll get people excited for the wrong reasons, right? I don't care if I'm wrong. It's that I don't want to say something that encourages the wrong behavior. I think, though, it's still exciting. It doesn't matter. There's other reasons price will continue, so I don't think I'll have done any harm there, but we'll see. We'll see what I think about it. Redo the clip, the geck. You... I have no idea who Randy Jackson is. Okay, redoing the clip. Bodie Bear becomes a member. Bodie Bear. Bodie Bear. What shall I do it on? I can do it on external or go down to 15 seconds. This will be like... No, you've not got horrible gaps and it's not glitching all over the place. Alrighty. Maybe we do work it from here. Look at all those donations and membership things and everything. It looks amazing at the top of the chat box there. We could do another clip, certainly. Gamestop closing up over 22% today, hitting those $30 heights. What more could you want? Well, more price action, continuation to the top side. You're very likely to get it this week because it's a big week in GameStop. Welcome back to the channel. Thanks very much for watching. If you're new, hit that like and subscribe. If you're a returning viewer, I appreciate you, and so does everybody in that chat box. Take a look at it. Everybody here welcome you with open arms. And a really exciting day, closing back up another 22%, retracing back towards those previous highs. We feel energy, excitement in the charts and in the air around us. We share a camaraderie and a sense of community here. You're all welcome to join. We've had a couple of tough days previously there. It's starting to pick up now since the Roaring Kitty live stream, and we describe it as a bit of a roller coaster. Price dipping makes us all feel a mix of emotions, but seeing it uptick today is a reminder of why we're here. And this is an important message I want to put across about GameStop, especially seeing the difficulties Roaring Kitty's faced with regards to the media and the attacks on them. That what we're doing is an expression of individuality. It speaks to the power of individuals and what we can achieve when we put our minds to it. It's not just his constitutional right, it's a founding principle of America. And that is where the heart of the markets are. And at the heart of the markets, down some dark, dark streets, in a dark, dark house, down some dark, dark steps, in a dark, dark basement, we have this stock, GameStop. And if it gets knocked down, well, it gets back up again, just like its investor base. So let's dive into what makes the week so thrilling and the roller coaster so exciting. The CAT system, Consolidated Audit Trail. This is a supercharged camera that it heightens transparency and market monitoring, improving all the time. So those people who would hide in the blind spots and get away with their nefarious activities are now finding it that much harder. There's also the new settlement period of just 1 day, which means that in order to close out all of those trades at the end of that period, you've got 1 day instead of 2. It's putting a lot of pressure on people who work in the settlement industry. The trades being settled faster is leading to more glitches and unexpected twists and turns to the way the market has been moving. As we say, it's like a thriller of a roller coaster ride. We can't forget the return of Roaring Kitty. We've seen that abuse he's had to face in the mainstream media. Our feline financial guru, a favourite among all possible cats on YouTube and on Twitter. And we said that he's not just dipping his toes in, he's putting hundreds of millions of dollars on the line. Price has meant that there's been a mix of emotions because of those previous dips, but now things are really picking up. The fun of the fair, the carnival, the energy in the air, it's bringing more than just excitement. There's a degree of humor and relaxation coming with these increases in price as people get more and more wealthy, they manage their risk properly, they see their life getting easier, and there's a lot of people with a lot invested in GameStop. This is one of the stocks where retail really have their money where their mouth is and their life's on the line. And that, like I say, the fact that you can express humor and behave so mature in the face of such great difficulties when you're trying to do something that's so significant and so nearly impossible to conceive, never mind achieve, and yet we find ourselves here on the fucking doorstep of destiny. This is us moving forward in the face of extreme challenges. We've fucking made it across the greatest peaks, not just in price, not just across those trend lines, not just holding those higher lows, but we've done it together in the face of extreme difficulty. This community believes in the power of individuals, the power of individual traders and investors. We've seen the ups, we've seen the downs, we've been there and held strong through it all. We deserve to reach our destination, and we're going to do it together. This isn't just about that destination, though. It's also the journey with each other, the camaraderie, the learning, the shared beliefs. We know together we can make a difference. So take a deep breath. Keep your eye on the prize. We've got 10 days left till the 21st. 2 of those are the weekend, which gives us a chance to take that breath and relax, come back recharged. And no matter what, remember, despite the fact that we're acting on our own accord, with our own volition, and expressing our individual desires and likes of this stock, we really are in this together. So share your thoughts, support each other, and keep the energy high. Keep a smile on your face and keep your head in the air. It's darkest before the dawn, but that dawn is coming. Tune into the other clip for the technical analysis. I've been TradeSpotting. This is our community, and you're welcome to be a part of it. If you're a returning viewer, I appreciate you so much. Thanks. Hit that like button. Okay, I did that clip again. I don't know what I did, but it was probably my fault, Jewel. Oh my god, I think we'll forgive you though. We've got membership gifts coming through at the same time, I think. Or is it Jeff Casey? You're a legend. It's always great to see you, Jeff. You're a real good buddy. Cheers, man. And all those people who got one. Robert Pierpoint, Sky Reliever, Frank Bearish. Frank, you're bearish. Frank. I think, Frank, that we could maybe work on that. We can work on that for sure. Not a Cat, gifted a membership by Jeff Casey, and goodness gracious, he deserves it. I'm not a cat, it's not a cat. Kitties never die. What do you do, Kitty? She messed it all up. Abraham Asker, also receiving a gifted membership there from Jeff. So say thanks to Jeff if you saw that come in and you got one of those gifts. I know that he's doing it to help people. Look at price fucking explode. I'm making another clip right now. Holy crap! GameStop post-market absolutely flying after a day where it closed up. Absolutely flying. And this is what we said, you know, that bird is going to fly from downtown. Go you boy you. It's Larry Cheng, it's Larry Bird. Is it a Superman? No, it's GameStop. 30 spot 90 here. It closed at 30 spot 49. It's continuation of a trend to the top side. The fact that it moves so much today and it continues to move post market means it's probably going to keep going tomorrow. If you look at it on the monthly time frame and putting it all in context along with the momentum, you can see that turn off the drawings, make it clear. We've pushed back above the center line on the RSI and recovered our own moving average. It's the first time this has happened since 2022. That speaks to a real strength and the power behind the price. Monthly, you're pushing higher. The wick high is at 65. It looks nearly certain that GameStop is aiming for 66 spot 66. When that happens, high five. If it breaks it, 85. Should you go beyond there, all-time highs are in our sights, and when we break them, it's going to 100, 114, 140, and maybe 174. These sort of moves are realistic and possible because of the trend that we're seeing. A continuation of something that's not new, but it has been in motion since back in 2021. And oh my goodness, this is still the technicals we're here. On the month down to the weekly, you can see you're in the bullish control zone. You're putting in higher highs in your momentum indicator. The weekly close, that's higher than the previous weekly close. There was a wick high, but that's not negative. It only speaks to the potential in price. You've got a continuation of the uptrend. You've closed the gap and you're starting to push higher. That gap was closed on the daily time frame, as you can see with this most recent touch lower, and then you've got a bullish engulfing candle to respond to that retracement. This is the start of another move in GameStop, closing back above that previous close at 29. That means more than most people will be aware of. Looking at the momentum indicator, you held the center line on the retracement, so it maintains a bullish profile. So if it's momentum driving price, then it's gonna keep going. GameStop raised 2.14 billion in its equity issue, is now finished. Congratulations, high five Ryan Cohen. He announced it pre-market because it would not, it's a signal to you, he wasn't trying to or intending to dilute his own ownership so he could leave. Instead, it was a strong commitment to the investor base in GameStop and to the long-term health of this company. On the daily time frame, you can see that that was a really positive retracement, and that if we look for continuation, that speaks to the top side. On the 4-hour time frame, back above your own moving average, back above the center line RSI, closing higher than previous candle closes, post-market pushing higher still. Really exciting moves on GameStop, and this isn't going to end anytime soon. Down at the early time frame, look at that, you're back towards the bullish control zone. That means the bulls are in control. Looking left, you can see there's a touch of resistance likely at this area, but when it breaks, then it's going to go straight to 36, 37. You break above there, you'll be looking up towards 46, 47, and that breaks, then you're heading to those $66 targets. And we already spoke about what happens when that breaks. The price is going absolutely ballistic. Not just today, but it's also continuing post-market. The equity offering is finished. Roaring Kitty is on Twitter and YouTube. Ryan Cohen is in the fucking driving seat. And we are going for a ride straight to the moon. Hit a like and subscribe. I've been trade spotting. And that in the chat box, that is an absolutely amazing community. And they are all open arms, will welcome you in. So if you've not got a feeling or a sense of the excitement in the air, then come here and say hello, and you will definitely feel it. Thanks very much for watching. I appreciate you and everybody who supports the show. I appreciate you guys so very much. Together, we're going to do it. Tradespawn, can you make sense of the cautionary statement regarding forward-looking statements? Are you not just speaking about the like, it's their financial responsibility, fiduciary duty, and due to compliance they have to put in certain disclaimers with regards to the future of price, because it's like myself, you know, they've got certain things they have to comply to. So there will always be these warnings that come with earnings reports and so on. Glad I found you live about GameStop. Yo, Elaine. Elaine Duncan. That's an incredibly Scottish name. Welcome. Pardon, I've got hiccups. Tradespot, your chat box has been frozen this whole time. Well, I've finished the clip, so... Connor Robinson, you're a clever bulk GME. Thanks very much, Connor. From Canada, yes. Well, Canada, right? Canada and Scotland used to be attached. You've got the same bedrock, you know, and we've also got the same trees and the same nature. And it's true that the Scottish pine only grows in Canada and Scotland, and that a lot of Canada is called Nova Scotia, right? New Scotland. So I think, Elaine Duncan, you're Scottish whether you like it or not. I think it is. It's in your lungs, it's in your hair, it's in your genes, it's in your clothes, it's in your heritage. Tradespot rants get test flowing. We are Canada. We are Canada. Great people, same great people. True story, Elaine. So, I could do that clip again now, another time with the chat box moving. But to be honest, if I was watching me talk about these things and I was invested in GameStop and I was in profit and I had my risk managed so that I never lost money, I'd be watching this show, looking at me, looking at the price, seeing the bling blongs come in, seeing the alert messages show up on the screen, and knowing that if I wanted to catch that chat box and how it moves, I'd want to be watching the show at the time. So I don't think I need to do another clip, do I? Although I could do. You tell me. From where I am, Gallic is still spoken. Yo, Tor. Kajay Martatu. Kajay Martatu. Tor. There you go. There's some Gaelic for you. Thank you. You're welcome, Julian Cavendish. You're welcome, Mr. Cavendish. 100%. Julian Cavendish with the incredibly British flag and incredibly British name. You're in Canada and they speak in the Gaelic. Nice. Gaelic. Gaelic is the Scottish one. Gaelic is the Irish one. They are very similar, but then again, they're a little bit different. That segment was epic. Dreamer Jedry. Awesome. Awesome boss. I can't remember which clip is which. The most recent one is the technicals, and the previous one to it was the other one. I can't mind. Right, so the time is 21:39. Things really picking up now. If I put that clip up, will you guys all watch it? You probably would, right? Give it a little bit of a boost. It was exciting and it was fun. Also, I think I talk about where price is going in future. It's 31.65 now. What did I did all the different time frames. Yeah, so this is like turned wrong back on, an extension of that previous trend up. here. I like it. I like it a lot. If it's to continue doing this, right, it can easily come back down and test $28 and change, and that would be still significantly higher than the price opened today, and a lot higher than it closed at the end of Roaring Kitty's stream. So, flippin' heck, I'm excited about this. I'm happy about it. I'm positive for the future, and I think that we're in the middle of a strong trend as opposed to anywhere near the end of it. And I think that trend is accelerating. You know, it's a trend and a train, and it's already in motion. I think that we're going to keep going. I think that there might be, you know, a little bit of a stop off at the Boston Garden so that we can see that bird fly, and then, without being too cryptic, a continuation to the top side. I am excited. If there's anything people want me to cover, let me know. I'm going to have a quick look at those two stocks that I was asked about, Big and 2U now. Interesting. Lots of different things happening in the world. Geopolitics changing, you know. I saw the little bit of tragic news about what happened to those educators that visited China and were stabbed and attacked. I see that the Russians withdrew from Crimea, but then they sent their warships over to Cuba. So if you look out your window now on the west coast of Florida, maybe you'll see those Russian warships on the horizon. If you go to China and you're American, you will probably get treated with some xenophobic aggression and pushed around and abused by a lot of different negative cultural problems raising their head. And if you were to look about the situation in Crimea and that part of Ukraine's tragedy, you see that things are getting worse and worse. But then when all of these things happen and the markets are struggling and inflation continues, life is hard, unfairness continues, the poor and the downtrodden are continually exploited, there is a little bit of a beacon of hope. And it's that when we as individuals put our minds to it, we can make a real difference. And that's what Gamestop is. It's up there and in a league with lots of other important world events that are happening. So when you see things on the news trying to make out that you're somehow behaving in an immature way, or that what you're doing isn't important, or some other cynical version trying to ridicule what our objectives are, then you know that these people either are ignorant and don't understand, which is true of most of them, or they themselves are aligned against you and they want to make sure that your objectives don't happen because they can and do rely on the status quo. And that's exactly what we're on the way to puncturing. You guys, the new guard of price. What did we make it to? 32.50. That's nice. TradeSpot said it would probably get there, and it has done. Well, absolutely fantastic work. Eh? Fantastic work. Well done, everybody. I'm heighted. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm not heighted. I'm already perfectly heighted enough. I'm happy. I'm excited. That's what I meant. Right. What did I miss there? Probably a number of things. If I go and do, and then click, and then push. Right. And if you've got anything you want me to cover, just let me know. Happy to do it. And then get into those two tickers that people asked about. And I definitely recommend everybody check out Rocky Outcrop Show. Subscribe to him. The link's at the top of the chat box there. Check it out. I don't need clickbaity titles or clickbaity thumbnails. I know that everybody on YouTube recommends that you do that, but it's not really me. Thanks very much, dear. Add your likes and your comments below, of course. I'm not sure if the comments part of the show is open when you do a live show. I don't suppose it would be because you've got the chat box, but maybe it is. Maybe, baby. Right, to you. Happy birthday to you. Did they sing that to it every earnings call? I would if I was an investor. $21.44. Markets closed 44 minutes ago. I've shocked that I was making a clip for that long. Right. So what do we expect on these charts, and what are we looking for on GameStop? What would continuation be on all of these tickers? Ow. Oh, my back. Oh my goodness gracious me, my back. So I made two clips. I don't know what the first one would be. It's like non-technical analysis, but what's a non-technical analysis even? What is that when it's at home? 30 spot 49 on the close. 31 spot 35 at the moment. Still flicking around. What does that mean? Blibbeling. Blibbeling, bling, blong, blong. I suppose that I could distinguish between. Ow. Oh. Could distinguish between the videos that we just made with thumbnails and whatnot, but that's not gonna. That's not what. None of this is what I want. Everything's in the way, right? You can do all sorts of crazy things on YouTube nowadays. It's bonkers. I don't know if any of it's useful. So I'm just going to skip it all and not do any of that crap. Can't rely on clickbait, can't rely on thumbnails. I just have to hope that the people who do watch keep watching, and then that means the algorithm thinks it's good and it tells other people about it, and then you all come and see the content that'll help, and we'll all move together in the right direction. That's the idea. Hopefully it works. Thanks for everybody who's been supporting the show now. I see them coming up on the clips as I load them up there, so it's appreciated. Today is the 11th. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trading days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How did I count 10 when it's 8? That's something wrong with my head. I've said it all a number of times today too already. 8 trading days left until Roaring Kitty's contracts expire. He's well in the money now. I can't imagine he'll be upset about how that's working out. So congratulations him, congratulations all of us. More the merrier, really. GME recap today in 1 minute. That was a couple of days ago. I think it was that video that made its way into the algorithm's recommendations so that you guys are starting to find me again. At least I hope so. Hope that continues. Time 21:48. I like it a lot there. Today, good moves. That's all correct. Go for it. Ow. What did I miss? Any questions in the chat box? Let me know. Ah. Pretty wild he didn't sell at the high last week and have another go. Maybe, right, but you never know what's going to happen in price. The retracement against him could have changed direction at any time. That he made his decision, he had a plan and he stuck to it, and for that he deserves an awful lot of credit. It is hard to consider sometimes why it is that other people do the things they do. But if you're to then put yourself in his position and see, instead of the future unfolding as it did, but instead look to his objective and his ways he achieves them, then you'll know that he is only able to take a position of hundreds of millions of dollars because he has a very strong conviction. And that conviction manifests in the behaviors around his trade. So nobody can call the top of an irrational move unless you're maybe trade spotting and you do it over and over, and you called 80 and you did it on the PP show, and then you called the next one and you did it on the here, and you did all of these. Very few people would have my record, and part of the reason I have that record is because I'm spent years and years and years at the markets and an awful lot of time looking at a GameStop's chart. But not everybody has that at the heart of their thesis, the technical analysis, and not everybody works to the same principles of price that I do. So watching this show, we all have a degree of luxury where we're able to say certain things that aren't immediately obvious to everybody else, Roaring Kitty included. His skills, while he is a technical analyst and he's expressed it multiple times, he said it in many of his videos that he's blends technicals and fundamentals. He doesn't necessarily work to the same principles as myself, and so it isn't necessarily as easy to blend strategic approach to price with his own personal position and his own holdings. It's not as easy or as obvious as it might seem to us in retrospect, or as it might appear when I call out targets and they come true. His behavior is aligned with his conviction, and his conviction rests on his thesis. And that thesis isn't about trading every oscillation. It's about picking an entry, picking an instrument, and sticking to his plan. And that's the mark of a good trader, regardless of how your analysis comes down to any peak or trough. So we can't judge his actions based on how price has behaved. We can simply say that he's acting with conviction and sticking to his plan, and in that it's the hallmark of a fantastic trader. So what price does is what price was always going to do and what was always going to happen there, but it isn't Roaring Kitty's plan to exploit every oscillation. It's Roaring Kitty's plan to take his position, to hold it until a certain period of time, and then likely to exercise a huge chunk of it. And if he doesn't, he'll be receiving dollars in return for his contracts. And with those dollars, well, it's Roaring Kitty. Where do you think it's going? Straight back into GameStop, possibly on shares, possibly on options, and we'll find ourselves here talking about the same thing again. Is Roaring Kitty going to exercise, or is he going to take the hundreds of millions of dollars and put it back into price over and over again? Yo, Tor, welcome to Soldier. Appreciate you, buddy. Tradesborn, are you going to be on tomorrow with your important duties? I may be, I may not be. I don't want to make anybody tire out or fatigued. I would love everybody to watch Rocky's show. It's far more important to me that people improve as traders and achieve their own destiny than I provide, I want to do the best possible thing. I've got a lot of things going on. Wednesday's a huge day for me. I spoke about this on Monday. There's so many things that are coming together tomorrow, which I have to. As soon as this show finishes, right, and it's already 10 o'clock at night where I am, I have to start working DIY on the flooring here. I have to do it quickly and quietly because it's past the time where I'm allowed to make noise doing DIY. But I have to do the job ahead of tomorrow morning. I only had 4 hours, 5 hours sleep maybe max last night. It'll be the same tonight. If I can possibly get on and do the show tomorrow, I will. You know I will if I can. But also, I'm hesitant to put something out that will cause tired, fatigue people to turn up later on at Rocky Show. I want you fresh and on the money. So we'll see how it goes. I may be. If I can be, I will be. If not, you've got Rocky Outcrop to look to in the evening, and that will be a spectacular show. I really hope to see you there. I know that a lot of people just listen and don't necessarily turn up, or might underestimate the seriousness of my recommendation, but I mean it. I really want to see you there. I want to know that you're doing amazing, and I want to see it with your actions as well, because everyone who is there is really doing good. So if you can, I'd love to see you there. If it can be here, I will be. Take care of your health. The rocket will wait. Silent TA and silent construction. This is real herd TA, surely, right? It's herd, isn't it? It is herd, isn't it? Tor, welcome a soldier, my friend. Appreciate it. Did I make those clips members only? I didn't mean to, if that's what's happened. Premier. It doesn't say members only. It's restrictions none. That's okay. It's just, I think I don't know. I hope it didn't mean to. They're supposed to be helping everyone, not. What does it say? I always appreciate the hard work you put into making us all better traders. Rocky as well. Cheers. Yo, HD. Thanks very much. Appreciated. Today, you were a big support. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone who supported today. Hi, new here. I missed out the last time on GameStop, but I put 500 into it yesterday at $24 a share. I'm at a 26% gain right now. Not sure if it's worth considering putting more into it or just holding. Well, if you watch my show and the clips I've just put out, you'll get a good impression of what I think's happening, and you can work that into your own plan. Oh my god, by the way. I've also not eaten much and been stuck in one shape, one position for a long time. Oh god. Anyway, I'm not yapping, and a lot of people have got difficult lives. Tor, CC's Ghost, super chatted $1.99. Darn tootin', thank you so much. CD Burn Guy, great to see you, buddy. How you doing? $5, appreciate it. Bodie Bear, become a member. Awesome, thanks for electing to be a member, Bodie. Or was it actually a membership celebration? It might have been a celebration. Where's Bodie? I don't see it. It must have been. Why is it not there? It must have been a member berry. Bodie Bear, appreciate it. She's got luscious looks. Alas, I do not. Luscious looks. Can I be Coco? You're talking about Coco and her luscious looks. I'm happy to send you a selection of my favourite noodles and ramen. Fast and tasty. That sounds fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Do I need a beard? What's the current state of Rocky's facial hair? You don't need a beard, just a neat medium level. Oh, I shaved earlier, so no, you don't, not at all. Can I be a banana fridge? Yes, you can be a banana fridge. Do you have animals? Yes, I've got a cat called Coco. Madame Mademoiselle. Coco Mademoiselle. Yo, are they still having a call today for Q1? I don't think they were ever having a call today, Maxim. I think it was Thursday, or if it isn't Thursday, it's a shareholder meeting. What is it on Thursday again? Like the beacons we ride at dawn. At dawn? We've already halfway there, see ya. Well, a third of the way to the next target. Goes to Dan Ernst. Where has Steve the Gull been all day? Steve the Gull. I haven't heard him headbanging again. I know I've not seen him either. I don't know. My whole plan is that he helps me sort out that area in the back garden. He doesn't like people walking around down there, and when he lays his eggs next door there on the roof, he's going to even less like it, even less. So I hope Steve the Skull comes back. Steve the Seagull comes back, because then I shall make sure he is well and truly fed. Right, so you know how people always say what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the egg will turn up less than 24 hours later, perfectly formed and impossibly grown in such a quick period of time. But it's true. And so if you spend a lot of time wondering about which came first, especially if you do that while you're looking at price action, then you're focusing on the wrong things, because there's not much distance or time between either. Where you want to look is first to price, then to your indicators. Later, much later, after you've managed your risk and stuck to your plan, you can look back and talk about the little stories. In the meantime, you're the story. We're the story. It's live here. It's in the middle of the market. It's right upside price. And it happens every single day. Price is just gone back over $32. Holy shit. Holy shit. The egg takes 21 days to hatch. Right, cool, but we're not hatching the egg, we're eating it. Thank you, bro. You're welcome, Hadiz. Exactly, right? You would think, but all the work's done in the egg as the guy sits on it and makes that toast. That's all true. You're right. I appreciate it. You're right. Good pointing that out. Who pointed out that about the egg? Title job, put on knee pads. Tile job, put on knee pads. No, it's taken up flooring with... It's all pinned down as well, so it's, anyway. I'm still here just listening while working. Mr. Richard Grillo, he works hard all the time, like no one you'll ever have met. Absolute legend. CD Burn Guy also works hard all the time. How you doing, buddy? I love eggs. Same, love eggs. Should I put limit orders on Gamestop? If you want, mate. If you want, hit notification bells so you get a timely reminder when he goes live. What were the things we were going to look at? Tuyo and Big, right? Quick, brief look. Tuyo and Big. Wherever my fucking charts went. Where are they? Why are they not? Here it is. I already did look at them a little bit. I will not drag it out too much. Big, huge short interest, about 42% or something silly, was it? 4 hour time frame. Yeah, this was the problem. Downward sloping trend, relentless moves down. The momentum is completely against any idea of price moving to the top side, and it may well be that there's an awful lot of short interest because this thing's quickly heading towards the toilet. It certainly looks to be that way. Go to the monthly time frame. This retracement down, it's not yet reached an 886, it's still not even reached a 786, but it has gone through the golden pocket where you might see a turnaround. You haven't seen it yet. There's nothing to speak to in terms of momentum. There's still plenty of room to drop below on that momentum indicator, and as we say on price, plenty going wrong there, plenty more that still can. Weekly time frame, continuation is likely going to happen. You can see that there's burnt off the previous divergence, and in this move lower, if you see an extension, you'll come back down to probably go into deeply oversold, which would be very possible because this thing has touched lower on momentum than it is at the minute a couple of times in the past, and it could do it again. As you can see at this low on price, momentum touched much lower here at this low on price. Move to the top side, continuation divergence, met a downward sloping trend line, and although the RSI didn't get lower and caused a series of bullishly divergent lows, price went from 11 all the way down to 5, so you can certainly go lower even if your momentum is at those lows and already at the very bottom, which on this stock at this moment in time it isn't. So this like dangerous daily time frame, lows, bullishly divergent, but so what, as we spoke to previously, that can keep going and the RSI could push lower and price could be way down from where it is at the minute, like we spoke about with the 886 retracement there. 4 hour, you've got continuation divergence here, price falling off a cliff at that moment when it got a rejection from the top side of the momentum indicator, so there's nothing bullish about that profile. We have got external hours, extended, so turn that off and there is a gap to the top side. It's at 3 it opens and it closes at 347. 320 to 347. The size of the gap isn't important. The fact that it's there on a 4 hour daily and so on means that it could potentially be filled. It does not necessarily have to be, and price is traveling in the opposite direction at the minute. It is now on the 4 hour towards the oversold, and it could be where it bounces. It's just that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get any sort of a long-term trade. You probably, if it did go up, would only get an oscillation high, and in a downward sloping trend you probably wouldn't even get a full move to that trend line. It would likely be resistance at 320, we'll call it, but it's maybe even slightly less. So well, there is potential for this thing to move up. The risk doesn't necessarily meet the reward available to you. The only way to make that true is to manage it with a stop. The stop would have to be somewhere that makes sense, and when things are putting in new lows, lower than ever been before, and look to be continuing in that direction, there isn't really a clear area for a stop other than where it was really just at around 2.19. Currently price is closed at 2.226, post market is 2.23. That looks like to be a really difficult trade to make it work, so I wouldn't be desperately into that. To me, it's in this linear downtrend. It's met an important area of support, that being the previous low, quite recently, or it's on its way to do so. Momentum indicator says that it's absolutely screwed at that most recent high. Definite rejection at the center line. It's in the bearish side of the RSI. It's going to continue to be that way. These lower highs meet their own trend line and that macro one that goes all the way back to November 2023. It looks to be that this trend is quite set in stone and will continue. It also presents warning signs about trying to target these gaps, which a lot of people would have been doing at this area because the momentum was so low, yet not lower than the previous area, and price was. So it presented an opportunity with regards to bullish divergence. So price did move up, but it never got anywhere near that gap, and it might be the same thing that happens on big. You put in a higher high on the momentum indicator, while you're putting in a lower high on price, which speaks to continuation divergence in line with that trend. And as I say, it's a linear downtrend, so it's crushing, soul crushing. Come and testing resistance, it's all just lower and lower highs. This thing is very similar to the previous. Does it have the crazy breakout potential that we see on other low value stocks? Does it represent deep F in value? Well, not really. All these things are trading at dangerous places. This in particular, incredibly low. Is this the one that's going for the reverse split? If it is, that'll take it back up to levels above the potential delisting notice. It has to persist there for 10 days, and in any given 10 days recently, it has gone down. That lost 22% of price. So if those oscillations continue, you'll be giving up a fifth of all you gain from doing that reverse split, and which is one of the reasons why that reverse split itself will likely be so huge. And these other drops, well, they were even more, right? 62% and so on. And that could be similar to what you see now. So for example, if this thing does go for the split and you see that linear downtrend continue and it matches the trend line we've seen in other oscillations, then it'll be 60% off the thing. So it needs to end up quite high so that none of these moves take it back below that important threshold of $1 again, and that will be tough with something that doesn't express much topside volatility at all. When it does move up, it puts in bearishly divergent highs, so I wouldn't be too confident there. And all of that is very distinct from what we're seeing on Gamestop. Post-market 31.77, holding around these lines. I'm sure on Robinhood and other places it's got to silly levels already and will continue to do so, but here on serious charts used by real adults to make real money, we've still got that positive uptrend and we've got real change happening around us. If that was a clip for those two stocks, it would have been quite good. We lost 100 viewers, but I wouldn't be totally surprised by that because we were talking about stocks they had no interest in that were absolutely terrible. Ultravoxer, hi from Liverpool, UK. How much do you think GME could go to in after hours? 20% plus the price it closed at, because that's what it's capped at. So that it could go there, right? It could go up to 20% plus the close price. Lisa, can you deal with all my hello from, how they go in Liverpool? Shout out to everybody who watches who's from Britain here, or the UK or Scotland or Ireland. We're the third biggest, or I think now maybe even second biggest. Are we bigger than Canada in terms of the investor base in GameStop? We might be. If not, we're third, and we've achieved that without having a single store here. Sure, there's some in Ireland, but they're closing them, and they were never the most big significant option in that jurisdiction anyway. So shout out to all the people from Britain who are doing this. I know it's not easy. I know in certain places in the community there can be a degree of xenophobia, and that not everybody is aligned on every aspect of their life just because we're invested in GameStop. But we all reach across divides, us in particular reaching across the fucking Atlantic Ocean. Shout out to us for all we do to help the Americans improve their markets, because they've not been able to do it on their own. And shout out to everybody in the world who gets behind those good Americans trying to make a difference, because they're in the minority in their own country trying to make a difference to these stupid fucking systems, institutions and processes that they've been co-opted by firms that control their future and ruin their destiny, have stolen from kids' lives they've not even born yet, who've took everything you had before you were in the fight, America, as I've said before. And it's going to keep happening until somebody stands up against them, and every time somebody does, they get cut down at the knees. So you need to be united, and for us to join with other people across the world to try to make this difference, I think it's something that's really never been done before. Sure, Volkswagen squeezed because a company bought a huge chunk of the available shares via options and decided they would exercise. Tesla's been on lots of short squeezes, and the retail base holds 42% plus of that entire market cap. but they're doing it to make money, not to change the world. Nor are they even doing it because they care about environmental issues, which the car might represent. What would it have in, electric power? But as you can see, that's not necessarily true nowadays. Well, the cars are. The company isn't left leaning. That would be associated with environmentalism, and so it isn't like it's a statement about the world, an investment in Tesla. But in GameStop, it can be that, and for a lot of people, that's all it is. For those people who don't just have that objective, it's because they're also trying to make money, and a lot of them put it back in again and boost our own cause either. Anyway, so what we're doing is really magnificent. Shout out to everybody from Britain and Ireland. 4.2 billion, 420 million shares outstanding. Coincidence? $10 per share just based on cash on hand. Nice. Yes, that isn't necessarily going to be a floor, though, as the word that we've been trying to remove from everybody's vocabulary. Floor and ceiling. These aren't real, and people would have thought that oil, well, it's got this combustible capacity, it's got this efficiency of power, and in comparison to other sources of fuel, it's fantastic. Maybe we can derive a floor from it. And then they saw it post-COVID go to less than zero, right? You were getting paid to accept delivery of oil and future contracts. Take control of those, even if you never took delivery of the oil, you were getting paid to do it. So, there's plenty of companies we could look to now, and we probably just did recently, talking about assets on hand and like how they're affected by other dynamics. It doesn't just have to be debt, it can also be growth potential, and sentiment is the biggest driver of the actions of retail. That's derived from price, and price is the biggest power behind price. It's price itself. So we can never know what's going to happen in the future of our stocks, even if they have healthy fundamentals, because price is about consensus. And no more floors. Yo, Luke Spears. Have no fears. Have no floors. Yeah, we can't use it in terms of our technicals. We can think about it in terms of the fundamentals. That fact figure you talked about, the fact that it's worth $10 per share if they don't ever get off their bum and do anything, is true. If they aren't looking at operating costs that would eventually attrit against that shareholding, that value of the share based on the money held by the company, then that no attrition means that likely brings in money through the fact that you would be invested in bonds or even potentially equities in future, and will get a passive income into the company, which itself will boost its coffers and grow it in one way or another. It wouldn't create an operating profit, so it wouldn't turn into dividends, and so it doesn't speak to a passive income, which gives us a yield, which means that the company's value itself and the future discounted cash flows plus inflation is hedged by an operating profit that's returned to you in terms of a yield. And so the fact that the company doesn't pay dividends means it doesn't have a yield, means that the share price and the money in the bank still suffers from discounted cash flows and still suffers from the impacts of inflation. Inflation's never been higher. So we can't rely on those fundamentals, especially because the people who tell us them and the things that they say, not Luke Spears, he's a total legend, but the people who craft that at the heart of their narrative to convince other people that it must be true, they're doing it because the intuitive aspect to these stories is that they must mean something. But the truth about price is that it doesn't give a fuck. And there's not a fundamental analyst in the world that I couldn't take to the fucking straight through the wash and prove to them that price is controlled by price, and the technicals are what speaks the language of price. And what they're doing is having a conversation with somebody in a laundromat about, how their machine works. That's all well and good. How the clothes get cleaned, well, the fumble and the tumble. Vis-a-vis, oh no, I just thought you meant that you said rewind, you meant resistance support. Oh, it's okay, I just wanted to double check it against my husband has Lazy Susan. Lol, I used to be on the Discord, but I hate so many apps. Lazy Susan, recognize your name, appreciate you. Luke Spears, heck yeah, especially if it results in Berkshire prices. Well done, mods, big time. Lisa, great to see you. $10 was the bestest in recent times. Yes, $10. Speculation that Ryan Cohen turns GME into a holding company like Berkshire and puts that $4 billion into equities. Big time. Well, they've got the rights to trade equities, securities. bonds, warrants, and everything else alongside Ryan Cohen, or he could do it with his own money. Plus, they've got that 4 billion, and he very likely does put it into equities. It would be great to see him also form a trading team and do the same thing. Doesn't have to include myself, Rocky, yourselves, the lieutenants, and the Roaring Kitty, but you know, we're probably all able and willing. And in where we're positioned at the minute, we're still pushing our power to their elbow, which, like we say, we're all individuals, but we advance together. We're doing it, guys. We're absolutely killing it. Right, what's next? I did those 2 shares. I talked about this. We could look about where GameStop's going tomorrow, but it is 10:15, and we do have... I can send you on to an absolutely fantastic clip, if you like. Would you like to see it? You would be among the first. You would be among the first. Hey, that button, hit this button, and then I set you up with this and this. I can't forward you to it for some reason. Oh, because they've already happened. Instead, I could put a link in the chat box for you to see it, and you'll get a good impression of what's going on price. I can put a link in the chat box for you. Go and watch it now. You will appreciate it. You will benefit from the clip. You've already seen it being filmed, but you'll never see it as good as this one. The most subscribers I ever had on this channel, and they obviously went down as GameStop went down, was 22,700. And today we made it to 22,600. So we're pushing back towards our all-time highs. Soon we'll have similar, hopefully, on members, pushing back those levels. I say soon, but maybe not. You know, different culture now maybe. But hopefully members pulling back in there. And in the meantime, the Discord has grown and grown and gone from strength to strength. The people who did commit and who've been really spending time, you know, they're leveling up. The people who came in every so often are now significantly better. And then anyone who's been learning through osmosis has had years and years of information, tips and tricks and proper approaches to price, helping them bit by bit become a better trader. So those people who commit now and join that Discord, it's free at www.discord.gg, good game, /RockyOutcrop. So discord.gg /RockyOutcrop. You'll be joining a community of like-minded individuals who want to help you and who are making a real difference in their life. And that's where I'd advise you to go. And then I'd suggest you take my course at www.technicalanalysis.school, and you'll be eventually as good as anybody else in the world at trading based on charts. Because Rocky and I were classical chartists. We were taught by the best. Half of them are dead and will never tell anyone else their secrets. The only place you can get them is from us. The only place you'll understand it is with our delivery, and the best place to exploit those lessons is with other people who already know them and who are willing to lift you up another level. And you'll find them on the Discord. So take the course, join the Discord, and improve your life as a trader. Thanks very much for watching here. Let's see GameStop continue. The clip I put out has had not anywhere near the normal views. That terrible. You all must be here right now watching it. Right, get over there and watch those. I didn't put the link in there for you to see it. This is the one you really want to watch. Here. In the chat box, put in that link, drop it in there. This is the clip. If you've just turned up and you're wondering what's happening on the GameStop price, it's here. Watch that. How did they complete it so fast? They had a couple of days. There was an awful lot of volume. They were able to cycle through price at high prices and deliver it. You know, how did they do it? It would have been stock operator. It would have been time weighted, and it would have been done on a real good schedule. Because there was so much activity going on, because of the option contracts and the story with Roaring Kitty, it was hard to see where and when GameStop's offering was hitting the price. It wouldn't have had as much of an impact on the bid ask. It wouldn't have had as much of a depressing aspect on shares price, and it would have been harder to spot. But I'm sure we all could have done it here if we put our minds together. Do we know the average price? Do we know the average price? Yeah, it was 2.14 billion divided by 75 million. So you would do 2.14 billion and divide it by 75 million. Somebody wanted to do that and put the answer in the chat box so that you'll know. That's the answer. Divide the 2.14 billion by 75 million and you get the answer. $28.53. WikiWilks coming through. XD with the confirmation. We've got a nomination. We've got a second. I think we're going to get WikiWilks for president. And if you could fucking vote, I'd vote for all of yous to be president of America. And imagine what a better country you'd live in. I am not there for maths. No, you're not. But you could be president, CC. Look, Spears, I already did the maths, guys. It's cool. We're going to the moon. And on that note, and with you guys beside me, I think I'm going to the moon. I think we're all going to the moon. Maths is a wonderful thing. Jake there. Jake is a hero of mine. And he's going to make a fucking real massive difference. I'm not able to say how much respect I have. I can't articulate in a truer sense how grateful I am to people like Jake, and in particular Jake, for the work he's done. Helping people like you guys level up. There's few people like him. And he does it in a serious way, and he does it in a kind way. A serious and kind way, and he shares a lot of his perspectives on life are shared by me. So I'm really, really proud of being able to have someone like Jake here on the team. Math and screaming, two things, lol. Math and screaming, they go good together. Jake taught me addition and subtraction. I'm glad that's a crucial skill in life. And as you go through it, additioning things and subtractioning things, you'll always be able to cast your mind back to that work Jake did. Tirelessly assists in Discord. Can big short squeeze? We already looked at big. American Truther. Man, I did the whole fucking thing on it for you. I did the whole thing on it. Massive long analysis on it, which lost 100 viewers at the time, which was 25% of the people watching, because I thought you were watching. I did it for you. I lost 25% of the viewers and I spent time on it. Go back, rewind the video and you'll find it. You big idiot, American Truther. You're a big idiot, American Truther. Don't do it, Jamie, says CC's ghost. Don't do it! He's gonna do it! His blood sugar's too low! He's gonna do it, everybody! He's not eating all day! It's gonna happen! I can feel it! It's coming! It's coming! No, it's not. It's cool. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Truther, you rewind, you'll find it. I promise, you rewind, you'll find it. It's not hard. You'll see the chart on the screen, and you definitely want to be watching that clip. Thanks, everybody. See you shortly. Shortly being tomorrow, hopefully. If not possible, it'll be in Rocky's show. And if not possible... Whoa, I've still got that shitty news story in the background. Hey, it's dark here. I am blending into the background quickly. Exit left. Thanks, everybody. One way or another, a Rocky show or here. I'll see you tomorrow. And then we'll see where price is. Ciao. Watch those clips. The link, did I put it in? I did, didn't I? Have you all gone to watch it? No, you haven't, because you're all still watching here. Go and watch this. That is what you should be watching. That. Go watch it. There it is. You're welcome, everybody. You don't need to thank me. You need to go and watch that video. Hit like on it and comment underneath it. I appreciate all yous more than I can say, and I'll say it a lot. Thanks. See you soon.